Chapter 9:10. The sunlight of the human world is quite comfortable after getting used to it. Master Poison Dragon leaned against the deck of the Devil's Snare ship and took a sip of wine comfortably. The slime, who was also holding a wine bottle opposite him, nodded quickly. Rala and Crobolus stood at the stern of the ship, looking at the hurricanes in the distance, while discussing something in a low voice. It was Crobolus' first time coming to the human world, and she was guided by Rala. Rala originally came from the human world, so she was no stranger to this world full of light elements. However, she had been in the demon realm for 20,000 years, and everything in the human world had become unfamiliar. She had never been to the stormy sea area, even back then. The relationship between the two dragons' beauties had always been good, and each other's men were life and death friends. Although Rala would sometimes be in a daze out of habit, there would never be a lack of topics between women, especially between acquaintances. As the saying went, 3 women could make a play. However, there was a pillar that was not together. It was not that Isabella and the 2 women had a bad relationship. On the contrary, Isabella's closest friend was Crobolus. She had a good relationship with Rala, but she did not join their discussion. Instead, she snuggled up to Chinrue. Unlike the powerful dragons, the demons, who were accustomed to the dark element environment, needed some time to adapt if they wanted to freely bathe in the sunlight full of light elements. Not only that, Chinrue was also using the power of the evil pupil with the secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family, evil blue tear, to try to completely shield the dark element breath on Isabella. In this way, Isabella's identity as a demon's could be perfectly concealed. The evil blue tear was known as the first secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family under the Breeze Shadow Boots. Not only could it greatly enhance spirit power in a short period of time, but it could also shield the breath of the body so that others could not see through the true strength. It could also greatly enhance the bloodline power of the Eye of Evil, and thus promote the bloodline mutation of ordinary demons. However, this mutated power had a lot of side effects. It would greatly reduce the lifespan of the recipient, and the effect was far less than the devil fruit. This was the treasure that Royce had offered to Chinrue back then, and it was also the cause of the Royce family's tragedy. For Isabella now, the most important function of the evil blue tear was to shield her breath. After combining with Chinrue's transformation and the infusion of the evil eye, the evil blue tear's ability to shield her breath increased again. Even a supreme powerhouse couldn't see through this layer of disguise. Innie, are you all right? Yes. Isabella gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Much better. In fact, it's not just my body. I've been a little nervous. Chinrue gently stroked her hair. Are you afraid of meeting that person again? A little. I hate that person more than anything else. Isabella smiled a little bitterly. Actually, I should hate myself the most. It's all in the past. Whether it's fear or hatred. Chinrue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and held her hand. You don't have to be obsessed with this matter. No matter what you have to face, I will always be by your side. Chinrue did not mention the Breeze Shadow Boots, but this time he went to the Holy Mountain of Light with Ben Hong. The Breeze Shadow Boots was definitely a goal to fight for. I feel very lucky now. Isabella felt her heart settle down. She moved closer and held his hand. It's good to hold these hands for a lifetime. The Island of Storms was already in sight. The Sandmen maneuvered the Devil's Snare ship to approach. An hour later. This is the Island of Storms where the Wind Elemental King is. Rala looked around curiously. Sure enough, the breath of the wind element is extremely rich. If you cast wind magic here, the power will be doubled. As the fairy Miss Long walked, she held Chinrue's hand intimately. Isabella and Crobolus were talking and laughing together. Master Poison Dragon could only carry Master really handsome. Chinrue knew that Isabella did this on purpose. When sailing on the Devil's Snare ship, Madame Anne occupied him most of the time. although the fairy Miss Long and Betty were chatting happily on the side. She would glance at them from the corner of her eyes from time to time. It was inevitable that she was a little jealous, now that Madame Ant intended to let the fairy Miss Long monopolize him. Rolla's heart naturally felt a lot more balanced. Innie was not only smart, but she was also considerate. She made people feel very considerate. Under normal circumstances, she could make the harem more coordinated. However, don't underestimate the power of Ms. Intelligence. Once she intentionally played any tricks, her lethality was definitely several times that of the succubus and fairies. The ones hovering in the air are the thunderbirds, right? Isabella looked up at the dozens of thunderbirds in the sky. Dodo, they seem to be very familiar with you. The slime said proudly, Of course, Mistress Isabella. Dodo is really handsome. Handsome your ass. Chinrue was speechless. Let's not talk about Dodo's strange appearance. This matter has nothing to do with appearance at all. For the egg thief, the thunderbirds are of course familiar. When he experimented with the Stargate last time, he left Dodo on the Island of Storms for 2 days. As a result, this guy almost stole all the thunderbirds' eggs, causing the thunderbirds on the Island of Storms to go on a rampage. When Chinrue arrived, there were only 2/3 of the poor thunderbird eggs left. If it weren't for the slime who wanted to keep them for his master to make delicious braised bird eggs, he would have eaten them all. Those surviving thunderbird eggs were finally returned to the thunderbirds by Chinrue. Now that they sensed the scent of the egg thief, the thunderbirds naturally stepped up their defense and reconnaissance work as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Paglio disliked the thunderbirds for being noisy, so he released a little dragon demeanor. The national level, dragon demeanor was no small matter. The frightened thunderbirds retreated one after another. After walking for a while, a huge figure appeared in the basin ahead. Feeling the breath of Chinrue's spiritual imprint, the Titans knelt and saluted. Master. The heavy footsteps gradually approached, and the unique, slow voice of Oceanus sounded. Rolla keenly felt the strangeness. The Titans here seem to be stronger than those in the demon realm. Their minds are clearer and have complete, autonomous consciousness. Oceanus, this is my wife, Rolla and Isabella. This is my brother, Paglio, and his wife, Crobolus. The Titans must remain in awe and obedience to them as they respect me. Chinrue introduced everyone to the Titans. Dodo had been here last time, so there was no need for introduction. Your order is the will of all Titans, Great Master. Oceanus bowed his head respectfully. There is one thing to report to Master. Yesterday, a team of dragons from Ryuzaku arrived at the Island of Storms and began the Magic Games illusion trial. Chinrue patiently listened to Oceanus's slow report. This trial was the masterpiece of him and Rolla's father, the Elf Kingspan, that day. The main task was the small dungeon instance of the magic game, Endless Warrior. In addition, there were magic circle trap tests and actual combat tests of the Titans. Although this trial was only a small part of the magic game, the effect was surprisingly good. Both the dragons and the dragon knights showed strong interest. Therefore, Chinrue successfully resolved the hatred between Ryuzaku and the Island of Storms. With the mediation of his mother-in-law, Melia, the two became partners instead. Since then, the dragons had come to the Island of Storms trial several times, and the response was good. This time it was said that it was an elite trial led by a senior elder. The participants were all Ryuzaku dragons with outstanding strength or potential. Elite? Paglio smiled strangely. Just let us unorthodox people experience it. You seem to have a lot of resentment. Jealous, envious, and hateful, dead duck dragon? Chinrue smiled and hugged Rolla. Let's go. Let's see if we can still see your acquaintance from 20,000 years ago. Dead duck, your whole family is... Before Paglio finished speaking, he saw Miss Long's eyes narrowed. Thinking of the spar that was completely abused a few days ago, Master Poison Dragon suddenly deflated and stopped talking. The trial ground was a basin with a cloud of mist in the center. In fact, it was a small magic game server combined with a magic circle. Participants would wear a special helmet to enter. Those who successfully completed the dungeon instance would appear at the entrance. Those who failed to complete the dungeon instance would be teleported out at best, or they would suffer from mental backlash, coma, or even soul damage. The main reason was that due to the lack of a central life crystal at that time, the control of this game server and the transmission of spiritual imprint were still very flawed. Qin Rui obtained a large number of spirit crystals from the mysterious Lost Land. Now he had successfully manufactured the core control crystal for the magic game, which was stored in the storage warehouse. Despite such a flaw, the Dragon's Trial participants were still very enthusiastic, and they had long been aware of it. After all, compared with the previous dangerous trial that was prone to death, this method was already very safe. Moreover, the magic circle also allowed a companion to enter the trial. This companion wore a sensing helmet that could forcibly cut off the power of spiritual imprint in the game when danger was detected to avoid accidents. There were many men and women standing outside the basin. Obviously, the dragons were in human form. The leader was a middle-aged man with a thin face and a mustache. Next to the man was Wind Elemental King Seth, and they were talking. The arrival of Qin Rui and others attracted the attention of the dragons, especially when they saw the titans who could rival the giant dragons kneeling on one knee and saluting the man from afar. Many dragons looked surprised. "You're here." Seth flew forward. In the eyes of the Elemental King, there was no difference between demons and humans. After Qin Rui helped to solve the biggest crisis last time, even the wind elementals, who were known for their fickleness, became his friends. Seth introduced the two of them to each other. This is Sir Perrin, a senior elder of Ryu. He is one of the leaders of this Ryuzuka trial. There is also Elder Groas, who is protecting the dragons participating in the trial ground. This is the creator of the trial ground, Sir Richard. It turns out to be Sir Perrin. Nice to meet you. Qin Rui seemed to have heard the name Perrin somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. He politely expressed his respect. Analytical eyes showed that Perrin was a blue dragon. His strength had reached SS+, the peak of the kingdom. Judging from the elemental breath that the evil eye sensed, this was a powerhouse who controlled the terrifying wind power. Perrin looked at Qin Rui, who only had the breath of a demon overlord, and showed a proud expression. "Are you the Richard who signed a contract with Maria?" This attitude made Qin Rui frown, and his face gradually turned cold. Perrin's gaze fell on a lady with glasses who was holding a man intimately. He suddenly froze, and his eyes became more and more surprised. Before Perrin could speak, a trembling voice sounded, Rala. The one who spoke was a dragon's with short hair. She was beautiful and slim, but unfortunately her chest was a little flat, giving people a special androgynous beauty. It was just that this beauty's face was full of horror, as if she saw the most terrifying thing. Even the corners of her eyes were twitching. Her lovely and moving appearance made people feel pity for her. Qin Rui was taken aback. He didn't expect that his words would actually come true. He really met Rala's acquaintance. Rala must have done something back then, something that made the beauty so afraid. Humph. Rala pushed the frame of her glasses and said contemptuously, "Carlo, you're still the same. When can you show some real manliness?" "Man." Qin Rui, Paglio, Isabella, and Crobolus blurted out at the same time. Such a cute boy must be a boy. This famous saying from his previous life appeared in Qin Rui's mind. He could only use the word embarrassed to express everyone's mood at the moment. It's actually the daughter of that bastard elf and Maria. Perrin's eyes widened. When Qin Rui heard this sentence, he suddenly remembered. Perrin, Carlo. That's right. The person Rala escaped from the marriage was this trap, Carlo. And Perrin was Carla's father. He actually met such an acquaintance. To be more precise, it should be enemies meet on a narrow road. Back then, when Laura heard that Melia wanted to marry her to Carew, she beat Carew up in a fit of rage. Then, she robbed the poor trap of all her wealth and ran away from home. When the elven king Span learned that his daughter had run away from home, he went to the poor trap and beat the poor trap father. Then, he robbed the Perrin family of all their wealth. After that, there was nothing left. It seemed that the protagonists of these two stories, the course of these two stories, were surprisingly similar. It couldn't be helped. They were father and daughter. Chinrue finally understood why Carlu was so scared when he saw Rala. Poor child. She was shrouded in psychological trauma for 20,000 years, and now the nightmare came again. The dragons were already whispering. The great elder's daughter, Rala. Didn't I hear that she ran away from home 20,000 years ago? She's actually holding hands with this man named Richard so affectionately. Perrin's eyes narrowed, and he hid his surprise and hatred. He put on a fake smile, so it's Rala. I haven't seen you for so many years. You finally appeared. Just nice. This time Uncle Perrin will bring you back to Ryuzaku. Fairy Miss Long looked at Perrin blankly. Who are you? I'm Carla's father. Perrin was worried that he couldn't use this as a pretext, and a trace of blue electricity lingered on his fingertips. It seems that I have to teach you basic manners on behalf of the great elder. Before Perrin could teach her, her hair suddenly stood on end. She saw faint purple sparks on Rala's body, and an extremely dangerous feeling arose in her heart. Chapter 911. Oh! The blue dragon elder sensed the dangerous aura from Rala, which seemed to have reached the level of a nation. Although he was slightly surprised, he didn't pay much attention to it. He raised his eyebrows, and his voice became colder. How dare you attack me? What I need to teach you now is not only basic manners, but also the basic rules. Although the dragon's concept of hierarchy was not as high as that of humans or demons, they still had basic rules, the most important of which was strength. Rala's fight with Carlu was a quarrel between children. Spangler's fight with Grimm was a contest between superclass masters. However, if Rala wanted to beat Grimm up, she would be going against her superiors, unless as soon as Grimm finished speaking, the purple light shone brightly, and the surrounding dragons burst into an uproar. Rala actually made the first move. The blue dragon elder was already prepared. The blue lightning flew out and blocked the purple light. Almost instantly, the two bolts of lightning collided. To the dragon's surprise, the purple lightning didn't collapse as they had imagined. Instead, it was in a stalemate with the blue lightning. These two bolts of lightning looked ordinary and didn't overflow. However, everyone could feel that these bolts of lightning contained extremely terrifying energy. Even the hardest metal would be instantly melted as soon as it got close to these bolts of lightning. Pylon felt the huge pressure from the purple lightning and was secretly shocked. He completely stopped underestimating it. With a low roar, his aura skyrocketed, and the blue lightning became even more dazzling. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, the purple lightning didn't budge. Pylon couldn't believe it. As a blue dragon, he was born with the power to control the wind element, especially since he had studied the power of lightning for many years. Even Rala's mother, the demigod Maria, might not be as accomplished in the study of lightning as he was. He had already used all his strength, but the Rala in front of him was firmly suppressing his strongest power, so the blue lightning couldn't get any closer. Was this still the ignorant little girl from back then? There was no need to compare kingdoms or anything else. Rala had shown that she wasn't any weaker than him in this exchange of blows. Kingdom of the Peak? At this moment, Pylon heard Rala snort coldly. Is this the end of your power? Pylon's expression changed drastically. He saw that the purple lightning around Rala's body began to flicker in a special rhythm. Her entire body gradually became thinner, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Instead, she became a phantom surrounded by lightning. The shining, purplish-blue ball of light in the middle began to move slowly towards Perrin. The dragons could hardly believe what they were seeing, facing the daughter of the great elder, Rala, who had been missing for 20,000 years. The blue dragon elder, Perrin, was being suppressed. The wind elemental king on the side was moved. Elemental heart. It's the rhythm of the elemental heart. Only the elemental king had the elemental heart. Now this rhythm actually manifested in Rala. Although it's only a basic rhythm, it is indeed the rhythm of the elemental heart of the wind. Seth looked horrified. Rala, who was composed of lightning phantoms, suddenly snapped her fingers, and the blue lightning instantly collapsed without a trace. Pylin's entire body was surrounded by purple lightning. Roar! Pylin's body grew rapidly, and he returned to his dragon body in the blink of an eye. The blue dragon was a natural wind elemental master. They had considerable immunity and damage reduction to the power of the wind element. However, this purple lightning seemed to have a special penetrative power, almost ignoring the blue dragon's talent. Pylin's huge body involuntarily convulsed and trembled in the lightning. He arched like a shrimp, and even his dragon scales stood up. He cried out in pain, "Damn it!" The trap Carlu on the side hurriedly wanted to come up and dissuade her. Suddenly, a weird onion appeared in front of him. Then his vision turned black and he fainted. The national level breath made the dragons shudder, and they did not dare to come forward for a while. This kind of act of pinching a soft persimmon to show off was naturally Sir Slime's specialty. Shinrue looked sympathetically at Pylin, who was wrapped in lightning. When he was the assistant of the fairy Miss Long in the Rainbow Valley, he was baptized like this every day. His history of blood and tears was enough to write a book, How Steel Was Refined, Demon World Chapter. He knew that Rala did not have the intention to kill. She just wanted to teach Pylin a lesson, including Pylin's arrogance toward him previously, so he did not dissuade her. "I'm Elder Ryuzaku. How dare you offend me like this?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Electric sparks sound. What are you waiting for? Otherwise, even Melia can't protect you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Groas. Save me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Stop. Buzz, 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 buzz. I was just joking. Rala. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I've become friends with your parents. You can't do this to me. Oh, the purple light finally slowed down. It's true. Absolutely true. Pylin confirmed, trembling all over. He felt that his tongue was so numb that he was about to lose his voice. "Who are you?" Rala asked in a daze. The purple sparks shone even more brightly. Pylin, everyone. At this moment, the mist of the trial's illusion suddenly stagnated. A loud shout was heard, and a dazzling golden light flashed in the sky. A huge golden palm appeared in the sky and pressed down toward Zola's head. As soon as this golden palm appeared, traces of cracks appeared in the surrounding space due to the terrifying pressure. Zola's face revealed a dignified expression. He abandoned Perrin and transformed into a purple giant hand at lightning speed. Then he faced the golden palm head-on. The speed of both sides slowed down under the power of the repulsion. It was only a confrontation in the air, but the lightning already showed signs of collapsing. However, soon there were 5 more types of lightning: black, white, blue, yellow, and red within the lightning. Its power suddenly increased by several times, or even dozens of times. Seth was shocked. Not only the wind element, but also the earth element, light element. A complete 6-elemental heart. In the blink of an eye, the lightning hand and the golden hand had already clashed. Everyone felt the nearby space tremble violently, and the 2 giant palms collapsed at the same time. The power actually canceled each other out. Pylin was shocked to see this scene. Groaz's power was almost at the mid-stage of demigod, and he was almost on par with great Elder Melia. Rala's power should be similar to his, but she could actually take this attack. It seemed that it was not unjust to lose just now. At this time, Wind Elemental King Seth already understood that this powerful female dragon was the beneficiary of the Wind Elemental Source power. To be precise, she got the source power of the 6 Elemental Kings. However, even if she got the 6 Elemental Source power, it was quite difficult to successfully construct the strongest 6 Elemental Kingdoms. One careless mistake would result in the destruction of the 6 Elemental Kingdoms. The woman in front of him not only successfully established the 6 Elemental Kingdoms, but she even surpassed the realm of the ordinary Elemental Kingdoms and produced the rhythm of the Elemental Heart. This kind of power was no longer an ordinary kingdom. In a certain aspect of quality, it had even surpassed demigod and was close to the level of power. Therefore, she was able to fight against the demigod-level Golden Hand. The intense green light in the Wind Elemental King's eyes gradually subsided. He seemed to want to say something, but he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Let's wait and see, Anne." In the illusion, it should be Groa's voice with a hint of surprise. A figure rose into the air, and the huge palm appeared again. The golden light and power of this giant palm were stronger than before. Although Rala had the 6 Elemental Kingdoms, it was only a kingdomization after all. The lightning giant palm just now had consumed a lot of her strength. It would be difficult for her to take this blow again in such a short period of time. A more dazzling brilliance suddenly flashed beside Rala, and a vast and powerful breath surged out. Among the bright stars, a fist punched toward the sky. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of the dragons, the golden giant palm was instantly torn apart. Next, the dragons watching the battle only saw the intertwining starlight and golden light. Their entire vision was strongly distorted by an indescribable force. In less than a minute, all the light disappeared except for the starlight. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the solid ground of the trial ground was filled with terrifying, crisscrossing cracks. The mist that originally covered the basin had disappeared. The entire trial's magic array seemed to have been destroyed by a powerful force. The dragons, who had been interrupted from their cultivation in the illusory realm, all looked over in shock. The 2 figures gradually became clear. The one wearing the magnificent 4-winged armor was Chun Rue, who cast Crimson Polar Transformation. He opened his right hand and aimed at the other young man. The young man was of medium build with a cold face and deep facial features. The half-body armor on his body had many cracks, and he was panting slightly. "Do you surrender?" Chinrue asked. The young man felt the terrifying breath hidden in his right hand, but his indifferent expression still did not change. He just looked at the dilapidated trial ground and gave an irrelevant answer. "You are very powerful, but you destroyed the dragon's trial ground." "This trial ground is mine, not the dragon's." Chinrue sneered. "I only ask you, do you surrender?" The young man nodded. "I do." Chinrue let out a breath of turbid air and waved his right arm toward the sky. A red light flew straight out and soared into the sky. Everyone had an illusion as if the entire sky was cut in half by this red line. When they regained their vision, the red line had already disappeared. Only the cracks in the space along the way seemed to prove the terrifying power of the attack. This scene made the young man's expression change. He knew that if he was hit by this attack, even if he had the body of a saint dragon, he would be turned into ashes without any suspense. The rest of the dragons were all dumbfounded. No one dared to make a sound. Even the strongest Elder Groas was easily defeated by the opponent. Chinrue's figure flashed and returned to Miss Long's side. That red annihilation just now was undoubtedly a deliberate show of power, so the effect was naturally great. Rala had already returned to her human form from the lightning shadow. She held onto Chunrue's hand, looking gentle and gentle, as if the electric roasted dragon earlier had nothing to do with it. When the young man saw Rala, he raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. "Rala, Uncle Groa's. Miss Long was stunned, but she did not pretend to be deaf and mute. It's good that you're back. Groas seemed to be more taciturn. He only nodded in relief and did not ask anything else. He walked straight to Carla's side and woke up the unconscious trap. At this moment, the way the dragons looked at Chunrue and Rala was very different. Regardless of the race, the truly strong would always win admiration and respect. Chunrue could see that although Groas did not speak much, he was definitely kind to Rala, not because he had just lost to him, but because he was truly kind. He thought for a while and said, I think there's no need to discuss the rules anymore. I believe Elder Pelin has no objections. The blue dragon elder, who had returned to his human form, stood up shakily with Carla's help. His battered body was still emitting green smoke from time to time. He looked dejected and did not reply. Rala's strength had obviously surpassed his. The so-called rules were just a joke. The most embarrassing thing was that he had lost face in front of his son and a group of juniors from the dragons. Your Excellency, Groas. The star armor on Chunrue's body gradually faded, and he revealed a friendly smile. Can you help me inform Great Elder Melia? I think this should be great news for a mother. Groas's gaze fell on Rala's hand that was holding Chunrue's, and he nodded. Since Groas and Melia were both demigod-level elders, he did not have a tool to directly summon Melia, and his old enemy, Pelin, would not have one. However, Groas had his own communication method. After he sent a message and established a fixed point in space, about 3 hours later, a teleportation portal opened at the fixed point, and 2 people rushed out. It was Great Elder Melia and the Elven King Span. The fairy dragon's Great Elder and the Elven King looked a little embarrassed. Melia's purple hair, which was usually tied up in a high bun, was scattered. It should be because she was in a hurry to prepare the teleportation portal that she did not care about her appearance. Rala. Melia saw her daughter, who was chatting with Isabella at first glance, and shouted. Rala stared at Melia blankly. Her lips moved, but before she could speak, she was already hugged by Melia, who teleported over. Baby, it's been 20,000 years. You're finally back. Ooh. Melia no longer had the majestic demeanor of a great elder. She hugged her daughter and cried. Rala shouted, Mom, and buried her head in Melia's chest. Her shoulders shrugged gently. The Elven King did not teleport. He just strode to the front of his wife and daughter, opened his arms, and hugged the 2 most important women in his life. Chunrue suddenly thought of the scene where he reunited with Catherine and her daughter in the finals of the Demon Realm Martial Arts Tournament, and his eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. Isabella came over, gently held his hand, and looked at the family of 3 enviously. Chapter 9:12. After the family reunited, Maria still held Rala's hand tightly, for fear that her daughter would disappear again if she let go. The Elf King's father-in-law walked to Chunrue's side and patted him on the shoulder. You are very good, very good. Chunrue just noticed that the strength of the Elf King's father-in-law had actually climbed to demigod. In fact, Span's strength was already demigod more than 20,000 years ago. It was just that the elves were in an existential crisis at that time. In order to seal the curse of the Tree of Nature in the Emerald Forest Sea Elves, Span paid the price of demotion and his life. If it weren't for Maria's secret technique of life sharing later, this Elf King would have fallen. Rather than saying that Span's advancement to demigod was advancement, it was better to say that it was recovery. This should also have the credit of Chunrue's filial piety by offering many treasures last time. It was just that the father-in-law seemed to be unable to control his strength when he was excited. He almost broke his son-in-law's shoulder blade. Mom, this is Paglio, this is Crobolus, and Dodo, they're all my best friends. Marilla's eyes lit up. In the past, Rala had always been a self-centered person, or he had always been immersed in his experiments and training. He had never had any friends, but now he actually made a few good friends. That man and woman should also be dragons, but that national-level onion was a little strange, Crubbulus pulled Paglio to salute Maria and her husband. Master Poison Dragon looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he and Rolla were sworn enemies at the beginning. No one expected that the two would actually turn enemies into friends and become true friends. Maria's gaze finally fell on Isabella. Although she did not see the scene of Isabella and Chinrue holding hands, the fairy dragon's great elder instinctively felt the threat of this charming woman to her daughter. She asked vigilantly, "What about this lady?" Facing Rolla's mother, even Isabella couldn't help but feel nervous. Isabella, one of his women. Rolla's answer made the atmosphere weird. However, Miss Long immediately took Isabella's hand and added, "Innie is my sister, and also my closest family in that place." Rolla's choice of words and address surprised Maria and Span. The couple quickly exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Isabella looked at Rolla gratefully and bowed respectfully to Marilla. "Lady Marilla, you don't have to be so reserved, Innie. Since you're Rolla's sister, you're our family. Just call me Auntie. Aunt Melia." Chinrue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Aunt Melia, let's go over there and have a seat." "You have to call me Lady Melia." The mother-in-law glared at her son-in-law with dissatisfaction, but she smiled at Isabella. She walked over and pulled Isabella and Miss Long affectionately to the side to talk. Chinrue was speechless for a while. He faintly heard his mother-in-law's question of, "How many sisters do you have?" He couldn't help but complain secretly. When he looked at his mother-in-law's father next to him, he smiled guiltily and quickly explained. After explaining for a long time, Elf King didn't seem to hear anything. He asked back, "What did you say?" "Chinrue." Sure enough, like father, like daughter. Master Poison Dragon, who was watching the fun at the side, seemed to be gloating. He whistled with an expression of, "You also have this day" on his face. Only the handsome master, who didn't understand the situation, jumped around happily, explaining that ignorance was happiness. After reuniting after such a long time, the family seemed to have endless things to talk about. "Baby, it turns out that you have experienced so much. In any case, don't leave us again." Span looked at his daughter next to Chinrue dotingly. "Wherever you want to go, Mom and Dad will accompany you." Span's last sentence was a little loud. Groa slowly walked over in the distance. "Span, you can go, but Melia, you can't go." Melia frowned, and Span sneered. "Our family can go wherever we want. What qualification does an outsider like you have to talk?" Groas ignored the Elf King and walked to the opposite of Melia. "Melia, let's go back to Ryuzuku. The elders are about to convene. You must not leave at this time." Span jumped up, contrary to his usual elegance, and pretended to be deaf and dumb. He cursed out loud, "Groas! Melia is my wife. Why would she go back with you? Get lost." Chinrue had long seen that there was something wrong between this dragon's elder and the Elf King's father-in-law. At this time, Rolla moved closer to his ear and whispered, "Uncle Groas and Mom are students of the same teacher, and also Mom's biggest pursuer in the past. So that's how it is." Chinrue revealed a look of realization. No wonder this Groas, who cherished his words like gold, would become so talkative in front of Melia. No wonder his father-in-law would explode. "Span," Groas shouted in a deep voice, "do you want to put Melia in a difficult situation?" The Elf King coldly snorted in disdain. "Isn't it just the position of Great Elder? Whoever wants it can take it. After so many years in Ryuzuku, I'm tired of those senseless intrigues. Now that our daughter has been found, we have no regrets. Ryuzuku. At worst, we'll just part ways. Our whole family will go back to the Jadeite Forest Sea." "Do you think so too, Melia?" "Maria." Groyes looked straight at Maria. "Span," Melia didn't directly answer, but first held Span's hand, her eyes incomparably gentle. "Do you still remember the scene when you risked your life to rush to the Jadeite Forest Sea? I also have a responsibility that I can't give up." The Elf King's anger gradually subsided. He tightly held his wife's warm hand and didn't say anything. Only then did Melia look at Groas. I have never forgotten my teacher's last words and my own responsibility. But this time, Stanwell has been preparing for a long time. Moreover, there is the secret support of His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to withstand his revolt. When the time comes, not only will I lose my position as Great Elder, I might even be expelled from Ryuzaku. If you go, you still have a chance. If you don't participate, you won't even have a last chance. Groas clenched his fists tightly. I didn't say that I won't participate in this time's Elder Council. I will fight with all my might, Melia nodded, handing Chinrue a communication ball. Richard, take this communication ball. As there were many outsiders present, Melia and Span had been paying attention to how they addressed Chinrue, stay with Rala, Isabella, and these friends on the Isle of Storms first. Once I've settled some matters, I will immediately contact you. No, Melia, Rala should go back with you. Groas's words completely ignited the Elven King. 2 long and narrow swords appeared in his hands, appearing in front of Groas in an instant. His body turned into countless afterimages. The sword light turned into a waterfall that filled the sky, piercing straight through. The afterimages and waterfall suddenly disappeared, only to see the 2 light blue swords piercing through Groas's shoulders. Fresh blood quickly dyed his clothes red, but Span, who was holding the 2 swords in his hands, had a look of astonishment on his face. Although Span's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and he was a demigod back in the day, he had, after all, advanced to demigod not long ago. While Groas was from the strongest Saint Dragon clan, his strength was already close to the middle stage of demigod, and he had extremely rich battle experience. The odds of winning between the two were 50-50. It would not be easy for either of them to win. The reason why Span's 2 swords directly hit him was entirely because Groas did not evade or give way. Groas! Melia also cried out in alarm. This time, Groas did not look at Melia, but stared at Span, who was still astonished. Do you know how outstanding Rala is? She has the strength of a peak nation, completely defeating Perrin. Not only Perrin, under the same level. She has no opponent, even before you advanced. She could even take a heavy blow from me at the demigod level unscathed. She is the most outstanding genius in Ryuzaku for so many years. After seeing Rala, Span and Melia were completely focused on their daughter and did not care about anything else. Hearing what Groas said, they finally knew what happened before the couple came here. Darling Rala completely defeated Perrin, and even took a blow from Groas. You should be very clear what such a genius means to Ryuzaku. Although His Majesty Palgoris secretly supported Stanwell and wanted to completely control the Elders' Council, compared to the future of the whole of Ryuzaku, he valued the latter more. With Rala, Melia has the capital to deal with the Elders' Council. Even if she no longer holds the position of Great Elder, at least she will not be exiled. Span, you are Melia's husband. You insist on taking her and Rala away. I have no right to stop you. But have you thought about it from Melia's point of view? I only have one question for you. After you were ostracized and left the Jadeite forest, did you really give up on the elves? Span was silent. After he gave up on the elf queen and chose Melia, he was ostracized by the elves and left the Jadeite forest. However, when the elves were facing a crisis of life and death, Span put aside all previous grudges and joined hands with Melia to break into the forest, killed the fallen elves, and sealed the tree of nature at the cost of his life and power. If he said that he had given up on the elves, he was simply deceiving himself. Just like what Melia had said before, she also had her own responsibilities that she could not let go of. The thin swords emitted a strong blue light, but it was not to kill the enemy, but to heal. In the blink of an eye, the 2 thin swords had already disappeared. Groas's wound stopped bleeding and began to rapidly heal. Of course, this was only a superficial healing, but the Saint Dragon had a strong self-healing ability. He only needed to rest for a few days, and he would be completely healed. The Elven King's action was undoubtedly a tacit approval of Groas's proposal. At this time Melia spoke. I am me and Rala is Rala. My daughter is not any kind of bargaining chip. I will not let my daughter's freedom be restricted because of my own matters. Back then, the marriage between Rala and Karu had the backing of the Dragon Emperor Palgoris. Perlin was Palgoris' biggest supporter at that time, and Melia's prestige in the Elders' Council was extremely high. Through this marriage, the Dragon Emperor could unify and further consolidate his newly ascended rule. However, this also caused Rala to retaliate, and in the end, she left for 20,000 years. Therefore, now, no matter what, Melia would not let her daughter be involved in the whirlpool of Ryuzuka's struggle. Groas smiled bitterly. Melia, I do not want to restrict Rala's freedom. On the contrary, as long as she can show her strength and value, she can do as she pleases. Moreover, when your son-in-law was fighting with me, he accidentally destroyed the dragon's trial ground. The cooperation with the Isle of Storms had already caused dissatisfaction in the Elders' Council. Fortunately, those dragons who participated in the trial were very interested in this kind of trial. Now that the trial ground has been destroyed, I'm afraid it will only make things worse. You don't have to say any more, Groas. I have made up my mind. Melia's attitude was extremely firm. Wait, mother. Rala spoke. I will go back with you. No, Melia and Span said in unison. Aunt Melia, Uncle Span, let me say a few words. Chinrue's voice rang out. First of all, I want to say, perhaps in your eyes, Rala is still a little girl who should hide behind her parents. But in reality, your daughter has already grown up. She has made her own choices and responsibilities. I think her choice is correct, so I support her. I will go with her to Ryuzuku. Rala glanced at Chinrue, undisguised affection flashing behind her glasses. No, you. Melia, Richard is right. Your daughter has really grown up. The Elven King stopped his wife from speaking. We are a family. No matter what, we will face it together. Melia was silent for a long time, finally nodding slowly. All right, then let's go back together. I want to see what kind of storm Stanwell can stir up. This is my Melia. The Elven King and Melia looked at each other, and they were full of pride. At most, we will make a big fuss, just like I did in the Emerald Forest Sea. I will go too, Isabella said softly and held Rala's hand. How can I and my wife miss out on such a lively event? Master Poison Dragon held Miss Betty's slender waist and grinned. Master Really Handsome also jumped and raised his hand, indicating that he was willing to go to Ryuzuku to find some soft persimmons to bully. Very good. Span didn't say anything polite. He just nodded. My daughter is right. They are indeed true friends. Since this is the case, Groas dropped a sentence and turned his head. You should hurry up to repair this trial ground. At least, you should barely restore part of the function before the meeting of the elders. Humph. Span glanced at Groas's back. Although this guy is annoying, his proposal is right. Richard, let's hurry up. There's no need. Chinrue smiled confidently. If that Stanwell wants to use this as an excuse to suppress Aunt Melia, I have full confidence to slap his face back. While there is still time, let's build a long-term two-way teleportation portal. I believe that after this elder meeting, the Storm Island will become an indispensable true partner of the entire Ryuzuku. Both Melia and Span had seen Chenrue's ability. Seeing that he was so confident, their eyes lit up. If he says he can do it, then he can definitely do it, Rala added, and Isabella nodded. Although this guy is cunning and shameless, his ability to bluff is still great. Master Poison Dragon added another sentence. Master is really handsome. Chapter 913. Ryuzuku was not a valley, but a huge mountain range. Different from the dragons in the demon realm, where the dragons resided on separate islands, the nests of the dragons in Ryuzuku were closer to each other, and the relationships between their clans were closer. The core of Ryuzuku was the Holy Spirit Peak in the middle of the mountain range. This was a huge mountain range that needed to be looked up at. It towered into the clouds and appeared majestic. This was the palace of the ruler of Ryuzaku, the Dragon Emperor Palgoris. The palace of the dragons was completely different from the elves, who wanted to be as beautiful as their hair. It appeared more majestic and ordinary. The so-called ordinary was the feeling of a nouveau riche. Even every inch of the material on the ground was a valuable treasure. It was sparkling and resplendent, as if they were afraid that people wouldn't know that it was valuable. This was the usual style of the dragon clan. In the palace, there was a routine elders meeting. The convening of the elders meeting was a major event for the dragons. Under normal circumstances, it would be held once every 5,000 years. The Dragon Emperor and all the elders would attend, mainly to discuss the personnel changes and future development of the dragons, as well as to vote on some important matters. The personnel changes included the promotion of the elders, the selection of the elites, and so on. Today's meeting attracted more attention from the dragons than ever before, because it was said that the personnel changes this time were unprecedented. The direct disciple of the previous Grand Elder, Nyanth, the current Grand Elder, Mariah, was likely to step down. Not only that, Mariah had been the Grand Elder for nearly 30,000 years and had committed countless mistakes. It could be said that he had a bad track record and would be judged by the Elders' Council. If the charges were proven, this Grand Elder might face house arrest or even exile. To the dragons of Ryuzaku, although Great Elder Melia sometimes appeared to be overbearing and domineering, and sometimes used many evil means, causing many dragons to complain endlessly, as a Great Elder, Melia was definitely a competent one. Over the years, she had helped and protected her people countless times. Almost every dragon in the whole of Ryuzaku had received some pointers from her. Her reputation was extremely high, and the rumors of her misdeeds were not convincing. However, everyone believed that after this elders' meeting, the truth would be revealed. Among the elders of the dragons, the one who had the highest chance of replacing Melia as the Great Elder was Stanwell. Stanwell was a newcomer who had been promoted by the Dragon Emperor Palgoris after he ascended to the throne. His promotion speed was very fast. In just a short period of 20,000 years, he had become the second most important person in the elders' meeting, besides Melia. For the dragons, 20,000 years was really nothing. It was like a guy who had no foundation and had been in politics for less than 10 years actually held the important position of Deputy Prime Minister. Everyone knew that Stanwell was backed by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. For generations, there had been a delicate balance between the elders' meeting of Ryuzaku and the Dragon Emperor. Sometimes even the Dragon Emperor had to be constrained by the decision-making power of the elders' meeting. It was a little similar to the relationship between the king and the parliament in Shanrue's previous life. Of course, this king had much more power. The current Dragon Emperor Palgoris was the type who had great talent and strategy but was more authoritarian. He had always wanted to get rid of this constraint and achieve his absolute rule. When he first ascended the throne 20,000 years ago, due to his unstable foundation, he used a conciliatory approach to the elders' meeting. Rala's marriage was one of the methods he used to win over Great Elder Melia. In the end, Rala ran away from the marriage, and the Elven King beat up Rala. Melia was a very smart person. After thinking about it, she did not calm the situation down. Instead, she made a big deal out of it, which was equivalent to handing the weakness to the Dragon Emperor. Palgoris understood the meaning of this. Not only did he not blame Melia, he even admitted his mistake of messing up the marriage and comforted Melia and her husband. The result of this matter was a win-win situation. Melia gained Palgoris's trust, and the position of the Dragon Emperor was further stabilized. However, the power of the position of Great Elder allowed him to interfere with every major political order. Moreover, Melia had a very high prestige among the dragons. For Palgoris, who had a strong desire for control, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings his own courtiers. For the past 20,000 years, Palgoris had been cultivating his own direct forces, and his trusted aide Stanwell was the representative figure who rose to prominence because of this. This time's elders' meeting was the time for Stanwell to draw his sword. To be precise, the one who really drew his sword was the Dragon Emperor Palgoris, who had been plotting for 20,000 years. After Melia, Perrin, and Groas arrived at the palace hall, the elders' meeting officially began. First, Dragon Emperor Palgoris routinely summarized the development of the Ryuzuka dragons over the past 5,000 years and expressed his gratitude for the elders' meeting's support. After Great Elder Melia paid her respects to the Dragon Emperor on behalf of the elders' meeting, Stanwell launched an attack. He pointed his finger at Melia and listed out a series of crimes. Stanwell's revolt was within the expectations of the elders. In fact, everyone knew that the so-called crimes of deceiving superiors and bullying subordinates, running amok, stuffing their own pockets, and suppressing rookies, even though some of them were caused by Melia's domineering attitude, most of them were because there was always a way to accuse someone of a crime. The evidence of these crimes is conclusive, and many of them have been witnessed and heard. I will only give you one example. Stanwell glanced at Perrin. Back then, Melia and Perrin were connected by marriage. In the end, Melia's daughter, Rala, ran away. Not only did Melia not apologize to Perrin, but she instigated her husband, Span, to attack Perrin, severely injuring him and looting his wealth. This kind of domineering violence is simply infuriating. Elder Perrin, as the victim, you only need to say, "Did this happen?" Perrin didn't dare to look at Melia and just nodded. "Yes." "Great Elder," Stanwell smiled slightly. "What do you have to say?" Melia didn't even look at Stanwell. Her gaze fell on Dragon Emperor Palgoris. "Your Majesty, do you think so too?" Palgoris shrugged and smiled without saying a word. "Stanwell, continue." Melia turned her head, looked at Stanwell, and said faintly. Stanwell only felt that the gaze of the fairy dragon's great elder was like a sharp arrow penetrating his soul. He shivered slightly and didn't dare to look directly at her. He looked away and continued to speak. Many of the crimes that followed were false and true. Most of the truth was that Palgars had deliberately condoned Maria's actions that day, but Maria did not explain, and Dragon Emperor Palgars did not speak either. At the end, Stanwell finally revealed his fangs. Melia is no longer suitable to be the Great Elder, and her behavior is too bad. I suggest that she be imprisoned for 10,000 years or banished from Ryuzuku as a warning to others. Whether it was imprisonment or banishment, it was the most serious punishment. There was basically no possibility of a comeback. It seemed that Dragon Emperor was determined to bring down the Great Elder this time, but Melia's prestige was there. Not only had she worked hard all these years, but her contributions couldn't be buried. If they were really punished like this, the elders would inevitably feel that they would die. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report." After Stanwell finished speaking, Groas stepped forward and said, "The trial ground of Storm Island has been destroyed." "What?" Palgoris frowned. "Who did this?" Groas looked at Melia. "It's Great Elder Melia's son-in-law." Groas seemed cold and taciturn, but he was not a simple-minded person. After the battle on Storm Island, his first reaction was to block the news and forbid anyone from sending messages to Ryuzuku, including Perrin. It was also Groas's idea that Melia and the others had entered the palace at the right time to attend the elders' meeting. The purpose was to not give Stanwell time to prepare or react. Now that he had taken the initiative to expose this matter, it was undoubtedly a retreat in order to advance. "It's Melia again." As expected, Stanwell immediately jumped out to criticize. "This trial ground is very important to the dragons. It was originally one of Melia's few correct decisions. Who would have thought? Wait a minute." Palgoris heard a key point and interrupted Stanwell. "Did you just say her son-in-law?" The elders also realized this point, and the voices of discussion instantly quieted down, their gazes all landing on Groas. Rala, she's back. Groaz's next sentence shocked everyone. She defeated Elder Perrin. Rala defeated Perrin? Palgoris was shocked, thinking he had heard wrong. Are you sure it's Rala and not Melia or Span? Yes, it's Rala, and it's a complete defeat. Groaz glanced at Perrin. Elder Perrin? Perrin felt the strange gazes of the crowd and wanted to find a hole to hide in. But the truth was right before his eyes. Even if he fought with Rala again, he would only make a fool of himself. There was no way to deny it, so he could only nod. Rala defeated Elder Perrin with lightning power. Everyone, don't laugh at Elder Perrin. If we were at the same level, whether it was me, Span, or Melia, we would all end up the same as Elder Perrin if we fought Rala. Stanwell was shocked. You mean, Rala has reached the Pinnacle Kingdom? Not just an ordinary Pinnacle Kingdom. At that time I was protecting the dragons participating in the trial and attacked her without knowing it. But Groaz sighed and paused. Rala took a heavy blow with 70% of my strength unscathed. Elder Perrin and all the elites of the dragons participating in this trial can testify to this. Rala is the most outstanding genius of all the races that I have ever seen. There is no one else like him. Perrin hurriedly nodded. It was not a shameful thing to lose to the most outstanding, especially when Groaz had admitted that he was no match for Rala at the same level. In just 20,000 years, she had reached the Pinnacle Kingdom, invincible in the same level, and she could fight beyond her level. 3 almost impossible things, all concentrated on one person. No wonder Groaz used 2 words. The most outstanding genius. No one else. Not to mention the elders. Even Palgoris was moved. Stanwell did not expect such a turn of events and was momentarily stunned. Melia, is this true? This result was within Melia's expectations. Melia smiled indifferently. Compared to other things, I am more happy to be reunited with my daughter. As for strength, Rala is now outside the palace. If your majesty does not believe me, you can summon her immediately. All right. Palgoris nodded. Groaz, bring Rala to the hall immediately. I think not only me, but all the elders are impatient to see the most outstanding genius of the dragons. Chapter 9:14. A moment later, Rala appeared in the main hall of the royal palace. Strength aside, just the peerless beauty of Fairy Miss Long alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. However, there was clearly no beauty in Palger's eyes. He was merely sizing up Rala with a scrutinizing gaze. Fairy Miss Long appeared calm and composed. To be more precise, she was naturally dazed. They stared at each other while she stared blankly at Rala. As expected of the Pinnacle Kingdom. Very good. Palgers sensed the energy waves on Rala's body. His eyes lit up, and he did not hide his admiration. Rala, now attack me with all your might. Fairy Miss Long did not seem to hear him clearly. What? The Dragon Emperor appeared to be very patient, and he repeated, with all my might, just as Palgers opened his mouth. Fairy Miss Long suddenly launched a sneak attack. Her body turned into a structure that looked like water ripples in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, Palger's body and the throne behind him were frozen into an ice sculpture. Instantly frozen. Melia and the other elders who were proficient in the elements could feel that this attack seemed simple, but it was extremely mysterious. Not only did it contain the freezing of the water element, but it also contained the solidification of the earth element. The 2 elemental powers were perfectly stacked together, and the power was multiplied several times. Before most of the elders could react, a purple lightning bolt containing terrifying power penetrated the ice sculpture, and the entire ice sculpture immediately shattered. Everyone was shocked, but Palger's body did not shatter. What shattered was only a human-shaped shell. A ball appeared in the hands of the Dragon Emperor. It was a ball of light surrounded by lightning, and it was Rala's most powerful attack. This result was not unexpected, because Palgers was the only super expert in Ryuzaku, who had reached the demigod realm. Not to mention that Rala was only at the Pinnacle Kingdom. Even a demigod at the Pinnacle Kingdom would not be able to hurt the Dragon Emperor. However, some observant elders had already noticed that cracks had appeared on the throne behind Palgoris. It's actually the composite power of 6 elements. Even the completely opposite elements are fused so perfectly. In terms of power alone, it has far exceeded the nationalization level. This should be the most powerful 6 elemental kingdom of the fairy dragon, right? Palgoris' golden pupils emitted a scorching light. With a movement of his fingers, the light ball disappeared without a trace. The Dragon Emperor's gaze swept past the cracks on the throne behind him. Instead of being angry, he was delighted. He stood up and laughed out loud. "You are indeed the most outstanding genius, the one and only. Rala, I now appoint you as an elder, and you will enjoy the highest privileges. Elder Melia, you have given birth to a good daughter. Very good. Very good." In addition, he had used the word very good 3 times, which was very rare in Palgoris. Stanwell had followed Palgoris for many years. How could he not understand His Majesty's thoughts? The appearance of this genius daughter, Melia, had already changed His Majesty's original intentions. Such a peerless young genius was rarely seen in a million years. She was undoubtedly one of Ryuzaku's greatest hopes in the future. If it was any other race, as long as it was a qualified chief, he would not give up or mistreat such a person. Putting aside the fact that he had directly appointed Rala as an elder, just the way Palgoris addressed Melia showed his attitude. No matter what exaggerated things Melia had done in the past, they could all be ignored. Under such circumstances, it was no longer possible to banish or imprison Melia. What Stanwell had to do now was to settle for the next best thing, which was to push Melia down from the position of Great Elder. "Congratulations, Elder Rala, and congratulations, Your Majesty. Ryuzaku has gained such a peerless genius." Stanwell then changed the topic. "I would like to ask Elder Melia, has the trial grounds of the dragons been repaired?" In this short period of time, Stanwell had already communicated with Pylon in secret. From Pylon, he had learned that the trial grounds of the Islands of Storms had not been repaired. With a thought, he immediately decided to use this as a breakthrough. Melia's eyes flashed. She had originally wanted to bait Stanwell, but she did not expect him to bring up this topic himself. She immediately frowned and did not say anything. Stanwell was secretly delighted, but he shook his head. The trial grounds were jointly built by Melia's husband, the Elven King Span, and the master of the Islands of Storms. It has always been well received by the dragons. I have personally seen it, and it is indeed an ingenious and mysterious illusion. Now I know that the master is Elder Melia's son-in-law, Richard. Regardless of whether she signed the contract with the Islands of Storms out of selfishness, Elder Melia's actions today are unconvincing. Elder Melia clearly knows that she will be punished by the Elders' Council today, but she still deliberately instigated her son-in-law to destroy the trial grounds at this critical moment. What does this mean? She is obviously threatening the Elders' Council and His Majesty. Using one's achievements to coerce the Master was a more serious action than using one's achievements to intimidate the Master. The last sentence almost touched the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. Palgrise raised his eyebrows slightly and sat down again. Regardless of whether Stanwell's words were true or not, this was a taboo for him. Stanwell noticed Palgrise's expression and quickly stopped while he was ahead. Everyone makes mistakes. I am not suggesting to banish and imprison Elder Melia, but I feel that Melia is indeed no longer suitable to be the Great Elder. Melia calmly bowed to Palgrise. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the future of the dragons and also involves some secrets. However, since Stanwell has brought it up in the Elders' Council, Your Majesty, will you allow me to publicly report this matter to you in private? Of course. Palgrise muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded slightly. If it was before Rala appeared, he would definitely not have such an attitude. However, I hope to have a real explanation for the trial grounds incident. Of course, first, I would like to introduce my son-in-law to everyone, a special human, Richard. Just as Melia finished speaking, a human figure appeared out of thin air beside Rolla. It was Chin Rue. The elders were taken aback. When did this person come in? His breath on the surface is only demon overlord level, but he actually deceived so many powerful dragons present. Melia, how dare you? Stanwell shouted. Today is the Dragon's Elders Council meeting, and you actually let a human in. Palgrize raised his hand, and the surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. You came in with Rolla, right? What an amazing concealment talent. Even I, who controls the entire palace, can only feel a trace of strangeness. Your Majesty. Chenrue bowed to Palgrize. Palgrize was a very young man with silver hair and golden eyes. His expression looked very casual, and he actually looked a bit familiar. Chenrue remembered that during the duel between Samuel and Paul, the young man who sat side by side with his human father, Rex the Great, was Palgrize, the Emperor of Dragons in the human world. No wonder Rex decided to let Samuel participate in the Dragon Knight selection of Rizku with just a word of praise from Palgrize. First of all, I apologize to your Majesty. After all, my intrusion is very impolite. However, I have an agreement with my wife that I will face any danger with her. Chenrue smiled slightly, but this worry is obviously unnecessary. His Majesty Dragon Emperor's courage is unexpected. I am happy that Rolla has such an elder and guide. Oh, Palgrize glanced at Chenrue lightly. This reason is good, and the compliment is also very good. However, it is not enough to offset your presumptuousness and Elder Melia's presumptuousness. At the mention of presumptuousness, Palgrize's tone became a little more serious. Your Majesty has misunderstood Elder Melia. Entering this palace is one of the conditions that I proposed for cooperation with Ryuzaku. Palgrize was a little surprised. You are cooperating with Ryuzaku. Arrogant, ignorant. Stanwell shouted, if not for Elder Rolla's sake, I would have crushed an ant like you into powder right now. Your Majesty, I suggest that this person be banished from Ryuzaku immediately. In addition, I think we should reconsider the issue of Elder Rolla's spouse. As the most outstanding genius of Ryuzaku, how can she marry a human? Her husband should at least be dragons. Chenrue looked at Stanwell and suddenly said, Brother-in-law, hello. Stanwell was stunned. Brother-in-law? Family? What kind of twist was this? He means F***ck, your sister. Dragon Emperor Palgrize's explanation made Stanwell blush in anger. Your confidence does make me curious. Dragon Emperor looked at Chenrue with interest, his seemingly indifferent golden eyes flashing a frightening cold light. Before I consider Stanwell's suggestion, I want to hear your explanation first. Take note, your explanation is Elder Melia's explanation, so you better think carefully before you speak, because you only have one chance. First, let me explain about the trial ground. Yes, I was the one who destroyed the trial ground, and I already have something 100 times more powerful than that. Why would I care about a defective product? Moreover, the ownership of this trial ground is in my hands, not the dragons. I destroyed my own thing. Do I need to be blamed by the dragons? Although the last sentence was domineering, Palgrize grasped the key point immediately. 100 times more powerful? You mean the original is just a defective product, equivalent to only 1% of it? It's not even 1%. Chenrue raised a finger. This is a special device that combines entertainment and training. It can provide a stronger and more perfect trial. Not only can it cultivate countless more outstanding talents on the basis of 0 casualties, it can also bring endless wealth. This is the most important project. I want to work with the dragons. 0 casualties, countless talents, endless wealth. Palgrize's eyes shone brightly. Are you serious? As the master of the ancient alchemy civilization, the master of all the ancient guardians, including the Titans in a certain field. My words carry as much weight as His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, and this is the source of my confidence. Moreover, practice is the best proof. Before I came here, I had already set up a small trial ground in the square of Rainbow Peak, where Elder Melia lives. There should be many dragons there to test it now. Why don't you go take a look, Your Majesty? Palgrize did not hesitate this time. He immediately stood up. Go now! Chapter 9:15. About 10 minutes later, Palgoris and a group of elders arrived at Melia's Rainbow Peak. Before they even reached the square, everyone was shocked. They saw a long queue at the foot of the mountain. Varg, why are you queuing up again? There was only 20 minutes of trial time. That wasn't fun. But my account and level are still there, so I can continue. Hey, Kerson, aren't you afraid of trials the most? Why aren't you escaping this time? Scared my ass. The trial tester I killed just now actually dropped a small crystal that recovered 10% HP. Luckily, I was quick and stored it in the warehouse, haha. Should I continue to adventure later? You're really lucky. The monster I fought with Soroga was about to die, but the 20 minutes were up. I heard that not only is there a potion like the crystal, there's also special equipment. This trial is much stronger than the one on Storm Island. Not only is there no soul backlash, but the feeling of the battle is also imprinted in my mind. Spear, when we get back, let's fight again. This time, I'm confident that I can break your ultimate move. Who's afraid of you? Stanwell hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is a trick of Melia and that human. These dragons may have been deliberately summoned to deceive. Palgoris looked at him deeply, causing Stanwell to panic and not speak again. Everyone quickly arrived at the plaza and saw that there was an additional pillar in the plaza. Elven King Span, Paglio, and the others were standing guard by the side. Around the pillar, many dragons were in human form, wearing special magic helmets on their heads. They were lying on the ground, seemingly in a comatose state, and did not even notice Palgoris' arrival. How about this? I'll wake them up first. Chun Rue snapped his fingers, interrupting the output of magic power. One by one, the dragons woke up. Why is it gone? Lord Span, what happened? Just now, I was fighting a small boss with Rathel and was about to die. Suddenly, it disappeared. Hurry up and continue. That guy hit my head with something. Prince Palgoris. The dragons hurriedly stood up and bowed. Palgoris looked at the dragons, clamoring to continue. Among them, there were many who liked to slack off, and he was extremely surprised. Among these dragons, many of them were the children or disciples of the elders, as well as the trusted aides that he had groomed. It was impossible for all of them to be bribed by Maria to deceive him. Then there was only one explanation. The new trial ground was indeed as the human had said. It was extremely attractive. Was it really 100 times stronger than the one on Storm Island? Palgoris picked up a magic helmet, and Chanrue's voice came from the side. Your Majesty, the current trial system can only target practitioners who do not exceed the peak of the kingdom. If Your Majesty wants to try it, you must suppress your soul power below the peak of the kingdom. Your Majesty can feel this training method, but because your soul power is too high, you cannot be truly affected by the illusion of the kingdom, so you cannot benefit from the training. Palgoris nodded and put on the helmet. The rest of the elders followed suit. Stanwell hesitated for a moment before picking up the helmet as well. 3 hours later, Rainbow Peak Hall. Your Excellency Richard. Palgoris looked at the human on the other side of the round table with a face full of smiles. After personally experimenting with the trial and listening to Chinrue's blueprint for the development of the game on the surface, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's attitude had changed drastically. Be it in terms of lifespan or strength, the dragon race was incomparable to other races. Even if the magical game covered the entire surface world, the dragon race would definitely improve faster than other races under the same training environment. Moreover, with the continuous charging mode, 0 casualties, countless talents, and endless wealth. All of these were things that could truly be grasped in one's hands. This human was not exaggerating. Your Excellency Richard's plan for the surface world is something I agree with very much. This will also be a historic change. However, 70% is still too much for you. I think it's best to split it 50-50. Your Majesty, I still think 30% is too much for me to give to Ryuzaku. Chinrue shook his head, still unwilling to give in. No one can imitate or crack this technology. The elders have already confirmed it. In other words, I have unique technology and equipment. I just need to find the most reliable partner. If I may be so rude, the Dragon Clan isn't the only force that can promote magic games. For example, the Holy Mountain of Light and the elves have the same or even better conditions. Does your Majesty intend to push me to these forces? Your Excellency, do not forget your relationship with the dragons, be it public or private. We are not something the elves or the Church of Light can compare to. Palgoris spread his hands. Why don't I get Elder Rala to talk to you? Chinrue chuckled. If that is the case, your Majesty, you should be prepared to cut your own flesh. Rala is my woman. It would be good if the dragons could even get 10%. In fact, the magic trial game is just one of my projects with the dragons. For example, this. A bottle of wine appeared on the table, its fragrance wafting through the air. There were almost no dragons in Ryuzaku who did not like wine, and the fragrance was so unique and rich that it surpassed almost all the fine wines they had tasted. Many of the elders could not help but sniff, staring at the wine on the table. As the Dragon Emperor, Palgoris was no exception. Yellow wine, brewed from the spring of life. It is divided into 4 grades: 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and supreme grade. This bottle is supreme grade yellow wine. Your Majesty can have a taste. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottle was already in Palgoris' hands. He took a small sip and his eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, the bottle was empty. Seeing the satisfied expression on the Dragon Emperor's face, the elders swallowed their saliva. Beside Chinrue, Paglio snickered. I drink such fine wine every day. Actually, the cunning humans still had a trick up their sleeves. After all, that white wine was the real killer. Not just yellow wine, but also potions. Potions? Palgoris shook his head. I can settle the yellow wine cooperation right now. As for potions, to tell you the truth, Elder Clundy is a pharmaceutics guru. He has studied pharmaceutics for many years and can brew 3 eternal potions. He is even better than your human pharmaceutics guru. In this aspect, the dragons do not need. Before Palgoris could finish, Chinrue threw a bottle of black potion to the white-haired Elder Clundy. Clundy opened the bottle and took a sniff. He was shocked. Wait, your Majesty. Palgoris was stunned. He saw that Clundit, who had always been calm, was trembling with excitement as if he had drunk some stimulant. Elder Clundit, don't rush. In his excitement, Clundy shouted at the Dragon Emperor. I want to test it first. With that, Clundy disappeared. Soon, he returned to the hall with a dragonfly in his hand. The dragonfly was one of the dragon's companions. It had strong attacks but a weak body. Clundy waved his hand, and the dragonfly's body split into 2. Soon, it was no longer breathing. Everyone present was a powerful person, and they could clearly feel that the dragonfly was dead. However, when Clundy poured the black potion on the dragonfly, the 2 halves of the dragonfly's body slowly healed. In the end, it flapped its wings and came back to life. This scene made Palgoris's pupils shrink. He finally understood why Clundy lost his composure. The rest of the elders were also visible. It turned out to be the legendary Chinrue, looked as calm as Mount Tai. Master Poison Dragon kept criticizing these dragons on the surface world as bumpkins who had never seen the world, but he never thought about how he looked when he saw this potion. It's really the resurrection potion. Clundy roared, and the entire hall buzzed. He lost his usual calmness and almost rushed to the front of Chen Rui. Where did this potion come from? As I said, I'm the master of the ancient alchemy civilization. This title is a bit scary. To be more precise, I'm the inheritor. Chen Rui said calmly, Of course I made the resurrection potion. Other than that, I can also make a full set of true potions and eternal potions. Hearing this, Maria and Span looked at each other. In fact, both of them knew very well that their son-in-law could make more than these. There was also the longevity potion that was as famous as the resurrection potion. However, the couple didn't say anything. They just looked at Chen Rui with satisfaction. Your Excellency, Grand Master. Clundy's face was flushed with excitement. He suddenly thought of something and bowed, respectfully. Please forgive me for my rudeness. I can't help but get excited at the thought of seeing the highest resurrection potion in my lifetime. Student, Chen Rui was stunned. This old man was at least tens of thousands of times older than him. Wait, Elder Clundy. There are no elders here, only Grand Masters and apprentices. Clendit was incoherent. This scene undoubtedly shocked Palgoris and his companions. The dragons were all knowledgeable people. A full set of true potions was one thing, but a full set of eternal potions was not something that could be compared to. Furthermore, there was the resurrection potion. A Grand Master who could make a full set of eternal potions was already in existence that the entire world looked up to, let alone a Grand Master who could make a top-level resurrection potion. On the other side, Chen Rui finally managed to temporarily quell the fanatical old man's thoughts of becoming his disciple. So Sir Richard is a potion Grand Master. Palgoris was filled with deep veneration. Great Elder Maria, I've said before that you have an amazing husband. Now, let me add that you have an amazing daughter and son-in-law. Maria tilted her head gracefully, expressing her gratitude to the Dragon Emperor for his praise. Ever since Chen Rui had displayed his strength, Stanwell's expression had grown uglier and uglier. Now that Palgoris had addressed him as Great Elder, it was equivalent to knocking his last hope of getting lucky. Your Majesty, there should be no problems with Ryuzaku working with me, right? Of course, Sir Richard, Palgoris smiled. Chen Rui shrugged, but I still have some questions. Before we really cooperate, I think it is necessary to go out and talk about some personal issues with Elder Stanwell, a bastard who clamored to exile my wife's mother and to marry my wife to someone else. The Dragon Emperor's smile turned a little strange. Are you sure? I'm sure. But as long as Elder Stanwell is willing to apologize to Aunt Maria and Uncle Span in front of the entire clan and offer all his assets as compensation, this matter will be over. Dream on. The conflict between me and Maria is an internal affair of the dragons. What right do you have to interfere? Stanwell immediately jumped up. If he really did that, forget about competing with Maria. He would not even be able to raise his head in Ryuzaku. Chen Rui deliberately glanced at Groas. I've given you a chance, Stanwell. Human, do you think that you and Groas can scare me by putting on a show and destroying the trial grounds of the Isle of Storms? Stanwell had already made up his mind. Apologies and compensation are out of the question. If you want to go out, then don't let a third person interfere. Richard. Maria revealed a nervous expression. Now that your partnership with Ryuzaku has been confirmed, let's forget about this matter. Stanwell's strength, Richard. Fairy Miss Long also worriedly said 2 words. Even though Maria did not continue, Stanwell was even more certain that Richard was just a paper tiger. This was exactly what he had expected. Groas and Maria were obviously in cahoots, and the Isle of Storms was a setup to deal with the Elder Assembly. Not only that, Stanwell also had a special talent of telepathy, and could clearly feel that this human's true age was not even 30 years old. Even if he was an inheritor or a genius, he would at most be at the nation level, and this was because of Rala. Rala would not marry a weakling who only had the strength of a saint level. Stanwell's biggest advantage was his own strength. Even though he was only at the nation level on the surface, he had recently advanced to the level of a demigod with the help of the Dragon Emperor. This was also one of his trump cards in the competition for the position of the Great Elder. As long as Maria and Span did not make a move, even if it was Rala, he had absolute confidence in making the other party humiliate himself. Chinrue secretly gave his wife and mother-in-law a thumbs up, as expected of the black-bellied mother and daughter. Just a few words, and Stanwell had fallen into their trap. All right, since Aunt Maria has said so, I'll give you one last chance. Elder Stanwell, apologize, just apologize. Haha. Stanwell laughed maniacally. There's no need for that. I'll wait for you outside. As long as you convince me. Forget about apologizing in front of the entire tribe. I'll even compensate Maria with all my assets. With that, Stanwell did not give Chinrue a chance to say anything, striding out of the door. Chinrue hesitated for a moment, but as if he could not bring himself to lose face, he could only follow. After the two figures disappeared from sight, the silent Groas finally spoke up. I couldn't last more than a minute against Richard on the Isle of Storms. This isn't an act. All the elders. I actually wanted to tell Richard that Trenwell is too weak. There's no point in bullying him, the black-bellied mother-in-law explained innocently. All the elders. Chapter 9:16. In the hall, the earth shook and mountains shook, and many dragons cried out in alarm. A moment later, Chinrue walked in with a satisfied expression, dusting his hands. Oh! Palgoras's interest grew. You finished talking with him? Yes, he lost in reasoning. Chinrue spread his hands. According to the agreement, Stanwell should apologize in public and compensate for all his assets. But he was right, his conflict with Aunt Maria is an internal affair of the dragons. As an outsider, it is not appropriate for me to interfere in how it is resolved. The decision should be left to His Majesty and Aunt Maria. A look of surprise appeared on Palgoras's face. This method was equivalent to giving up the fruits of the battle after winning. Although it looked like a loss, it was a good way to preserve the dignity of the Dragon Emperor and even the entire dragon race. It was a brilliant method of advancing by retreating. Just from Melia's point of view, it was more fruitful than directly making Stanwell apologize and compensate. So, the one with the greatest talent is not Rala, but you. Palgoras looked deeply into Chinrue's eyes. The youngest grandmaster in history, the youngest demigod. Perhaps there is something else I do not know. I have a feeling that I am ignorant and ill-informed. When did the human race produce such a peerless figure like you? I didn't even know about it until today. Palgoras's burning gaze swept past Isabella, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Chinrue noticed the change in the Dragon Emperor's gaze and smiled calmly. Cooperation is not about begging or charity. For both parties, the stronger the better, isn't that right? That's right. Palgoras nodded. Please sit. Maria suddenly spoke up. Before Your Majesty and Richard discuss the cooperation, I want to say something first. Palgoras nodded slightly. Please speak, Great Elder. I originally wanted to report this matter to Your Majesty before the meeting of elders. However, I happened to hear the news about Rala, so I hurried to reunite with my daughter. I apologize for the delay, Your Majesty. It doesn't matter. I can totally understand your feelings. Your Majesty, the original intention of the Elders' Council was to assist the Dragon Emperor, to gather wisdom, and to let the dragons move forward in a more stable situation. For many years, they had played an extremely important role. The Elders Guild's contribution to Ryuzuku's current scale and development was obvious to all. However, there are pros and cons to everything. After a long time, we have also seen some shortcomings. What I want to clarify here is the issue of the Great Elder's authority. Since the original intention of the Elders Guild is to gather everyone's strengths and avoid a single mistake, then the Great Elder should not have the highest authority to make decisions alone. I suggest that the Great Elder's authority be divided, with a portion integrated into the Dragon Emperor's authority and a portion given to the elders. Each elder would have the right to vote and make decisions. The role of the Great Elder would be more like a spiritual assistant, with a focus on promoting the implementation of the Dragon Emperor's decisions and training new people. After hearing Dragon Emperor's words, all the elders burst into an uproar at once. It was equal to distributing the highest authority of the Great Elder to all the other elders. Not only would the status of all the elders and authority be further improved, but from the perspective of Dragon Emperor, his decision-making power would also be further improved. As a result, the original authority of the Great Elder would be greatly reduced. Palgoras's eyes flickered for a moment before he took a deep breath. Great Elder Maria, may I be rude to ask if you are serious? These words are completely from the bottom of my heart. Maria looked straight into Palgoras's eyes. It is also what I have always thought. Now, as the Great Elder, I formally propose this to Your Majesty and ask for Your Majesty's approval. If I remember correctly, the authority that the Great Elder has today should have been further strengthened by the former Great Elder, that is, your teacher, Nirance. Before Great Elder Nirance died, he specially handed the position of Great Elder to you, but now you, teacher, is wholeheartedly for the dragons and does not have any selfish motives. The gods can attest to this, Maria said resolutely. This world is constantly developing and improving, and Ryuzuka must adapt to this environment and constantly adjust and improve in order to keep up with the pace of the times. The dragons need a more united and harmonious leadership. Internal strife or adherence to old rules will only make us stagnate or even go backwards. Let the dragons always stand proudly at the peak of the world. This is also teacher's original intention. Palgoras slowly stood up and solemnly bowed to Maria. Great Elder, please accept my highest respect and apologies for some of the misunderstandings I have had. I swear by the Dragon God that as long as I, Palgrise, am in power, Great Elder Maria will always be the leader of the Council of Elders, the guide of the Dragon Clan, and my good teacher and friend. Maria also bowed in return. This resolution was naturally unanimously approved by all the elders, with the exception of a certain brother-in-law who was away, and the somewhat delicate atmosphere immediately became harmonious. Chinrue nodded inwardly. This move of his mother-in-law's was much better than what he had done previously. Using the influence of this son-in-law, not only did she pull out the biggest thorn in the Dragon Emperor's heart, she had also turned her precarious position into an unbreakable one. The dragons would also become more united. This was a win-win situation, worthy of the highest elder who had been in charge of the Council of Elders for many years. Great Elder, I'll leave the negotiations with Richard to you. I trust you will bring me results that will satisfy me. A crafty glint flashed past Palgoras's eyes. Your Majesty, this doesn't seem a little unkind. Chinrue's expression froze. Maria was not Rala, and it was clear from her insistence on returning to St. Peak that the responsibility and interests of her people were important to her. The problem was that, with his mother-in-law around, it would be difficult for him to bargain with her. How was he supposed to bargain? Maria is the number one person in the dragons after the Dragon Emperor. Do you think she cannot represent me? Palgoras's smile seemed to have the potential of an unscrupulous businessman in Chinrue's eyes. Of course not. Aunt Maria is definitely qualified. Chinrue changed the topic. By the way, let me first apologize to Your Majesty. When I was negotiating with Elder Stanwell, our words were a little harsh. Both of us are at the age of youth, and in the end, the elders of the dragons were speechless. It's fine if you're young and vigorous, but Stanwell is tens of thousands of years old. What's the point of being young and vigorous? If there's a need, you can talk to him again. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's serious reply made the elders even more speechless. Even if you really want to call him brother-in-law, you can. His sister Lorraine is a famous beauty in the dragons. I can introduce her to you. This time it was Chenrue who was speechless. He finally understood that whether it was the demon realm or the human world, the dragons were all thick-skinned, especially the thick-skinned ones. It was fine to send his mother-in-law to negotiate previously, but now he was actually pimping him in front of his wife. Feeling the sharp gazes of Rala, Isabella, Maria, and Span, Chenrue wiped the sweat on his forehead and changed the topic again. Someone said earlier that Rala is not suitable to marry anyone other than the dragons. Who said that? Palgoris said angrily, "You will have your wedding tomorrow. From now on, you will be the son-in-law of Ryuzaku. Who dares to provoke you?" Chenrue was speechless. Chenrue thought about it and pointed to his aunt. "This is Miss Isabella, also my wife." "No problem. The three of you will have your wedding together. I will be your witness." Palgoris suddenly showed a strange smile. For dragons, there is no difference between demons and humans, only friends and enemies. And I can guarantee that all the elders present, including your future brother-in-law, will not say anything unnecessary to anyone. Palgoris really saw through Isabella's identity. Chenrue's heart skipped a beat. "Actually, your wife's way of concealing her aura is extremely clever. If not for the Saint Dragons extremely sensitive to dark aura, it would almost be impossible to detect any traces. How about this? I will give her a piece of pseudo-god holy scale which can change her appearance and hide her dark aura, so that even a pseudo-god can't see through it. And if she can completely integrate the power of the Holy Spirit in the scale, advancing to the kingdom will not be a problem." A silver scale appeared in Isabella's hand, glowing with a sparkling and translucent light. As soon as the scale touched her hand, it turned into a mark and sank into Isabella's forehead. A sparkling and translucent mole appeared between her eyebrows, giving her a unique charm. The Saint Dragon's holy scale was extremely rare, equivalent to the essence of power, and could have the damage of ordinary light magic. For Isabella, who had already absorbed the snow dowlet flower, it would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. Palgoris's favor was a little too much. Any other requests? His Majesty the Dragon Emperor smiled at Chenrue. "I will try my best to satisfy you. But whether it is brother-in-law, the wedding, or the holy scale, the dragons have put in a lot of effort and shown sufficient sincerity. Cooperation is two-sided, and so is sincerity. I believe that Sir Richard will have something to say in the negotiations with the great elders later." Chenrue secretly cursed. "Sincerity, your ass. Except for the holy scale, the wedding is just a formality. As for brother-in-law, forget it, I don't want him. If you have no other requests, then I have a more personal question to ask." Palgoris's gaze fell on Paglio. "This should be the poison dragon, right? May I ask, is he also from the same place as Miss Isabella?" "Yes, this is my brother, Paglio." Anyway, Isabella had been exposed, so Chenrue simply spoke frankly. "Poison dragon and the poison dragon of the demon realm." As soon as these words came out, several senior elders also seemed to think of something, and they showed a strange expression. Palgoris's strange gaze gave Master Poison Dragon goosebumps. Just when Chenrue was worried about the dead duck dragon's anus, the Dragon Emperor suddenly threw something. "Pick it up and try." Chapter 9:17. Everyone's eyes fell on the thing on the ground. This was a jet-black metal weapon. A short stick with a big round mace in the front and connected by a chain in the middle. Chain hammer, also known as flail, was a type of heavy weapon used for swinging. This flail seemed to be very heavy. When it fell to the ground, it actually left a pit on the solid floor. This should be a good thing. Master Poison Dragon looked at the flail with shining eyes. The pseudo-god level holy scale that Palgrize gave to Isabella just now made Paglio a little envious. Now, this rhythm. Is he going to give me another treasure? It seems that following that cunning human is really benefiting me. This is a powerful artifact called Thunder Flail. Although it is only a beginner artifact, it is extremely powerful. Palgrize had another ring inlaid with emeralds in his hand. If you can pick it up, not only you can get this artifact, but you can also have the right to inherit a huge treasure. The mystery of the treasure is in this ring. With that said, the ring also flew to the ground in front of the thunder flail. Artifact plus huge treasure? Paglio thought he heard it wrong. Why are the dragons in the human world so generous? Have they forgotten the good traditions of being stingy and being rich but not benevolent inherited by our ancestors? In the spirit of accumulating wealth by carrying forward the tradition of our ancestors, Master Poison Dragon bent down without hesitation, trying to grab the flail. Unexpectedly, the flail was far heavier than he imagined. He couldn't even grab it. First one hand, then two hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was like a dragonfly shaking a stone pillar. He couldn't move it at all. Paglio had already exerted all his strength. His face was flushed, but he still couldn't succeed. In the end, he had to stand up resentfully. His old face was flushed. It is a good treasure, but I can't even pick it up. Besides, I even lost my face in front of so many dragons. The strange thing was that the elders of the dragons didn't seem very surprised, as if it was natural that Paglio couldn't pick it up. It's normal that you can't pick it up, Palgrize said slowly. Under normal circumstances, only the powerhouses above demigod can pick it up, but they can't exert the true power of the thunder flail, including me, the Dragon Emperor. There is only one real way, that is to burn the bloodline power and try to get its recognition. Burning the bloodline power was different from the ordinary blood recognition. It reversed the flow of the whole body's blood to activate the most initial and strongest inheritance power hidden in the bloodline. The danger of this method was obvious. It would usually cause serious damage to vitality. In serious cases, it could even cause coma and serious injuries. All the dragons in the Valley of Dragons can't get its recognition. Master Poison Dragon was not a fool, so he immediately understood a little. Palgrize shrugged and gave a correct answer. The previous owner of this artifact is the Poison Dragon. The Poison Dragon was a very rare type of dragons, just like the Fairy Dragon, so Paglio nodded in realization. He took a deep breath, and his strength began to surge. Isn't it just burning the bloodline? For the artifact and treasure, I'm going all out. At most, I'll let this human give me a bottle of resurrection potion. Master Poison Dragon gave little Betty a rest-assured look, and he began to reverse the flow of blood in his body. Countless flowing bumps suddenly appeared on his body, which was terrifying. When Paglio squatted down again to hold the thunder flail, the flail actually glowed faintly and the short stick was slowly lifted up. The golden light in Palgrize's eyes suddenly flourished. Not only the Dragon Emperor, but also Melia and several senior elders were moved. It wasn't easy for Paglio. From the expression on his face, it was quite strenuous, as if the short rod alone weighed 1,000 pounds. The blood in his body flowed faster and faster. Just when the chain was pulled up, bang, several clusters of blood burst out of his skin and burst out. The unique green blood of the Poison Dragon shot out, and the ground was corroded into countless pits. He even turned into a green blood man. The blood fell on the thunder flail, but it was all absorbed as if it met a sponge. Paglio. Crobolus's trembling voice sounded. Hearing little Betty's voice, Paglio's spirit was refreshed. He ignored the blood spurting out. In a roar, he exerted force with both hands. The big mace was lifted up together, and the entire thunder flail was emitting black lightning with a hissing sound. When the flail was completely picked up, Paglio was surprised to feel that the flail in his hand suddenly became lighter. He tried to change from 2 hands to 1 hand. He successfully held the flail firmly with only his right hand. As he waved it, the whistling black lightning drew a terrifying trajectory in the air, and the entire hall began to tremble and shake. Looking at Paglio waving the thunder flail, Dragon Emperor Palgoris couldn't help but stand up. His eyes showed excitement. Melia and several other elders also nodded frequently. When the poison dragon stopped burning his blood, he felt that the flail had become extremely heavy again. Although it wasn't the previous situation where he couldn't hold it, he could only barely lift it with one hand and couldn't swing it freely. Clang! Paglio threw down the thunder flail, drank a bottle of Grand Master-level healing potion that Shinrue threw over, and said to the Dragon Emperor, "Your Majesty, I should be considered qualified with this." Of course. Palgoris didn't hide the strange emotions in his eyes. In fact, you can't use it freely because your strength and bloodline fusion are not enough. As long as you reach demigod or fully integrate the inheritance power of burning bloodline just now, you can truly exert the power of the thunder flail. So, I can get the thunder flail and this treasure ring. Master Poison Dragon's eyes had turned into black crystal coins, and he didn't even bother to wipe the blood on his body. Of course, son of Caer Rieliero. Palgora's smile was a bit more cordial without any pretense. What? Master Poison Dragon's hand that reached for the ring suddenly stopped. He slowly stood up and looked at the Dragon Emperor. What do you mean? It's what you understand, Caer Rieliero. Trissel Lundoarts, your father's full name. Trissel Lundoarts. Paglio raised his thumb at himself. You got it wrong, right? My surname is Sandro Akilkes. Sandro Akilkes? Is this the name given by the dragons who adopted you? Facing Paglio's rudeness, the Dragon Emperor didn't mind at all. Instead, he patiently explained, Caer Rieliero. Trissel Lundoarts, Elder of the Dragons, famous warrior of the dragons. I am like a brother, the closest comrade and brother. He is your real father. The thunder flail is the best proof. Except for his descendants, no one can use this artifact with bloodline inheritance. Paglio sneered. I'm the dragons of the demon realm. You mean that Caer Riel, isn't he the elder of Ryuzaku? How can I be his descendant? It's Caer Rieliero, Dragon Emperor solemnly corrected. Your father once went to the demon realm to train. When he returned to the human world, he told me that he had left descendants in the demon realm. Unfortunately, your father fell in a battle. Because he didn't have any other children, the thunder flail and his inheritance have always been in my care. With your age and the activation of the thunder flail bloodline, it can be confirmed that you are Caer Rieliero's son in the demon realm. Although dragons are born with an innate advantage and strength that far surpasses those of the same rank, the difficulty of advancing each time is far greater than that of ordinary people. Fortunately, we have a long time. Once we break through, our strength will once again surpass those of the same rank. With your age and the strength of a kingdom, although you can't compare to Rala, you are still an outstanding genius. You will inherit everything from your father, including the artifact, wealth, and the position of an elder. I am very happy that the Thunderflail has a new master. Our Ryuzaku will also welcome a new talented elder, the son of Caer Rieliero. Elder Ryuzaku? Me. Paglio was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed exaggeratedly. If you give me the artifact and ring for free, of course I won't refuse. But forget about the elder of Ryuzaku. As for who Caer Rieliero Patricia Lundoarts is, I don't know him, or rather, he has nothing to do with me. I am Paglio Sandro Achilles. Sandro Achilles is the surname I gave myself, and it has always been this. It will always be this in the future. Shinrue looked at Paglio's somewhat angry smile and suddenly understood a lot. When I was born, other than eggshells, I didn't see anything else. These years I don't have any relatives, but I do have many enemies. Dragons don't need friends, especially poison dragons. Have you ever seen a god have friends? They only need respect and fear. They don't need unnecessary love and understanding. This was Paglio. If he didn't meet a certain human and a series of changes occurred, perhaps he would always be the lonely poison dragon with no relatives, no friends, and only power left. Caer Rieliero is your father, there is no doubt. Palgoris shook his head. No matter what you have experienced, You are unwilling to accept this fact, but you can never change it. You can't deceive yourself. I'm sorry to disappoint your kindness. Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor. Paglio said coldly, how can a lonely ghost like me be qualified to associate with such a wealthy family? Little Betty, let's go. With that, without looking at the thunder flail and emerald ring on the ground, he pulled Crobolus and walked out. Palgorus's eyes flashed, and an invisible barrier appeared at the entrance of the hall. Paglio and Crobolus, who walked to the door, couldn't move forward for a while. If you can walk out of this door today, not only the artifact and ring can be taken away, but I won't force you to do anything else. Dragon Emperor's slightly gloomy voice sounded. If you can't do it, stay in Ryuzaku and think about it seriously. Let's talk about it another time. I will never let the only descendant of my brother make such a muddled, low-level mistake. At this moment, the power of the barrier suddenly disappeared. Chinrue's figure appeared behind Paglio. You guys go first. The poison dragon laughed. It was a real hearty laugh. He understood the eyes of this cunning human. This guy must have absolute confidence. He immediately strode out of the door with Crobolus. There was no need for unnecessary politeness, only trust in his back and life. Little Betty and nothing. Our future children will see more than just eggshells when they are born. As if they had a telepathic connection, the two hands held tighter. Chapter 918. Palgorus quietly watched the back of the poison dragon leaving. As he said, as long as Paglio could leave the gate, he would not interfere. It was not until the poison dragon and his wife completely disappeared from sight that the Dragon Emperor spoke with a much colder tone. Human, you are better than I imagined. Not only did you disintegrate my imprisonment power in an instant, but you even sealed almost all my abilities. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to surprise me. However, I want to ask you, does this behavior represent your provocation to the majesty of the Dragon Emperor? Chinrue's attack was indeed a slap in the face. If it weren't for the previous cooperation and his relationship with Marilla and Rala, Dragon Emperor Palgorus's tone wouldn't be so tactful. He would kill him in one move. What Chinrue just used was the power of deprivation given by Benhong. Since Palgorus was a pseudo-god powerhouse, the power of deprivation could only be maintained for a moment. Even so, it was enough for Paglio and Crobolus to escape successfully. Everyone then realized that it was actually Chinrue who sealed the power of Dragon Emperor Palgorus just now, and they were all moved. Just as the Dragon Emperor said, even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to surprise everyone. After all, Palgorus was a pseudo-god. What is the relationship between Kale Real and your majesty? Chinrue felt the strong pressure from the Dragon Emperor. He secretly channeled star power, tried to stabilize his mind, and asked, "We are comrades and brothers who can sacrifice our lives for each other." A trace of pain flashed past Palgorus's golden eyes. Back then, Kale Real sacrificed his life to cover my escape. At that time, your majesty and the poison dragon brother faced should be a strong enemy that was difficult to resist. Yes, my strength was not yet demigod, and Kale Real's combat power was far above me. Unfortunately, we were still not the opponent of that enemy. The pain in the Dragon Emperor's eyes became more intense, and his tone became extremely heavy. I was seriously injured and completely lost the ability to move, and he knew that staying behind to cover the retreat was a dead end. But he did not hesitate to rush forward to distract the enemy, and I could only watch him. Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, you are a cunning, insidious, shameless, and sometimes unscrupulous guy. Chinrue's words surprised Marilla, and the elders of the dragons around glared at him. Palgorus's golden eyes flashed with red, killing intent, and his voice became colder. You mean I deliberately let Kale Real Chinrue shook his head. Cunning, insidious, shameless, and sometimes unscrupulous. I am the same. Fortunately, just like His Majesty, I have a brother who can completely sacrifice his back for me. Moreover, We are both poison dragons. Back then, Kael Real Yarrow was able to block that unparalleled enemy for your majesty. Today, I can do it too. Palgoris raised his eyebrows, and his burning gaze fell on Chinrue's face. Chinrue appeared very indifferent, but the Dragon Emperor could clearly see the determination in the human's eyes, a determination without any pretense. This human and the son of Kael Real Yarrow were indeed brothers who could entrust their lives to each other, just like him and Kael Real Yarrow in the past. As expected of a cunning and shameless fellow, Palgoris' murderous aura suddenly disappeared, and there was warmth and admiration in his eyes instead. It is Kael Real's son's luck to have a companion like you. Chinrue smiled slightly. It is the luck of both of us. Humph, but this is Ryuzaku, and I am the Dragon Emperor. Just now, I felt that my dignity was being challenged, so you must give me a satisfactory answer. Even though the Dragon Emperor's face was still very tense, everyone knew that his words were not threatening at all. It was more of a matter of his face. Chinrue pondered and said, I also have a special magic work called Magic Phone. It will also bring long-term and huge benefits. It is no less than the magic game. Initially, I didn't want this work to be released so soon, but for the sake of my brother, I am willing to change the plan and give 20% of the benefits of this work to the dragons for free. What does your majesty think of this answer? Very good. Palgoris did not ask more about the details of the magic phone. With a wave of his hand, the thunder flail and the emerald ring flew in front of Chinrue. Since you are the brother of the son of Kael Real Yarrow, you will be in charge of this. I have already used the dragon's secret technique on the thunder flail, and it can be stored in spatial equipment. But other than Kael Real Yarrow's bloodline, no one else can use the power of the divine weapon. Actually, that little guy, most of it is just that he does not understand. If one day he changes his mind, you can give these 2 items to him. The door of Ryuzaku is always open to him. Chinrue did not hesitate and stored the flail and the ring into his storage. Since the magic phone is going to be released in advance, some things will have to be adjusted accordingly. How about this? I will first build a core signal station for the magic game in Ryuzaku, so that all the Ryuzaku dragons can participate in the trial of Endless Warrior Online. This training process, well, let's call it the closed beta trial. The future open beta will be completely spread to the surface world, and wealth will naturally flow in. However, the current closed beta stage must be kept confidential. Only the dragons can participate in this trial. Haste makes waste. Don't worry about the economic benefits of things like the millet wine, the phone, and the game. When the time is right, I will naturally have a plan to promote it. Your Majesty and the elders, please trust me. Of course we trust you. In terms of confidentiality, you can absolutely rest assured. This concerns the future of the dragons, and I will issue a strict order. If any of the clansmen dares to leak it, they will be severely punished. Palgoris nodded. There was no doubt about this human's ability. The other party's proposal was equivalent to letting the dragons pass the trial in advance to strengthen themselves. This was definitely the most important point. As for the economic benefits, there was still a long way to go, so there was no hurry. All right, Chinrue thought of something. I have another question to ask your Majesty. Does your Majesty know of the Saint Dragon, Rodriguez? Rodriguez is a famous expert of the Saint Dragon clan. Back then, he had already reached the pseudo-god level. However, he does not belong to Ryuzaku. Palgoris pondered for a moment and said, Ryuzaku does not cover all the dragons in the surface world. Although most of the dragon emperors of the past were of the Saint Dragon clan, even the voices of the Saint Dragon clan are not unanimous. As the most powerful clan of the dragons, the Saint Dragon has an incomparably strong vitality and the offensive and defensive abilities of all dragons. They are immune to all low-level and mid-level magic, and with the special characteristics of the light attribute, they are called the Dragon of Light. Therefore, the Saint Dragon was valued by the Holy Mountain of Light. Under the various efforts of the Church, some of the Saint Dragons sought refuge with the Church of Light, and Rodriguez was one of the leaders. About 700,000 years ago, Bishop Morbill of the Church of Light led a group of people to search for the origin of light fragment. However, they were obstructed by a strong enemy and suffered heavy casualties. Rodriguez received a distress signal and went to help. As a result, Rodriguez did something unexpected after defeating the enemy. That was to kill all the priests of the Church of Light, including Morbill, and took the origin of light fragment for himself. Originally, he thought that after silencing them no one would know, but unexpectedly Morbill still transmitted the truth to the Church with his psychic power. In the end, Rodriguez was chased by the 3 supreme angels of the Church and was seriously injured by Raphael. However, he still used the Church's artifact, the Tower of Glory, to escape. His whereabouts are still unknown to this day. The Tower of Glory? Chinrue thought about it and asked, "The Church's artifact?" The Tower of Glory is the rarest spatial artifact and also one of the strongest artifacts of the Church of Light. It is said that the Tower of Glory can display the power of 3 great artifacts. The first is Space Barrier, which can use the power of space as a barrier to effectively defend against all kinds of attacks from the enemy. The second is Space Travel, which can break through the restrictions of the seal and carry out chaotic, long-distance space travel. Back then, Rodriguez used this ability to escape from the pursuit that should have been certain death several times. The third is Kingdom Fusion, which can form a special space with the Fusion Kingdom. It can carry a large number of life forms and freely move through space. However, there is a limitation, and that is when moving, it can't display the kingdom to fight or carry out other things. Unless there are 2 kingdoms, one for fusion and the other for fighting. Hearing this, Chinrue's little heart was pounding. The Tower of Glory was actually so awesome. That space travel was a great tool for escaping. Back then, he had used the ring that Jia had given him, the Dark Will, which had the ability to teleport. However, that ring was very deceptive. Not only was it easy to be disrupted, but sometimes, when unlucky, it could even be teleported to the enemy. Obviously, the Tower of Glory was a genuine product that had the best of the best. It was 108,000 times better than inferior imitations like the Dark Will. The most tempting thing was the Kingdom Fusion, which could carry life forms and carry space travel. If used together with the Stargate, it could simply bring an army to freely travel between the 2 worlds. Even without the army, traveling with friends and family would definitely not be a problem. Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed. "You are so interested in the past. Could it be that you have the Tower of Glory?" He guessed right. Chinrue's little heart tightened again. This space artifact was not to be trifled with. If he showed it in front of Palgoris, it was hard to guarantee that the other party would not covet it. Quick-witted, he said, "To be honest, Your Majesty, I once trained in the demon realm for a long time. Isabella is my lover I met there. I once heard that there was a saint dragon named Rodriguez. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he fought with the dragon emperor of the demon realm's dragon island, Cruzius. In the end, he escaped with injuries and disappeared. That's why I asked. I didn't expect there to be such an inside story. So Rodriguez escaped to the demon realm. No wonder his whereabouts were always unknown. However, as far as I know, even if an ordinary cultivator really got the Tower of Glory, it would be useless because the Tower of Glory could only be driven by the sole power of a pseudo-god. Palgoris's words made Chinrue suddenly realize. No wonder the Tower of Glory that he obtained from Rodriguez couldn't be used after deep analysis was successful. It turned out that it required the sole power of a pseudo-god to operate. If he waited for Chinrue to reach the pseudo-god level, it would probably take a long time. As for the soul of a pseudo-god, there was a ready-made one. However, if he was not careful, it was likely that he would suffer a double loss. Therefore, it was better not to be impatient. All right, let's cut the crap. Great Elder Marilla will stay behind to discuss with you." The Dragon Emperor yawned and stood up. "I'm a man of my words. Tomorrow I'll personally preside over the wedding for the three of you." Chapter 919. The next day in Ryuzaku, a grand wedding was about to begin. Although the preparation time was very rushed, it did not affect the grandeur of the wedding at all. Almost all the dragons in Ryuzaku had rushed over. This time the wedding was personally presided over by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor Palgoris. The two daughters of Great Elder Maria were getting married. One was the fairy dragon Rala who had once left Ryuzaku, and the other was Maria's new daughter called Isabella, who seemed to be a human. What was even more surprising was that the groom, Richard, was actually also a human. Although this Richard was a human, he was an extraordinary powerhouse. The trial grounds of Storm Island, which had always been praised by the dragons, was Richard's handiwork. The official version of the trial, called Endless Warrior Online, that was tried out at Rainbow Peak yesterday, was 100 times better than the original trial. Not only was there no danger, but it was also extremely interesting and challenging. Countless dragons who had tried it were intoxicated, unable to put down. It was said that Richard was going to popularize this type of trial in all of Ryuzaku. At that time, every dragon would be able to participate in Endless Warrior Online. Just this alone was enough to make all the dragons cheer. This was not the only major event that happened yesterday. Great Elder Maria, who had originally been expected to step down or even be expelled, regained the unanimous support of the Dragon Emperor Palgoris and the other elders. On the other hand, the most popular elder Stanwell not only gained nothing, but also suffered a crushing defeat in a spar with the son-in-law of the great elder, Richard, causing him to lose all face. Although it was a spar, in reality he was beaten up in front of all the dragons who had participated in the trial. Stanwell, who had the strength of a demigod, could not even fight back against Richard. Richard's strength was evident. It seemed that it was not a coincidence that the golden dragon Elder Maroskia and the red dragon Elder Rathala lost to this human on Storm Island. He must have been holding back. Due to time constraints, a lot of red tape was spared for the wedding. However, Ryuzaku's traditional test for the groom was unavoidable. If he could not pass the test, he would have to pay a considerable amount of money to every dragons who participated in the wedding. Otherwise, he would not be able to go to the bride's side to complete the wedding. In front of Chenrue was the dragon's favorite test, the Scale of Wealth. The Scale of Wealth was actually a divine artifact of the dragons with a long history. It did not have any lethality or defensive power. Its only use was to measure wealth and value. The core of the Scale of Wealth test was the Battle of Wealth. The dragons would choose a representative, and the groom would each take out a corresponding number of treasures and place them on the divine scale to measure. If the groom won, he would get all the wealth the other party had taken out, and all the gifts from the dragons who participated in the wedding would be doubled. If the other party won, the groom's wealth would belong to the other party, and all the gifts given by the dragons would be returned, plus double the gifts. This meant that if he won, he would get double the amount, and if he lost, he would have to pay double the amount. The representative who participated in the competition was usually the loser of the bride's pursuit. Although their relationship was a failure, they could win wealth as compensation. Generally speaking, this representative who had been holding back would throw everything into the competition, and the groom's chances of winning were very small. Back then, when Span and Maria got married, the representative they encountered was Maria's biggest pursuer, Groes. In the end, Span lost miserably. Not only did the father-in-law of the Elf King lose all his wealth on the Scale of Wealth, but he also had to pay double the gifts to all the dragons who were present, and he almost lost all his underwear. This was also one of the reasons why the father-in-law had been holding a grudge against Groes. The dragons were all financial experts. In other words, they were misers. However, they would naturally not miss such a good opportunity to earn more money by betting more. Furthermore, if they failed the test, they would have to pay an additional ransom, which was definitely a huge windfall. Therefore, all the dragons gave out large amounts of gifts as if they were injected with stimulants. The representative who appeared this time was a little unexpected. It was not Carlu who had escaped from Rolla's marriage, but Stanwell, the loser of the Elder Assembly. However, Stanwell was ruthlessly beaten up by the humans yesterday, so it was reasonable that he wanted to use the wedding to take revenge today. He couldn't beat them, but if he could win all the wealth of the humans, he could vent his anger. Dragons had a very long lifespan, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the wealth they had accumulated was comparable to that of a country. Moreover, it was an elder like Stanwell, so everyone was confident that Stanwell could win. Even Maria and Span didn't know about Stanwell's appearance beforehand. The couple was shocked, and they knew that things were not going well. The appearance of the scale of wealth was a huge scale with a height of 3 meters. In fact, both of the trays were space doors, which could accommodate the maximum amount of wealth. There were equipment, treasures, coins, and so on, which could only be counted outside of the space ring. After both parties entered the space of the tray, the scale of wealth would show the wealth value of the treasures presented by both parties for comparison. The time limit was 10 minutes, and the things taken out could not be taken back. Although the treasures were not directly shown to outsiders during the whole process, the fairness of the scale of wealth was absolute. The wealth of the party who lost in the end would automatically fall into the space of the other party. Under the fervent gaze of the dragons, Chenrue and Stanwell flew onto the tray of the scale of wealth and disappeared. However, the tray on Stanwell's side began to glow, and the color that represented his wealth value also began to change, from green to blue, then from blue to purple, and finally to a dazzling gold. The scale of wealth was completely tilted towards Stanwell's side. The dragons let out gasps of surprise. Everyone knew what this color represented. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Stanwell had gone bankrupt. It seemed that this Lord Elder who had been humiliated yesterday had lived up to everyone's expectations. At this moment, there was a commotion among the dragons, because the scale of wealth had moved again, and it was actually leaning towards Chenrue's side. Everyone saw that the tray had turned into the color of the rainbow, and this was a color that they had never seen before. The two parties in the space could see each other's scale of wealth, and this scene gave Stanwell a shock. According to the original bet agreement from yesterday, after he lost to Chenrue, he should publicly apologize to Melia and compensate all his wealth. However, Dragon Emperor Palgoris intervened and avoided a public apology. Instead, he let Stanwell participate in the test of the scale of wealth as a representative. If Stanwell lost, he would have to pay all his wealth as a gift. If he won, he would receive a huge sum of money, and he would let Chenrue pay all the dragons gift money to vent his anger. After all, Stanwell was a direct descendant of Palgoris, and the Dragon Emperor's method of balancing and appeasing was indeed very good. Unfortunately, Stanwell, who was confident that he would definitely win today, was unexpectedly met with another tragic end. Seeing the rainbow light, Stanwell's face twitched. He gritted his teeth, and a golden ring appeared in his hand. The bright gold of the scale of wealth immediately turned dark gold, causing the dragons to gasp in surprise again. However, this time, the dragons gasped in surprise because even though Stanwell's scale of wealth had turned dark gold, the entire scale of wealth was still firmly leaning towards Chenrue's side. It did not move at all. Stanwell broke out in a cold sweat. With trembling hands, he took out 2 more silver machetes. The dark gold of the scale of wealth became a little more intense, but the tilt did not change. This result made Stanwell feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He stood there in a daze, not even noticing the flashing warning of 10 minutes. It was only when the time was up that the Saint Dragon Elder, who had been teleported out, came to his senses. Looking at his empty hands, he felt the world spin around him. His vision went black, and he actually fainted. In the space on the other side, Chenrue looked at the sea of coins, antiques, and wealth around him, and he couldn't stop smiling. He quickly used the storage warehouse to collect them one by one. In fact, Chinrue didn't do much. He just took out the god-eating mask, sort of fallen angel, angry king armor, and demon shield. As soon as he saw the rainbow light and the tilt of the scale of wealth, Chinrue, who originally planned to throw the Tower of Glory, immediately calmed down. Although these things looked like quasi-artifact on the surface, they were the parts of a certain legendary supreme artifact. The value contained in them was really immeasurable. As a senior elder of the dragons, Stanwell's wealth must be extremely rich. Even if he lost the things he took out, the other party wouldn't be able to take them away. At most, he would just have to pay some gift money. Seeing the human walking out of the scale of wealth with a smile, all the dragon's eyes were a little green. This guy actually won all of Stanwell's money. Now everyone has to pay double the gift money. Maria and Span naturally laughed from ear to ear, especially the father-in-law of the Elf King. His son-in-law could be said to be proud and elated this time. He was much stronger than him back then. The next test was a girl. This girl was delicate and beautiful, but she looked bitter and hateful. She was Stanwell's sister, Lorraine. Chinrue could fully understand the anger of this girl. Whether it was winning all of her brother Stanwell's property just now, or the title of brother-in-law that had been quietly spread by the dragons previously, there were sufficient reasons for the girl Lorraine to gnash her teeth. The girl Lorraine knew that even her brother's demigod-level strength was not this human's opponent. So she calmly chose the skill she was best at, the ancient magic card, Fate Duel. The result was naturally a tragedy for both brother and sister. Under the watchful eyes of Rala and Isabella in the distance, Chinrue did not dare to be lenient. Within 10 minutes, he used rapid attack tactics to beat the girl Lorraine 3 times in a row, almost instantly killing the poor Saint Dragon girl. He passed the test without any entanglement or flirting. The last test was dramatic. The one who came out was the biggest victim of this wedding, Carlo, who was engaged to Rala back then. That, Lord Richard, looking at the timid, beautiful trap, Chinrue had a feeling that he had nowhere to exert his power. This level will probably be very difficult. What should I compete in? Embroidery? Needlework? What a scam! Carlu was just about to say something when the fairy Miss Long behind him seemed to cough softly. The trap's originally tense nerves seemed to be flicked by someone. She immediately shivered and spoke several times more smoothly. Lord Richard, I have no problems here. Thank you. Chinrue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No. I'm the one thanking you. The trap looked back fearfully and said sincerely, Are you thanking me for marrying the fairy Miss Long and saving you from the abyss of suffering? Just how much of a shadow did my baby Rala leave in the depths of this child's heart back then? Chinrue flashed a friendly smile at Carlo, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and walked forward. You're a good man. The trap's good man card that flew over from behind made Chinrue body tremble, while certain master, good man, really heart handsome, cheers almost made him fall over. He took a deep breath and finally steadied his body, walking up to the ceremonial stage. Today, Rala and Isabella were both dressed in the traditional clothes of the dragons, looking elegant and luxurious, their faces exceptionally moving. Chinrue bowed to Maria and Span, took the hands of the 2 brides, and walked towards Palgoris. As the witness of the wedding, the Dragon Emperor looked at the 3 newlyweds walking over arm in arm. His gaze swept past a certain poison dragon who had a "I don't know you" expression, and a knowing smile appeared on his face as he began to read the wedding vows. Chapter 920. Married life could be described as sweet, especially when the fairy Miss Long and her aunt's long-cherished wish came true. Not only did they hold a public grand wedding, but their sisters and competitors in the demon realm were not around, so they naturally seized the opportunity to beg for a baby. However, it was a guy who had a lot of beauties in his arms. Every night he would have fun, who knew how many wonderful tastes there were. With the full support of the Dragon Emperor, the Endless Warrior Online Signal Tower with the magic game core crystal as the main body was soon successfully set up on the Holy Spirit Peak. The magic helmet was distributed to the hands of every dragons. For a time, the popularity of the trial magic game swept the entire Ryuzaku. This version of the magic game was a version of the human world that Shinrue deliberately improved. Dragons first appeared in their original form. They must train in their dragon body to a certain level and then complete exclusive quests before they could get a series of rewards, especially the ability to transform into human form. In the future, they could flexibly use both forms to complete various training and quests in the game. The leveling maps and dungeons for dragons were more difficult, and the exclusive quests were even more difficult. These did not reduce the enthusiasm of the dragons at all. Instead, it aroused a great desire for challenge. Like the Demon Realm, the daily magic game had a strict time limit. After all, it was not a pure game. A lot of experience gained from training in it also needed to be consolidated and digested through practice. For dragons who had a lot of time to squander, this kind of magic game that combined training and entertainment was indescribably wonderful. Even the Dragon Emperor and others who were above the demigod level deliberately suppressed their realm and created a smurf. The difference between them and ordinary players was that they could not directly get that kind of spiritual imprint from the game. In addition to guiding the younger generation with some experience and skills, it was more for entertainment. Shinrue paid a lot of valuable materials, but what he gained was not only the trust and friendship of Ryuzaku, but also the power of faith. These 2 points alone were far more than the investment. Moreover, Ryuzaku would be the starting point of his expansion to the human world. Once the expansion plan reached a certain level, further absorbing faith would only be one of the main goals. Perhaps at that time, a different form of war would be used to eliminate true war. One day, Shinrue was in the courtyard of Rainbow Peak with Rala, about to taste Isabella's freshly brewed tea when someone outside suddenly asked, "Is Lord Richard in?" This voice, it's actually the trap who gave me the good guy card at the wedding. Shinrue was stunned and stood up. Sure enough, at the gate of the courtyard, he saw the super trap Carlo, who was even more feminine than a woman. Behind him was a little boy who looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. This boy had delicate features, and he had the air of a fresh Shota. Usually, this was the time when the dragons were immersed in their magic games. Shinrue was a little puzzled by the trap's arrival. He asked, "Ah, so it's Carlo. This is your friend, right? Come in and have a seat." The trap immediately saw the fairy Miss Long, who was slowly sipping tea in the courtyard. When he met the gaze behind the glasses, he shivered and almost wet his pants. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, thank you, Lord Richard. I took the liberty of disturbing you today because my younger brother, Andrew, wants to see you." So that little Shota was the trap's younger brother, Andrew. These 2 brothers were the delicate type. But why did they look nothing like Pylan's old face? Shinrue made a malicious guess in his heart. He nodded at the little Shota. "Hello, Andrew." "Lord Richard." Andrew bowed in a reserved manner. Shinrue was now the object of admiration and envy for many youths on Dragon Island. The little Shota had personally witnessed Stanwell being beaten up by Shinrue, and he had also heard that his own father had been beaten up by Shinrue. Now that he was directly facing Shinrue, he was obviously quite nervous. "My lord, do you still remember that XXX by Daming Lake?" Shinrue saw the little Shota's reverence and found it funny. "Don't be nervous, Andrew. What's the matter? Just say it." The little Shota hurriedly nodded and took a few deep breaths. He finally said, "My lord, do you remember the human dragon knight you praised during the trial on Tempest Island?" Shinrue's heart skipped a beat. During the trial on Tempest Island, he had only praised one human dragon knight. "Let me think, it's that Samuel?" "My lord, you still remember." There was a little more hope in the little Shota's eyes. "Well, although the dragon knight named Samuel's strength is limited, his bravery and persistence left a deep impression on me. Chen Rue asked calmly. Did something happen to him? Yes, he was recently put in the prison of the Long Huang Empire, and the Kavagot family is also facing a crisis of life and death. It is said that there will be a trial in about 2 months. I originally wanted to ask His Majesty the Dragon Emperor to intercede, but His Majesty said that this incident involves the battle for the throne of the human empire. Ryuziku never participates in this kind of human royal struggle, so I was forbidden to leave Ryuziku. Some time ago, I sneaked away, but I was caught by my father and put on a bracelet that restrains my power. Andrew raised a bracelet in his hand with a sad face. Chinrue only knew that such a thing happened to Samuel. He looked at the pleading Shota and asked, Why do you care so much about the life and death of that human dragon knight? It's like this. The trap said, My father was very strict with Andrew since he was a child, and he often punished him. So Andrew has always felt inferior. It was that human dragon knight who gave him real confidence and strength. In the later trial, the two also established a deep friendship between life and death. So, Andrew wants to beg, sir, if you can ask Dragon Emperor for a favor. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Chinrue shook his head. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's consideration is correct. If the forces of Ryuziku interfere too much in the internal affairs of the human empire, it will definitely cause many unexpected consequences. As dragons, you should know His Majesty's character better than me. Even if I ask, he will not change this principle. However, I will go to the human empire in a while. At that time, I will pay attention to Samuel. The tone that sounded a little perfunctory made Zheng Tai secretly anxious. Sir, please accept my plea. Even if you can't save the Tribbett family, please save Samuel's life. Chinrue saw that Zheng Tai really had a life-and-death friendship with Samuel, and he nodded secretly. Samuel had already pledged allegiance to him, the Third Royal Highness. With this knight's loyalty, he would never support other princes. The reason why he was imprisoned and his entire family was threatened must be because he was involved in a conspiracy. This trip to the Long Huang Empire was imperative. It was not only to save Samuel's life, but also to get the entire Tribbett family out of the crisis. Andrew, the trap hurriedly pulled his younger brother, who was about to continue speaking, and bowed. Hurry up and thank the Lord. The trap knew very well that with the identity and strength of Richard, there was no need to be perfunctory with a small character like his brother. As long as he really paid attention, Samuel's hope of survival would greatly increase. Zheng Tai also woke up and quickly saluted. Chinrue certainly wouldn't show that he cared about Samuel. He nodded lightly. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I won't tell Elder Perrin or Dragon Emperor about this. Thank you, sir. The trap showed gratitude and added a sentence before leaving. You're really a good person. Chinrue. After the trap brothers left, Chinrue returned to the tea table. Rala, Inni, I want to go to the Long Huang Empire. Chinrue naturally wouldn't hide anything in front of his two wives. He took the small teacup handed over by Isabella. That Samuel is a friend I met in the demon realm. I must save him. His aunt said, I'll go with you. Chinrue was stunned. Although the evil blue tear has a strong aura shielding ability, the Long Huang Empire is one of the 2 human empires. There are many high-level activities of the Church of Light. The Church is extremely sensitive to dark elements. Before you completely integrate with the holy scale of the Dragon Emperor, you better not enter the human world to avoid exposing your identity and causing unnecessary trouble. This time, you and Rala stay here. I'll go alone. After solving Samuel's matter, I'll come back to accompany you. Rala felt that Chinrue's words were reasonable, so she nodded, and... Oh, his aunt's charming eyes turned. But I remember, you seem to have said before that you're the prince of the Long Huang Empire? When you go back this time, will you meet a former beauty or concubine? Miss Long's ears suddenly perked up. She threw all reasons aside and raised her hand. I'll go too. Chinrue was speechless. At this time, Chinrue felt a vibration on his wrist, and a 6-star mark shone brightly. Chenrue's heart trembled, and he took a deep breath. It seems that none of you can go. It was Ben Hong's signal. Ben Hong was in the barren mountains on the outskirts of Garden City, using the Fountain of Resurrection to fuse with the power of the light element to exert its strongest power. Originally, this process was estimated to take about 2 months to complete, but now it was only 1.5 months, and the fusion was completed. According to the information provided by Zheng Tiandru, Samuel might still have 2 months, so it was better to solve the problem on Ben Hong's side first. The destination of this trip was undoubtedly the Holy Mountain of Light. Although the soul of a false god, Ben Hong, was by his side, the Holy Mountain of Light had terrifying existences like the 3 supreme angels, which could be said to be extremely dangerous. Even Ben Hong did not dare to be careless and deliberately spent more than a month to fuse with the light element. Moreover, Ben Hong and Chenrue simply had ulterior motives. In this case, it was certainly impossible to bring Rala and Isabella along. Miss Long pretended not to hear clearly. Miss Innie, who was still playing tricks, was silent this time and smiled bitterly. Rala this time. I'm afraid we really can't go. Oh. Regarding Isabella's judgment, Rala was still very convinced, so she did not pester endlessly. When this matter is over, let's go to the Long Huang Empire together. Chenrue held the 2 women's hands. Chapter 9:21. Yangshao Kingdom, Garden City. In a cave on a barren mountain on the outskirts of the city, Lord Ben Hong. Chenrue bowed to the Fountain of Resurrection that was shrouded in mist. The mist quickly gathered into a hazy woman's body, looking mysterious and ethereal. Her eyes slowly opened, emitting a faint light. When Chenrue's eyes met the light, he only felt that his power was quickly being drawn out of his body. He was shocked and quickly used the power of the evil eye to remove the strange power that was stripping him away. Not bad, the woman said with an appreciative smile. She then said in a pleasant voice, Your evil I may have originated from Charlie, but it has other uses. When Charlie used the curse of the evil moon, he would never have thought that this would happen. Chenrue heard the unspoken words behind Ben Hong's praise. I won't make the same mistake as Charlie, and you shouldn't have any thoughts about it either. You flatter me, Lord. In fact, because my soul power is a little special, and the mutation of the evil I this time was just a fluke. I was almost killed because of it, and I still feel scared when I think about it. Luck is also a part of strength. Ben Hong did not linger on this topic. His tone changed. Do you know where we're going this time? Chenrue did not play dumb, and answered, Lord once said that Satan wanted to imitate Michael and the others. He wanted to collect the Book of Destruction and control all the super strong people in the demon world. He wanted to create the Shrine of Darkness and steal the faith of the gods to condense the Godhead and step on the road to becoming a god. So, is our destination this time the core of the Church of Light, the Holy Mountain of Light? Yes, the Book of Creation is in the Shrine of Light at the peak of the Holy Mountain of Light. Ben Hong looked at him deeply. Are you familiar with the Holy Mountain of Light? I have been to the Holy Light City of the Holy Mountain of Light once. Chenrue took a deep breath. Actually, I'm a human. My lord should already know this. Ben Hong nodded slightly, and a dim light flashed in his eyes. Chenrue looked straight at her without avoiding her gaze, and his eyes showed a burning light. Madam, my original intention of going to the Devil Realm was to train my strength, but I unexpectedly met the most important woman in my life, so I decided to stay in the Devil Realm. I've already prepared for the worst before heading to the Holy Mountain of Light this time. However, I still have a glimmer of hope in my heart, and that is to return to the Devil Realm. Chenrue's meaning was very clear. Although he had worries, he had already made arrangements for his funeral. At worst, he would just perish together with them. Judging from the difference in strength between the 2 sides, it would be a joke if both sides suffered heavy losses. However, Their destination this time was the Holy Mountain of Light. Under certain circumstances, there was still a possibility that both sides would perish together. Since you've spoken so frankly, I'll tell you the doubts in my heart. I can't be sure if what you're leading me to is a trap. Ben Hong laughed, but Chenrue keenly heard a hint of gloom in the laughter. If you want to get rid of my control, this is a very effective way. So, we need a way to get the best of both worlds in a situation of mutual distrust, such as master-servant contract, Chenrue interrupted. If it was a master-servant contract, the master could pay a certain price to kill the servant. A master-servant contract was different. The master could not kill the servant, but with the power of the contract, the servant would be loyal to the master and would never betray him. Ben Hong looked pensive. Chenrue said again, "Moreover, I want one more thing. This thing is likely to be placed with the Book of Creation." "What is it?" "One of the 7 artifacts of the Devil Realm, the Breeze Shadow Boots." "Breeze Shadow Boots?" Ben Hong was a little surprised. "The Seal of Wind is actually in the Brilliance Divinity Hall?" It was not the first time that Chenrue heard the term Seal of Wind. He nodded. "About 100 years ago, a human cheated the Breeze Shadow Boots from my woman, causing the Belphegor family to be almost exterminated. I once vowed to help her get it back. So, I hope Sir can agree to my request." With a common goal and needs, Ben Hong would be more at ease. "Intuition tells me that your previous words may be a little untrue, but there is no falsehood in these words." Ben Hong smiled, and a contract condensed by soul power appeared in his hand. "I promise you. Anyway, the Breeze Shadow Boots are insignificant to me. Let's sign the master-servant contract now." Chenrue looked at the contract, added his soul power on it without hesitation, and signed the name Chen Rue. Ben Hong was a person who knew his background better. If he used other names, it would arouse suspicion. But in this world, Chen Rue was also a pseudonym. Your soul power does feel a little special. After Ben Hong signed his name, the 2 names on the contract glowed, indicating that it was effective. Then the contract disappeared. Similar words were heard when he signed the master-servant contract with the saintess Eudora. Similarly, for Chen Rue, this contract was just a spiritual link that could be easily removed by spending aura. He knew that Ben Hong had a super-sensing talent, far better than Eudora. So, before this, just in case, he deliberately used the evil eye as a topic. He pointed out that his soul power was special early on, and he passed the test smoothly. After signing the master-servant contract, the atmosphere between the 2 sides seemed to be a lot more relaxed. Ben Hong obviously put down most of his vigilance. "Sir, as far as I know, the Holy Mountain of Light usually opens the teleportation portal every day to let pilgrims enter the Holy Mountain to worship. Later, due to various reasons, it was changed to open every 7 days, and the review was stricter. This is Garten City, which belongs to the Yangshao Kingdom. It is extremely far away from the Holy Mountain of Light. We need to go to the Yangshao Kingdom first, then go to the Long Huang Empire from the capital, and then go to the White Cliff, where the Holy Mountain of Light is located through the teleportation portal of the Dragon Wing City in the west of the Dragon Emperor Empire." Chen Rue's intelligence about the human world was not limited to the understanding of the previous times he came here. It came more from Shura, the clone. He also played a trick here. The fastest route should be the Dragon Tooth City on the eastern border of the Long Huang Empire. The Dragon Tooth City had a teleportation portal that led to the White Cliff. The reason why he said it was the Dragon Wing City in the west was mainly that he wanted to go to the Dragon Emperor's capital, Yerodisha, on the way to understand the situation of Samuel and the Caint family. Even if time was tight, he must first ensure the personal safety of Samuel. In fact, the culprit of the pilgrimage reform was him. The theft of the snow tree shocked the upper echelons of the entire church, so the vigilance of the White Cliff was greatly strengthened. Although Ben Hong's sensing talent was powerful, it was impossible to cover everything. In addition, the shielding power of the evil eye and the guarantee of the contract. So he did not doubt it. Very well, then let's go to the Yangshao kingdom first. Don't worry, our main purpose is to sneak in. As long as we don't encounter the three supreme angels, I have absolute confidence to take you away safely and return to the demon realm. After speaking, Ben Hong turned into smoke and returned to the 6-star mark on Chen Rui's wrist. 10 days later, Chen Rui appeared on the street of the Dragon Emperor's capital, Yerodisha. The Long Huang Empire had a very close relationship with the dragons, and it also had the only real Dragon Rider Legion in the human world. Yerodisha meant shining treasure in the dragon language. Yerodisha was one of the most famous human cities. It was also the political, military, and commercial center of the Dragon Soul Empire. It was magnificent and prosperous. Even the fallen angel capital, the top capital of the demon realm, which had developed rapidly, was much inferior to Yerodisha. It was the second time that Chen Rui came to Yerodisha. Looking at the spacious avenue, the tall buildings, and the endless flow of people, the long-lost strange feeling began to reappear in his heart. Arthur, your home is here. The first thing he did when he came to Yerodisha was to inquire about the opening time of the Dragon Wing City's teleportation circle. This was done for Ben Hong. After inquiring, he found out that the opening time of the Dragon Wing City's teleportation circle was 6 days later, and it only took 4 days to get there. Now that it was getting late, Chen Rui found a hotel in Yerodisha to stay. While drinking in the tavern in the evening, he heard some major events that had happened recently, including the events of the Caint family. The Caint family was once the top business family of the Long Huang Empire. It was involved in many fields. Its huge wealth also made the Caint family envious, especially after the disappearance of the third Prince Arthur, the ruler of the Jinyao territory whom it was loyal to. They were repeatedly suppressed and framed by the acting lord, the second Prince Garfield. They were in a precarious situation until the second son of the Caint family, Samuel, appeared out of nowhere. He defeated the top genius swordsman, Paul, married the eldest daughter of the Philip family, and successfully passed the test of Ryuzaku and became a member of the Dragon Rider Legion. He made a lot of contributions and was deeply appreciated by Rex the Great. Samuel's father, Carlo, was also promoted from the original deputy director of finance to director and became one of the 5 leaders of the 2 houses and 3 divisions. The entire Caint family saw the hope of revitalization again. The trade conference held every 3 years in the human world would begin in 2 months. This year's venue was located in Longwei City, the second largest city in the south of the Long Huang Empire. However, at this moment, 2 major events happened. The first thing was that several major chambers of commerce of the empire jointly accused the director of finance, Carlo, of unscrupulously suppressing chambers of commerce everywhere for personal and family interests. There were even a large number of crimes such as murder and robbery. They presented a lot of conclusive evidence and requested Rex the Great to punish them severely. Seeing that the trade conference was about to be held, such a thing actually happened. In addition, the second Prince, Garfield, took advantage of the situation to fan the flames. Rex the Great was extremely furious. If it weren't for the protection of the 4th Prince, Luke, Carlo would have been beheaded. Currently, Carlo was detained in the number 1 prison for serious criminals. The second major event was that Samuel, who rushed back after hearing the news, actually intended to assassinate the second Prince Garfield in order to vent his personal anger. He was captured on the spot by the head of the Dragon Rider Legion, Phaedrus, and locked in the Thunder Prison that imprisoned Strong. These 2 events almost caused the Caint family to suffer a disaster. At present, the important family members had been monitored by the military. Even the closest in-laws, the Philip family, were forced to draw a line with them. Joanna was forcibly taken back to the family. She ran around in private, trying to save Samuel, but there was no way. Chen Rui didn't know Carlo's character, but he knew Samuel very well. Samuel was definitely not a brainless fool. He must have fallen into some kind of trap. Judging from the fact that the Dragon Emperor refused Jung Tai Long Andrew's request on the grounds of not interfering in the internal strife of the royal family, this matter was definitely not simple. In any case, I have to go to the Thunder Prison tonight. Chapter 922. At night, Thunder Prison Hall. Red Dragon Di Maiaro leaned against a chair and yawned. Bored, he took a sip of the juice in his hand. The more he drank, the more he felt that it was tasteless. He tossed the half-empty bottle into the trash bin 20 meters away from the corner of the hall. This was one of the few ways to entertain himself as the highest guardian of the Thunder Penitentiary. The Thunder Prison was not an ordinary prison. It was a place specially designed to imprison saint-level powerhouses. It was located in the southwest corner of the inner city. Not only was it guarded by a large number of elite troops, but there were also powerhouses from the Dragon Rider Legion. Coupled with the layers of magic arrays, it could be said to be impregnable. Even though most of the people imprisoned were saint-level experts, it was a very easy task for the guards due to the fact that it was almost absolutely safe. However, for a member of the dragon race who had a long life and liked to be carefree, this was definitely a tough task. He could not drink his favorite dragon fruit wine all day and all night. He could not take his favorite money bath in a pile of crystal coins. He could not peep at beauties changing clothes. He could not even transform back into a dragon and spread his wings to fly comfortably in the sky. There were too many things that he could not do. Compared to the days that felt like years, the carefree life in Ryuzaku was simply the enjoyment of the dragons. What was depressing was that there were still 3 months until the arrival of the next dragon. Every minute was torture. Suddenly, Demiaro's face changed, and he stood up. He could clearly feel that all the connections between him and the dragon inscription matrix had been completely cut off in an instant. The Supreme Guardian had a special spiritual refraction to establish a connection with the core dragon inscription matrix of the Thunder Prison. They could see through all the possible abnormalities in the inscription matrix. The power of the inscription formation in the core area of the Thunder Penitentiary was extremely strong. Even a super powerhouse would not be able to break in without a sound. Now that the connection had been cut off, it meant that the dragon inscription formation had been cracked. Cracked in the blink of an eye without a sound. This was not something that could be done with brute force. One must have extremely profound attainments in dragon inscription. To achieve this level, perhaps even the great elder of Ryuzaku, Maria, might not be able to do it. Right? It seems to be very quiet outside. Does this mean that all the defenses are down? Demiaro could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Oh, he actually sensed the disappearance of the inscription. Did he use spiritual refraction? An unfamiliar voice rang out from behind him, causing Demiaro's hair to stand on end. His entire body blazed with a blazing red light, illuminating the entire hall. Without hesitation, he launched an all-out attack. The fire that filled his eyes instantly converged and turned into a small fireball the size of a fist. It floated on the fingertip of one hand as if it was a harmless fireball that was turned into nothingness by a gentle tap of a finger. Demiaro's heart sank. He was an outstanding figure amongst the younger generation of the dragons, and his strength was on the verge of stepping into the realm of a kingdom. However, the strength displayed by the enemy in front of him had probably far surpassed the level of a kingdom. He was simply unable to match up to him. "Little guy, don't be nervous. I won't hurt you." The man was wearing a mask that only exposed the mouth and nose, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. Besides, I didn't kill the people outside. I just modified the dragon inscription nearby and turned it into an illusory magic circle so that they can't detect the movement here. "Excuse me, which elder has come?" Demiaro asked tentatively. Only the dragon clan could have such attainments in the dragon inscription array. Moreover, it should be a senior elder-level powerhouse. Unless it was a big event like the Elder Assembly, most of the elders would usually be in closed-door training. Even the giant dragons of Ryuzaku might not have seen all the elders, especially the younger generation. "Hee hee, little guy, Don't ask so many questions. I was entrusted by little Andrew of the Perrin family to come and see the dragon knight named Samuel, and to pass a few words to him. This masked man was naturally Chinrue. Demiaro was at least a few thousand times older than him, so calling him little guy was actually very insulting. However, Demiaro didn't doubt it at all. Instead, he showed a look of realization. So it's little Andrew, no wonder. Since elder is not convenient to say, I won't ask any more. On this trip to Thunder Prison, Chinrue easily convinced Ben Hong. In fact, Ben Hong didn't even bother to ask about the reason of being a follower of a benefactor. He simply chose to turn off the dormant state of his perception. Anyway, with the master-slave contract between them, as long as she didn't cancel the contract, Chinrue wouldn't betray her. This was the main reason why Ben Hong was relieved. In fact, in Ben Hong's opinion, compared to a top-notch super expert like him, who was close to becoming a god, and ordinary people with strength, ordinary people were just insignificant ants. Other than power, he would not care about anything else. As for grudges and trifling matters, they were just a joke. At the same time, this was the general mentality of many supermasters, especially those who were above the demigod level. Little Red Dragon, what's your name? Hearing that the other party recognized him as a red dragon at a glance, Demiaro was even more convinced. Demiaro greets elder. Then Demiaro, take me to see the dragon knight that little Andrew can't forget. Elder, this way, please. Demiaro didn't hesitate to lead Chinrue to the passage ahead. Demiaro was already at the last stage of Thunder Prison. Inside was a cage area protected by a magic array, and there were no guards on guard. The Thunder Prison was actually a huge confinement magic array. Every cell was a sub-magic array, and they were all linked together. Once an ordinary powerhouse was imprisoned, it could be said that it was impossible for them to escape. Inside the prison was a barrier surrounded by lightning, and people who weren't familiar with it wouldn't know where the prisoners were imprisoned. Demiaro led Chinrue into one of the barriers, and inside was a cage. Elder, this is the place. The barrier just now can isolate all images and sounds inside. You can rest assured when you ask questions. Chinrue saw the person in the cage. It was Samuel, who was lying limply on the ground like a corpse. There were many ghastly wounds on Samuel's body. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry, and he had lost his strength. If it were not for the pair of slightly opened eyes and the weak breath of life, one would have thought that he was dead. Chinrue frowned. His injuries. What happened? Demiaro hurriedly explained. Elder, please don't misunderstand. I didn't do anything to this dragon knight. When he was captured by Commander Fadris, he was seriously injured. Later, Second Prince Garfield sent the Golden Knight, Trinidad, to break his limbs. A sharp, cold light flashed in Chinrue's eyes. Open the door. Feeling the chill, Demiaro shuddered and quickly took out the magic key to open the door of the cage. He bowed and said, Elder, please help yourself. I'll go out first and guard the hall. No one is allowed to enter. The red dragon was very clever. He knew that the elder was dissatisfied with Samuel's serious injuries, so he immediately chose to leave. Even if the elder wanted to break into the prison, he wouldn't be able to stop him with his strength, so he might as well do him a favor. After Demiaro left, Chinrue hurriedly walked into the cage. Looking at the terrible wounds, the murderous look in his eyes became more and more intense. He immediately helped Samuel connect his broken bones, took out healing potions, and applied them orally and externally. Despite the help of analytical eyes, Samuel still broke out in a cold sweat because of the pain when connecting the bones, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Under the effect of the potion, Samuel's face finally recovered some color, but his internal injuries and vitality couldn't be recovered for a while. He whispered, "Thank you, Sir Elder." It seemed that Samuel heard Demiaro's address just now and also regarded him as an elder of Ryuzuku. Chinrue tried to use Evil Eye and Deep Analysis to detect, and he found that Ben Hong was indeed in a dormant state. To be on the safe side, he carefully wrapped the mark around the mark with the power of evil eye. Then he said, "How did you and the Kribbit family fall into this situation?" The familiar voice shocked Samuel. His eyes showed disbelief. It's me, Samuel." Chinrue took off the mask, revealing the true face of Arthur. "Your Highness, you actually came here." Samuel was extremely emotional. He struggled to get up, but he was stopped by Chinrue. "Your injury is very serious. Lie down and rest for me first. This is my order." Samuel smiled bitterly. "I have always wanted to follow in the footsteps of your Highness, but every time your Highness came to me at the most critical juncture. Tell me first, what happened?" "This starts from my father, Carlo." Samuel sighed and looked ashamed. "Because I have been suppressed and persecuted by the third prince, Garfield, and I was ordered by your Highness not to disclose the news that your Highness is alive. So I'm sorry. My father finally couldn't stand it. He accepted the olive branch thrown by the fourth prince, Luke. You and your father don't have to apologize. It is far more difficult to support a family than outsiders think, and it has been so many years." Chinrue shook his head. "So the so-called joint complaint was planned by Garfield?" "Yes. My father has worked hard to run the entire family and has served as the financial secretary for many years. It is impossible to say that he is completely clean, but it is definitely not as sensational as described in the Chamber of Commerce's book. In fact, there is basically no clean person in that circle, or rather, clean people can't enter the circle at all. This matter is completely Garfield's trick. However, my father did take a wrong step this time. If it was in the past, even in the face of the trade fair, His Majesty Rex would not have such an intense reaction. Moreover, with His Majesty's wisdom, it is impossible for him not to see the suspicious points. The reason why he did this should be that he is very dissatisfied with my father's choice to support the fourth prince, Luke, so he took this opportunity." Chinrue nodded. Dragon Emperor Palgoris had long known that this matter was related to the internal strife of the royal family. He must have communicated with Rex. Garfield had been persecuting the Cavagot family for so many years, but Rex the Great was basically aware of it. He was generally indifferent to it, or he would turn a big matter into a small matter. This time, he was clearly taking advantage of Carlo. In the original layout set by Rex, the Cavagot family should be in a very delicate position. It could play a balanced role in the princes and even the entire family. Now, in order to reverse the family's predicament, Carlo had turned to the fourth prince, Luke, which was equivalent to destroying this balance. Therefore, Rex the Great would deal a heavy blow to the Cavagot family. This was also a kind of knock on the head. After the experience in the demon realm, Chinrue was already a veteran with a keen sense of politics. If there was no accident, Carlo and the Cavagot family should not be in life danger. After the limelight, it was likely that there would be a chance to be reused in the future, but their status would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. If Carlo was stubborn, and the Cavagot family could not continue to play a balance role as before, then Rex the Great would completely abandon the Cavagot family. "What happened when you assassinated Garfield?" "My destination was originally the palace. This was also Garfield's evil scheme. He set a trap to lure me there, creating the illusion that I attempted to threaten or assassinate Rex the Great to save my father. As a result, I saw through it in time and evacuated in time." Chinrue thought of the plot of Lin Chong mistakenly entering the White Tiger Hall in Water Margin. It was exactly the same as Garfield's trick. Fortunately, Samuel was not Lin Chong. But what about the assassination of Garfield later? "Just when I carefully retreated all the way to the Ziyuan Palace garden, I happened to see that bastard Garfield actually wanted to forcibly molest Royal Highness Veronica." When the name Veronica fell into his ears, Chinrue's soul suddenly fluctuated. A pair of deep and beautiful eyes appeared in his mind with a touch of sadness and gentleness. Garfield want to forcibly molest? An inexplicable anger appeared in Chinrue's soul. He wanted to tear Garfield into pieces. "Your Royal Highness, please rest assured." I immediately stopped Garfield at that time. Royal Highness Veronica was not injured at all. Not only did I beat up the second prince, but I also silently invaded his abdomen with a morning light extinction. Even if he recovers in the future, it will be difficult for him to restore his masculinity as a man. I'm afraid His Royal Highness hasn't noticed this yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as breaking my limbs. Samuel showed a bit of complacency. It seemed that he didn't care about the price of his serious injury. Instead, he felt that it was worth it to exchange for Veronica's safety and to plot against Garfield. Chinrue took a deep breath and calmed down. He suddenly understood why Samuel would assassinate Garfield. He didn't know whether he should laugh, cry, or sigh at this kind of loyalty. Chapter 9:23. Chinrue now understood that the reason why Samuel recklessly assassinated Garfield this time was directly related to him, the Prince of Arthur. If Samuel didn't recognize him as his master, he naturally wouldn't attack Garfield at this critical juncture in order to protect Veronica, whom Arthur yearned for. "Come with me. Let's get out of here." Chinrue smiled bitterly secretly and looked around. "There's a little guy named Andrew in Ryuzaku who has been concerned about your safety. I only learned from him that something happened to you and the Kraft family. I can pretend to be the dragon's elder to save you. In this way, Rex the Great can't pursue too much, and it can only be left unsettled. I'm afraid I have to reject your Royal Highness' kindness this time." Samuel shook his head slowly. Garfield's matter involves the royal family's face, coupled with the current predicament of the Kraft family. If I leave with your Royal Highness now, the Kraft family will be completely finished. But it's too dangerous for you here. Don't underestimate Garfield's viciousness. Your Royal Highness doesn't have to worry. This is also a kind of training. This month, due to the upcoming start of the trade fair, it should be safe. In fact, I have a new breakthrough in my understanding of territory during this period of time. I'm training with the help of the inverse bone technique taught by my teacher. For this kind of secret technique, the physical pain is only a polishing of the will and soul. I believe it won't take long for me to break through to the true saint. If I can break through to the true saint, I believe even His Majesty will pay more attention to a saint-level dragon knight. At least my personal life won't be too much of a problem. Chinrue knew that Samuel's words were not entirely true, but it was indeed inappropriate to leave directly. After a moment of silence, he said, "A short time ago, I defeated the two demigod elders Groes and Stanwell in Ryuzaku." Samuel showed a look of disbelief. Demigod super powerhouse. He was actually defeated by His Highness. He remembered that the last time he was on Storm Island, His Highness was only able to fight against a kingdomized powerhouse. Then, do you still have the loyalty, determination, and confidence to become my follower? This sentence shocked Samuel. His whole body trembled with excitement. He shouted with all his strength, "Yes." "Very well, Samuel. Kate, are you willing to be my follower, Arthur Roland, that is, Chinrue? Whether I am a prince or not, whether I have power or not." Looking at the ball of light that appeared in front of him, Samuel forcibly supported his seriously injured body and made a half-kneeling posture. "Your Highness, my lord, it is my lifetime's honor to be able to follow in your footsteps." "All right, don't be surprised by what you're going to experience next, and don't ask anything." After completing the master-slave contract, Chinrue immediately carried out star enhancement on Samuel through the spiritual link and integrated the power of a piece of the rule fragment into Samuel's body. Samuel felt that the power in his body was sealed, but at the same time, an indescribable powerful force was constantly compressed into his body as if it was tempering his entire body and soul little by little. It was like a cocoon. As long as he could break out of the cocoon and be reborn, he would be reborn, and his strength would reach an unprecedented height. In a month, your power will slowly recover. This recovery is a new process of cleansing and basic accumulation. You must concentrate and feel it well. Due to the limited time, I have advanced one of the steps. The effect may be discounted, but there is a way to make up for this discount. I will give you another star position in the future. The advanced step that Chinrue referred to the input of the rule fragment. It was indeed a bit hasty to absorb the power of the fragment while comprehending the star enhancement, but Chinrue had more than one piece of the rule fragment on hand. When Samuel reached the saint level, demon overlord level, he could continue to absorb. Looking at the surprised Samuel, Chinrue smiled slightly. My follower, just the saint level is far from enough. In fact, in front of a real powerhouse, the saint level is insignificant. The goal I'm giving you is super demon. At that time, you will find that this is the real starting point. Yes, Lord. Samuel suppressed the excitement and surprise in his heart and didn't ask much. I have urgent matters that require me to leave Yerodisha immediately. Since the trade fair will be held in a month, you should be relatively safe this month. I will let the dragons outside protect you from being disturbed as much as possible. After a month, I will come back. At that time, I will try to help you and the Kribbit family out of the crisis. Whoever breaks your hands and feet or lynches, you must fight back. Lord, do you want to? Samuel's eyes were instantly full of fiery brilliance. His Royal Highness Third Prince, who has disappeared for a long time, is finally going to return to the Empire? Whether it is the identity of the alchemy grandmaster or the demigod superpowerhouse, it is enough to shock the entire Longhuang Empire. People like Garfield are just insignificant ants in front of his lord. Chinrue frowned. Don't guess randomly. What you have to do now is to seize the time to comprehend. Don't be distracted. Let me remind you that if you haven't even reached the saint level by then I will remove your qualification to follow forever. Yes. Samuel's heart was awestruck, and he quickly restrained his thoughts. Chinrue didn't stay for long. He gave a few words to Samuel and left the prison. When the red dragon outside saw Sir Elder coming out, he hurriedly greeted him, nodding and bowing. Is Sir Elder here? During this month, I don't want anyone to disturb him, understand? Chinrue's words had already faintly used a trace of the evil pupil's power. Demiro only felt his soul tremble. He was secretly shocked, and he quickly accepted the order. Demiro, this is the best wine that I reward you. It is extremely precious. Enjoy it slowly. Chinrue threw a bottle of yellow wine to the red dragon. By the way, I will tell you one thing. At this elder meeting, Madame Maria received the unanimous support of His Majesty Palgoris and all the elders to continue to serve as the Great Elder. Moreover, His Majesty Dragon Emperor also swore by the Dragon God that as long as he is on the throne, Madame Maria will always be the leader of the elder meeting and the guide of the dragons. The red dragon was taken aback, and there was a hint of joy on his face. As a junior who had received pointers from Maria, he could be considered a supporter of the fairy dragon's great elder. Now that he heard the news of Maria turning the tables, he was naturally happy. However, this unknown elder was too stingy. How could such a lousy bottle of wine be called the most precious wine? Although this was what he thought, the red dragon didn't dare to say much. He only thanked him repeatedly. When you return to Dragon Island, you can go directly to the Rainbow Peak and find Great Elder Maria to receive the real reward or punishment. Understand? The red dragon understood. What the elder meant was that if there was reward, there would be punishment. If anyone disturbed Samuel in this month, then he would be punished. It seemed that he had to complete this protection mission no matter what. Anyway, this land belonged to the red dragon, so no one should think about causing the red dragon to be punished. That's right. This elder was actually related to Great Elder Maria. It seemed that he must be a senior who was living in seclusion. After waiting for the elder to leave, Demiaro opened the bottle and sniffed. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had never smelled such a rich aroma. After tasting it, the intoxicated Demiaro immediately sent the elder who had disappeared a huge good guy card. Dragon God above! What a precious wine of the highest quality! After leaving the Thunder Penitentiary, Chinrue went straight back to the hotel. The next day, he took a carriage to the Dragonwing City. The Dragonwing City was an important military place, or rather a city with a portal point for the Church of Light in the Long Huang Empire. Usually, a large number of troops were stationed there to protect the city and the church, and to defend against crazy heathens such as the Black Death Apostles. Of course, there were other reasons that were tacitly understood. Chinrue stayed in the Dragonwing City for 2 days. He disguised himself as a believer and snuck into the Temple of Light to pray. In the process, he got to know some believers who were going on a pilgrimage to the Holy Mountain. On the day the portal opened, a large number of believers had gathered in the Temple of Light. In addition to the locals of the Dragonwing City, there were more devout believers who came from all over the world to worship. At that time, Chinrue had replaced a bearded believer to enter the Temple of Light, obtained the pious badge to enter the portal, and blended in with the like-minded believers. Due to the Holy Night assessment and the closure of the Holy Mountain last time, the portal in the Dragonfang City was one-way. This time, the portal in the Dragonwing City was two-way, which meant that one could go back and forth freely. Chinrue followed the large group and walked to the special portal of the Temple of Light. The pious badge was equivalent to identity verification for the entering believers. It was expensive, and usually only devout believers who donated a lot of money could have it. The badge was fused with a little blood of the believer as the key to prove it. However, for a mechanic grandmaster like Chinrue, it was not difficult to crack it. Very smoothly, Chinrue, who was wearing the pious badge, successfully passed the identity verification and entered the portal. After a wonderful feeling of twisting in the water, Chinrue and the believers only felt that the scenery in front of them had changed drastically, and they had arrived at their destination. Chinrue and the others were on a platform like a small plaza, guarded by teams of holy knights. There were several similar plazas, and a large number of believers were being teleported over. In front of them was a rolling mountain range. Most of the mountain rocks were white, so it was also known as the White Cliff. In the mountain range, there was a tallest mountain. The towering peak went straight into the sky, making it stand out and particularly eye-catching. The destination this time was the Holy Mountain. The surrounding believers showed excited or pious expressions. They knelt down one after another, and many even bowed with each step. This was Chinrue's second time coming to the Holy Mountain. There was still a considerable distance from the Holy Light City at the foot of the Holy Mountain. It would take half a day, even if he rode a horse. Those believers actually bowed with each step. He didn't know when they would arrive. In order not to arouse suspicion, Chinrue also imitated some believers to bow and close his eyes to pray after a few steps. However, when he lowered his head, he suddenly found an anomaly. The anomaly appeared on his neck. The ring hanging on the necklace was emitting a rich color. It was the first time he saw such a rich signal since he came to the human world. This meant that Tiffany was in the White Cliff. Chapter 924. Chinrue nodded. He changed his hiding location several times just now. In fact, he was also looking for Tiffany's direction according to the display of the Bloody Fiend ring. From the display, Tiffany was actually not in the Holy Light City, but on the Holy Mountain. The leading knight had reached the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor. He should be a temple knight. He sneered, "Despicable heathens!" Under the belief of the supreme God of light, any sophistry and disguise are futile. The pious badge you paid before has already explained everything. After entering the White Cliff, the pious badge did not reflect the slightest belief in the God of light. Obviously, you are the spies who sneaked into the White Cliff. Your first mission is the Light Temple. Ben Hong sensed that these words were quite true. If you can successfully complete the mission, I can agree to your request. However, before completing the mission, you must not complicate matters. Suddenly, the temple knight remembered something and said in horror, "What about the other person?" Chinrue looked at the rich color of the bloody fiend ring and was secretly surprised. This accident is really too unexpected. About 3 hours later, he saw a checkpoint in front. At this time, the color of the ring was a little darker, indicating that the direction was correct. In the future, this kind of defense system would gradually be popularized to the core areas of the Light Temple everywhere. While ensuring safety, it would further strengthen the faith purity of the church personnel. Soon, another large fortress appeared in front. The believers entered through a tunnel, and a large number of light knights were stationed at the entrance. After using the stealth skill to sneak into the crowd and successfully pass through the city gate, Chinrue frowned. He was already familiar with the Holy Light City. It was not difficult to hide when the crowd was surging here. However, every believer was wearing the Holy Light badge. This badge was likely to have a special screening effect, like the previous fortress, so that the heathens who did not believe in the God of Light had nowhere to hide. There's no other way. The guard power of this place is beyond imagination. If this continues, we can't even enter the Holy Mountain of Light. Ben Hong pondered for a moment. Since I've come here, I naturally can't go back like this. Maybe a diversion is a good idea. The number of people in the Holy Light City was strictly limited. Only some new residents were recruited every few years. This process required a lot of review. Only the most devout believers could join the Holy Light City. It could be considered as 1 in a million. Chinrue stopped and frowned slightly. I'm discovered? It should be. What exactly is the flaw? Could it be? He looked at the badge of holy light in his hand. At this time, the light shone brightly. Teams of light knights appeared in all directions and surrounded the three of them. Sure enough, the so-called VIP channel had special treatment. At this moment, rays of light shone brightly. Squads of Knights of Light appeared in all directions and surrounded the three of them. Sure enough, the so-called VIP passage had special reception. In Chun Rue's impression, the last time he came with Paul, there was no such toll booth. It should be because the teleportation location and route were different. Last time, he took the special passage for knights. The last time he came with Paul, there was no such toll station. It should be because the teleportation location and route were different. Last time, they took the special channel for knights. Here, they could participate in various activities organized by the church, meet those legendary big shots, and even witness some legendary miracles. For the believers of the God of Light, it was the greatest honor to be able to join the Holy Light City. Understood? Holy Light City was one of the most famous cities in the surface world. It was as famous as Dragon Brilliant's imperial capital, Blue Brilliant's imperial capital, and Silver Moon immortal capital. Usually, Holy Light City welcomed a large number of pilgrims every day. However, the pilgrims only stayed in Holy Light City for 5 days. All believers, please hold up the Holy Light badge and enter the passage of the fortress. Chinrue had to continue walking forward with the Holy Light badge. He slowly mixed in the crowd of believers who did not worship with every step and walked in the direction of Holy Light City. Chinrue immediately turned into an ordinary light knight. He even pretended to stop some believers from interrogating. It seemed that he did not reveal any flaws. However, soon, Chinrue found that he was being followed, and there were light knights constantly gathering in this direction from all directions. What did you find? Ben Hong's voice sounded in his mind. Apparently, he felt that his mood was abnormal. In addition to Chinrue, there were only 2 people who also walked through this tunnel. One was a young man, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Chinrue keenly noticed that there were several kinds of holy light badges in front of the priest. There seemed to be subtle differences. He did not know if it was related to the amount of money donated when getting the pious badge. He wanted to ask, but the priest waved his hand and pointed to the large number of people behind, meaning to pass quickly and not let the believers behind wait too long. After walking for a while, Chinrue felt that something was wrong. This tunnel seemed to have no end. The surrounding energy waves indicated that this was a circular magic circle. The magic circle in front of him flashed, and the figure of the temple knight appeared in front of two rays of light. With a twist of his long sword, the light suddenly flew backward and turned into two figures that fell to the ground. They looked dispirited and listless. The two reacted quickly. They knew that they were no match for the knight. Before the knight could capture them, they immediately used some kind of secret technique. Their faces suddenly turned gray, and black blood flowed from the corner of their lips. Their bodies began to rapidly decay. Shinrue thought quickly and decided to tell the truth. There is a person I have been looking for. It is very likely that she is in the Holy Mountain. I have already sensed her. If possible, I hope to take her with me. Sirs, I am a believer of the God of Light. I have donated all my property to the church. What are you going to do? The middle-aged woman in front of him said in horror. In the area around the Holy Mountain, whether in the air or on the ground, especially in the Holy Light City, the various defensive enchantments were several times stronger than when Shinrue first came here. Obviously, it was impossible to directly pass through Holy Light City to the Holy Mountain. The believers all raised the Holy Light badges they received in front of them and passed through the fortress one by one. When it was Shinrue's turn, a Knight of Light looked at the badge and politely gestured him to go through another VIP tunnel. In this magic circle, there were so many Knights of Light, including Skerk himself, but none of them noticed how Big Beard disappeared. The function of this checkpoint was to exchange the pious badge for another kind of Holy Light badge in Holy Light City. It was like a temporary ID card. Sir Skerk, Shinrue did not know that the person who contributed the most to the defense today was himself. After the snow tree was stolen, the entire church's top management was furious. Then, churches everywhere were frequently attacked by the Black Death Apostles. Therefore, the church spent a lot of effort to build a huge overall defense system in the Holy Mountain to prevent any foreign spies from sneaking in. The middle-aged woman and the young man knew that their identities were exposed. They shouted together and rushed back the way they came. Even if it's a saint-level stealth technique, it's impossible to leave the magic circle silently unless this person is a master of magic circle, Skerk said with a dignified face. Or, his strength has far exceeded our perception ability, even more than the average saint level. Immediately send a warning to the defense forces in front and report this to Sir Pari of the Tsang Thunder Temple. Shinrue followed the team to the checkpoint and handed the pious badge to the examining priest. The priest took the badge, glanced at him, and took out a Holy Light badge and handed it to him. There seemed to be very few people in the VIP tunnel. Shinrue felt a little strange, but he still obeyed the knight's request and walked forward to the tunnel. After all, Shinrue's strength was far better than these knights. He did not give them a chance to gather. With a shake of his body, he had already shaken off the pursuers. After several turns, he hid in the safest residential courtyard. However, his brows were tightly knitted. The current defense arrangement of White Cliff was simply too terrifying. It was completely different from when he first came here with Paul. In particular, the recognition device that used faith was simply the ultimate weapon against spies. It was almost impossible to sneak in with abilities like shape-shifting. Knight Shirk's judgment was indeed good. Before Shinrue stopped, he had roughly figured out the structure of the magic matrix. He did not need to fight with these knights at all. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the knights were attracted by the two spies, he instantly got out of the magic matrix. Shinrue communicated with Ben Hong in his soul. His body did not stop moving. He followed the believers and slowly walked forward while saluting. Along the way, he could feel that there were all kinds of interlocking magic matrices all around, even in the air. The security seemed to be much tighter. After the incident just now, Shinrue did not take it lightly anymore. He made full use of the skills of disguise and teleportation to blend in with the crowd, constantly changing his position and appearance. He successfully passed through several checkpoints and finally arrived at Holy Light City at the foot of the Holy Mountain of Light. The closer he was to the Holy Mountain, the stronger the defense. Judging from the current situation, even if he had the skill of stealth, it was impossible to blend in without being noticed. It seemed that he had to be prepared for a tough battle. The Knights of Light came up. Shirk raised his hand. No need. Most of the spies in White Cliff are men of sacrifice. This poison can not only destroy lives, but also annihilate souls. These two were not weak. Like two rays of light, they overturned and knocked down the Knights of Light along the way. Previously, he had used the blood-killing ring to search for Tiffany. However, the human world was too big, and the color didn't change much. Now, Tiffany, who couldn't be found anywhere, was actually at the White Cliff. Tiffany was a demon. How could she appear in the heart of the Church of Light? Was she imprisoned? Or rather, the mother in the human world that she had been looking for? The Knights of Light looked at each other. Yes, where was Big Beard? The fact that they were seen through in the fortress showed that even if they got the Holy Light badge, it would be useless. Ben Hong's voice sounded. Try to become a Knight of Light. Chapter 9:25. After nightfall, several places in St. Light City were set ablaze at the same time, and half of the sky was dyed red. Just as the Knights of Light were urgently mobilizing their troops, a silent figure had already stealthily moved in the direction of the Holy Mountain. With Chun Rue's speed and stealth skill, he had successfully broken through several checkpoints under the cover of the night. However, the closer he was to the Holy Mountain, the stronger feeling was. The suppression of the law. When Chun Rue came here last time, he was only at the demon overlord level. He had not really understood the law, so he did not have this feeling. Now that he was a super powerhouse who had mastered the real law, he could clearly feel the suppression of the power of the law in this holy mountain. If he fought here, the power of the law would be greatly suppressed. In other words, the super powerhouse could not exert his strongest combat power. The source of this suppression might be the power of faith, or the peak of the holy mountain. At this point, it was impossible to retreat. Moreover, when he was only at the demon overlord level, he once sneaked into the snow peak platform alone, fought the high-level powerhouses of the church, and stole 3 snow dowlet trees. Now that his strength was far better than that day, what was there to be afraid of? Even without the big threat of Ben Hong, I will break into this holy mountain just for Tiffany and the Breeze Shadow Boots. Chin Rue felt heroic in his heart, and he continued to sneak forward. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the stairs at the foot of the holy mountain. It was still the familiar wide stairs. Whether it was the number of guards or the strength of the magic circle, it was completely different from before. It could be said that every step was frightening. The guards on the sacred mountain were well trained and extremely disciplined. While the sacred light city below was ablaze with flames and chaos, the guards on the sacred mountain remained calm as if nothing had happened. They didn't even glance at the commotion. Chinrue had already noticed that the biggest difference between the magic circle of the holy mountain and the one at the foot of the mountain was that it was infused with rich faith power, and it was interconnected. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body, including these guards. They were all elements of the magic circle. Once the guards were abnormal, the entire magic circle would sense it. It was just like every maid in the Bloody Empire's terrace residence was a part of the magic circle. It was just that the magic circle of terrace residence was only a drop in the bucket compared to the behemoth Holy Mountain. Not only that, but the magic array also severely interfered with space. It was practically impossible to cast skills like spatial movement here. Lord Ben Hong, I believe you have also sensed how difficult it is to deal with these magic arrays. From the looks of it, it will be impossible to reach the sacred mountain without alerting the guards. Then let's force our way through. Since we've come all the way here, we naturally won't return empty-handed. Ben Hong smiled. These ants are not worth mentioning at all. The only ones I'm worried about are Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. But in a land of faith like this, the three of them should usually be in a state of eternal slumber, absorbing and digesting the power of faith. At most, they'll send out a clone. Since we can only force our way through this time, then let's end this battle quickly and rush straight to the Radiant Palace with all our strength. The possibility of obtaining the Book of Creation on this trip is very small, but our goal is not to seize the Book of Creation, but to absorb the origin of creation. As long as we grasp the time well, entering the Radiant Palace to obtain the origin of creation shouldn't be a problem. Shinrue secretly sneered. Ben Hong made it sound easy, but with the strength of his Peak Kingdom, it was very likely that he would end up in ashes if he forced his way through the enemy's base camp where the three supreme angels were in slumber. Even if it was just a clone of the three angels, he was definitely not a match for them. Shinrue's face revealed a look of hesitation. In fact, Tiffany and the Breeze Shadow Boots were not far away. Even without Ben Hong by his side, he would never leave just like that. But now was the time when he was the most valuable to Ben Hong, and it was also the best time to put forward his conditions. Don't you want to get the Breeze Shadow Boots? This is the best opportunity. With me around, you can definitely get what you want. Here are the last 5 pseudo-god level soul brands. I'll give them to you. As long as I get the origin of creation from the Book of Creation, I'll have a way to take you away. Thank you, sir. Shinrue got another 5 pseudo-god level soul brands. He knew that his hesitation had worked, so he immediately stopped while he was ahead. He gritted his teeth, and the power of the Peak Kingdom level suddenly surged. All right, I'll give up this life and go with you, sir. The knights guarding on both sides of the stairs suddenly showed vigilance, because they had already sensed that someone had stepped into the periphery of the magic formation. Then the next sense was produced. The magic formation was broken. In just 2 thoughts, the magic formation at the entrance of the Holy Mountain was forcibly broken. It could be seen how fast it was. Then there were occasional electric sparks or flashes of light on the path up the mountain. The guards only sensed that the magic formation had collapsed, but they didn't even see the figure of the person who came. There was a small square in front. After this square, the stone steps behind were divided into 3 paths, which led to the 3 main peaks of the Holy Mountain of Light. At the core of these 3 main peaks were 3 shrines, namely the Temple of God's Seal of Pope Fandus, the Temple of Stars of Patriarch Pusmer, and the Temple of Holy Favor of Saintess Eudora. The Snow Dowlet was on the Snow Peak platform on the east side of the God Seal Peak. The highest peak of the Holy Mountain did not belong to the 3 main peaks, but was an independent existence. To go up from the God Seal Peak, it was the forbidden area of the Church of Light. Only the Pope and the 2 major bishops could enter. The square was brightly lit. The temple master of the Tsang Thunder Temple, the paladin Captain Pari, nicknamed Radiant Sword Saint, was wearing a white full-body armor and holding the double-edged sword Gale. He was ready for battle, surrounded by a large number of temple knights. He had already learned that someone had set fire to Holy Light City. He had just received the alarm from the foot of the mountain and immediately noticed that someone had entered the magic formation in this area. He was secretly frightened. The speed of the person was beyond imagination. The magic formation along the way was actually regarded as nothing and directly broke through. Pari secretly thought that if it was him, he would never be able to do this, even if he had successfully broken through to the nationalization last year. Boom! There was a flash of golden lightning in front of them, and a figure wrapped in ice appeared in their line of sight. The figure shook slightly, and the ice on its body that was caused by the magic array suddenly broke apart, and it shot towards Pasori. Pari felt the terrible power of the ice tearing through the air. The knights behind him would definitely not be able to resist it. In an instant, a strong flame steamed around his body. He inserted the huge sword in his hand into the ground, and the flame instantly turned into countless crisscross translucent light shields, blocking in front of him. The ice hit the light shields, and there were countless cracks on the light shields, but the ice also melted without a trace. Just when the temple knights breathed a sigh of relief, Pasari's face changed. He saw a huge X suddenly appeared on the overlapping light shields, as if it was cut by some terrible sharp weapon. In the next second, all the light shields collapsed without a trace. Pasari's face had become extremely dignified. This was his strongest defensive sword technique, called Flawless. After breaking through to the nationalization, it integrated the power of law and became more invulnerable, but it was easily defeated by the opponent. Army Breaker. Pari, who had experienced hundreds of battles, used his strongest sword technique without hesitation. A white light rushed toward the incoming enemy, and wherever it passed, the solid ground protected by the boundary cracked and shattered. This sword was actually equivalent to the essence of countless swords, and it deeply contained the principle of turning complexity into simplicity. However, the sharp sword aura containing the power of the kingdom slowed down the moment it was released, as if it encountered countless ripples with huge resistance. Then, as if it was lashed by a whip, the invincible sword aura dissipated into particles with a bang. The strongest defense and attack was instantly. Pari was shocked. Before he could make the next move, he suddenly trembled, and his whole body suddenly froze on the spot, and the figure had disappeared. Sir Pari! The temple knights behind him realized that something was wrong. They had just moved their feet when Pasari's armor cracked and shattered into countless pieces, and his whole body collapsed. Although he was still breathing, he had completely lost his battle prowess. Until he fell, Pasari's eyes were still filled with disbelief. With just 2 simple attacks, his 2 strongest moves had been completely defeated, and the actual power that the opponent had displayed was not much stronger than his. In fact, Pari did not know that Chen Rue had personally experienced these 2 moves of his back then. Chen Rue's current strength was already at the peak of the kingdom, and his highest battle prowess under the ultimate Crimson Star transformation had reached the demigod level. Be it laws, kingdom, or control of power, Chen Rue was far above him. Therefore, it was not surprising that Chen Rue had been instantly killed when they had the same level of power. It was just like how the battle prowess of a pseudo-deity demigod far surpassed that of an ordinary demigod. If Chen Rue had not wanted to save time and energy, Pari would have been a corpse by now. When it came to Pari, the power of faith in the magic formation was getting stronger, and for Chen Rue, the resistance was even greater. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the fork in the road. When he was heading to the Divine Seal Peak, Chen Rue felt that the ring of blood fury, which had originally been extremely dense, had started to dim. It seemed that Tiffany was not at the Divine Seal Peak, but at the Divine Seal Peak or the Star Peak. However, judging from the situation today, it was impossible to take Tiffany away. Moreover, she was possessed by Ben Hong, so he could only head straight for the Divine Seal Peak. Chen Rue had seen the giant statue of Raphael at the square of the Divine Seal Peak before. It could be said to be magnificent, but compared to Michael at the Divine Seal Peak, Raphael's statue was nothing. This was because the entire Divine Seal Peak was an incomparably huge statue. Although Michael's statue was far less detailed than Raphael's, its aura was more majestic. It was as if a giant with 12 wings was looking down at all living creatures in the sky, giving people a feeling of absolute reverence and fear. Chapter 9:26. The huge Michael Peak gave Chen Rue an invisible sense of oppression. He didn't dare to stay at the moment. He carefully bypassed the Temple of God's Seal where the Pope was and walked toward the peak of the Holy Mountain according to the route Shura took last time. The strange thing was that after bypassing the Temple of God's Seal, the road in front of him was completely different from the route Shura experienced in his memory. The original rugged mountain road became a flight of stairs. No matter which direction he changed from, there would be white, jade-like stairs under his feet as if it was prepared in advance. Ben Hong's voice sounded, "This is space guidance. It will send you to the place where the enemy's strongest forces are gathered. It should be a chain reaction caused by the magic circle in front of you. However, since you're already breaking in, you're not afraid of being exposed. What's a mere space guidance? In a while, you move forward at full speed in the direction I said. Don't care about anything you see along the way. That's right. Anyway, this is a big gamble, so I don't care about it anymore. Chinrue sped up without thinking, and countless knights kept rushing out of the stairs. In Chen Rui's normal perception, these were real existences and they were very powerful. If he didn't avoid them, he would definitely be injured. However, in the analytical eyes, there was no sign of life. Only the super system sent a series of alarms for the invasion of mental powers. It seemed that these were powerful illusions caused by the faith power of the Holy Mountain. Even the king-level powerhouses couldn't escape. Of course, these were not simple illusions, but also a kind of soul attack. Chinrue didn't panic. A huge black hole appeared in the super system, and the strange power that couldn't be transformed in time was swallowed up by star-devouring. Your ability is stronger than I thought. You actually ignored the soul attack containing faith. Ben Hong praised. Now teleport to the left, and then 10 steps forward. Chinrue focused his mind and turned a blind eye to these phantoms. He moved quickly according to the position Ben Hong said. He didn't know how many times he changed his position, but the stairs under his feet finally dimmed and turned into a bumpy mountain road. Looking back, Michael's giant sculpture was far behind him. It turned out that he had left the range of the Temple of Godseal. In front of him was a huge misty mountain. He couldn't see the specific situation, but he could feel the rich faith power. It was the destination this time, the forbidden area of the Holy Mountain, the peak of the Holy Mountain. There seemed to be no magic circle in this area of the peak of the Holy Mountain, or rather, there was no need. Chinrue remembered that when Shura entered the peak of the Holy Mountain, he killed the holy dragon Radamanro. Later, he encountered a terrifying attack of faith power on the way to the Light Divinity Temple. This kind of attack was not the soul attack or illusion, but a real power that could turn a person's body and soul into nothingness. Even with Shura's special body, he could only barely withstand it. In the end, the moment he saw the Temple of Light, he turned into ashes. That time, Shura's main goal was to create a diversion, to attract troops so that his main body could steal the snow Dalet from the snowy peak. At that time, whether it was Shura or Chenrue, their strength had not reached Supra, so they couldn't feel the true power of the Holy Mountain, nor did they really encounter any real obstacles. Most importantly, after so many years, no one could break the sacred and inviolable situation of the Holy Mountain, so most of the Guardians were in a state of hibernation. However, the theft of the snow Dalet was like a small butterfly flapping its wings, causing a chain reaction. Aisiril, Zihan, and even Raphael's avatar all woke up, especially after the 2 four-winged angels fell. The Holy Mountain had already opened its true power mode. After Chinrue walked for a while, another platform appeared in front of him. 3 statues stood there, and behind the platform was a flight of stairs leading up to the mountain. Among the 3 statues, the man was the tallest and most burly, about 10 meters tall, with 8 wings on his back, looking very majestic. Beside him were 2 smaller female statues, both with 4 wings. The moment Chinrue stepped onto the platform, the moon in the sky actually emitted a strong light like the sun, and a majestic aura instantly filled the entire space. Trespassing into the forbidden area, die. 2 beautiful female voices sounded at the same time, followed by colorful lights, and a powerful force that covered the sky and earth pressed down on Chenrue. Chenrue's eyes flashed, and he turned his palm into a blade. Under the sharp chi, the colorful lights were torn apart, but the scattered colorful lights bloomed with even stronger power, intertwining into crisscrossing patterns. Even the space was frozen, making people unable to move. At this moment, 7 huge white balls of light appeared in the colorful light. These balls of light seemed to be connected by some invisible thread. In the blink of an eye, they exploded one after another. This kind of connection seemed to be a special kind of amplification, causing the power of the light balls to multiply. The overall power of the explosion was extremely terrifying, and all the colorful light patterns were instantly shattered and annihilated. Aurora Shot. In the past, the power of Aurora Shot and Aura Blade only had their own merits and were far inferior to ultimate moves like Scorching Dragon. After Chen Rui studied the law of destruction, he had a new understanding of Aurora Shot. Aurora Shot was the fastest and most effortless move that could exert the law of destruction. The move in front of him was called 7-Star Explosion, which was a variation of Aurora Shot. Under the structure and connection of the law of destruction, the power of each explosion doubled. The power of the 7-Star Explosion was equivalent to 7 times that of a single Aurora Shot. If he could further understand the essence of the law of destruction, this multiplied multiple may become multiplied, and the power would undoubtedly be more terrifying. When this 7-Star Explosion was launched, the colorful light suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, before the power could fully erupt, it was pinched in a palm. Humph. Lowly guy, you still dare to be presumptuous in front of me, Camel. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy man. He held a silver spear in his hand and had 8 wings on his back. Behind him were 2 beautiful women with slightly panicked expressions. They also had wings on their backs, but they both had 4 wings. In analytical eyes, Camel's was shown as race, angel, 8 wings, comprehensive strength assessment, SSS plus physique, SSS plus power, SSS plus spirit, SSS speed, SSS plus. Analysis, light attribute, weapon mastery, strength and battle spirit, space talent, defense talent. Danger level, extremely dangerous. The strength of the 2 women was SS and SS respectively. They were both at the nation level, but what puzzled Chinrue was that their race was actually human. Chinrue also noticed that this camel's wings were real wings. The silver feathers exuded a bright and holy aura, while the wings behind the 2 women who were suspected to be twins were condensed by light. They weren't real, just like Zehan and Icyril. I remember that Zehan and Icyril were also human in the race display. What's going on? However, Chinrue didn't have time to think about it. Camel slowly raised the silver spear in his hand. A sun-like light ignited on the spear, and a powerful aura of a peak demigod locked him tightly. Under this terrifying pressure, Chinrue couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. His strength was almost suppressed to the lowest point. If he used Crimson Polar Star transformation, he might have the power to fight with Camel, but he didn't want to expose his final trump card in front of Ben Hong. Now, Chinrue only had the strength of the nation peak. Facing Camel, who was at the peak of demigod, Ben Hong definitely couldn't sit back and watch. Sure enough, Ben Hong's voice sounded in his mind. Relax your mind and accept my strength. Leave the rest to me. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Chinrue immediately followed Camel's words and dispersed the defense of his mind. He felt an extremely comfortable feeling enveloping his soul, and he actually felt an indescribable pleasure. It was as if his exhausted body had entered a hot spring, or as if a man and a woman had intercourse, and his body and soul had completely fused together. At this moment, the spear in Camel's hand was emitting a dazzling light, and a terrifying sharp aura pierced through Chinrue's body. Countless crisscrossing light webs appeared around Chinrue, and even the space was cut into deep cracks. This was the reason why Camel wanted to keep him alive. Otherwise, he could completely annihilate this nation-level ant with a single strike. Lord Camel is really too powerful. Yeah, just one strike and... This guy almost hurt you just now. Angel, I'll leave the interrogation to you later. Just don't kill him. Just as Camel said this, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a faint mist emitting from Chinrue's body, and the light webs immediately dimmed. In the blink of an eye, they were completely corroded. The mist was like a delicate hand, waving at the silver spear, and the dazzling sunlight immediately began to fade. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a dim fluorescent light and started to corrode. My judgment spear! This is deprivation. Camel seemed to have seen something terrifying. He let out a strange cry and waved his hands. The two women, Angel and Angel, involuntarily flew towards the mist. Before the two women even touched the mist, they let out shrill screams. Their snow-white skin was corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the two beautiful women turned into skeletons, and the skeletons then turned into light, smoke, and dissipated. Chen Rui felt a chill run down his spine, but his body had been taken over by Ben Hong, so he could only watch everything from the perspective of a spectator. On the other side, taking advantage of the moment when Angel and Angel resisted, Camel had already turned into a white light and disappeared. He had actually escaped without fighting. Chen Rui felt the extreme pleasure from the soul fusion gradually fade, and he actually felt a sense of reluctance. Ben Hong's voice sounded. Camel has become much more vigilant. I actually let him escape. This might be a little troublesome. Let's quickly go to the Radiant Temple. We must hurry before those three fellows are awakened. Chen Rui hurriedly ran forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Camel's three angel statues had already cracked and collapsed. At this moment, the entire divine seal peak trembled slightly, and the huge 12-winged statue slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 9:27. Lord Ben Hong, just now, is that guy named Camel an angel? Chen Rui did not encounter any more obstacles along the way, but the peak of the holy mountain had a strong interference force. Even with his peak kingdom strength, he was still unable to teleport, and his speed was also greatly restricted. The further he went, the more this was the case. That's right, Camel is an 8-winged angel. He's usually quite belligerent, but don't be fooled by his appearance. You've seen how cunning he is just now. I wanted to take him by surprise and get rid of him, but I didn't expect to be discovered by him, and he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his companions to escape. Chen Rui frowned. Although Ben Hong was a soul body, he was still a peak pseudo-god. Was there a need to go through so much trouble to get rid of a mere peak demigod? Ben Hong sensed his doubts. If I still had my body, it would be a snap of my fingers to get rid of him. But I'm in a soul body now, and Camel has a powerful defense talent and spatial skills, which happens to restrain my power. If I spend too much time and energy here, it won't be worth it. Chen Rui nodded and accepted this explanation. He did not probe further and asked again, those two women are Angel and Angel also angels. Angel and Angel are indeed angels. But those two women are only superhumans with the names of Angel and Angel. The real Angel or Angel should have fallen long ago. Michael and these guys, do they really think they've become gods? To actually confer divine servants like this. They're all narcissistic and arrogant guys. Angel and Angel, humans with the names of angels. Aisirol, Zeihongyan, the real angels have fallen? Chen Rui vaguely understood something. While asking verbally, his feet did not slow down at all, and he quickly moved up the stairs. The density of the power of faith in front of him was getting higher, accompanied by a sense of danger, and the invisible pressure was also increasing step by step. If Chen Rui had enough time, he could stop and use Star Devouring and other abilities to slowly digest and absorb the extremely high density of the power of faith, turning it into his own use bit by bit. However, he did not have this time at all, so the power of faith on the holy mountain became the most dangerous weapon. A leaf, a speck of dust, a gust of wind, even the moonlight in the sky could become fatal things. Back then, Shura had also encountered this everything in the world as a weapon attack, but at that time, Shura's strength had not even reached nation level, and it was difficult for him to move forward. Chen Rui originally thought that with his current strength, he could completely defend or even be immune to this level of attack, but the power of the attack far exceeded his imagination. Even if he had reached the peak of the kingdom, He was treading on thin ice in this environment. If he was a little careless, his body and soul would be destroyed. Chenrue understood a little. This is a kind of rule power. No matter what strength, as long as you enter the range of the holy mountain's peak, you will encounter this fatal danger. Even a fake god like Ben Hong is no exception. Unless you can be immune due to certain conditions, or you can completely override the rule with absolute strength. Under Ben Hong's guidance and help, Chenrue tried his best to use various abilities to move forward step by step in the hail of bullets. Gradually, there was a special breath in the power of faith. This breath gave Chenrue a faint sense of familiarity, as if he had felt it somewhere before. It was not because of Shura's visit last time, but it was the real feeling of his real body. It was just that he couldn't remember it in a hurry. The breath of creation. Ben Hong's spirit was lifted, and his tone was a little higher. Quick! Move forward. Chenrue only took a few steps and stopped suddenly because he had discovered the abnormality in front of him in analytical eyes, although his vision or other senses had not noticed it yet. Race. Unable to determine. Comprehensive strength. Unable to determine. Of course, this reaction was correct. Ben Hong's voice also sounded immediately. Stop! A figure appeared faintly in front of him. As soon as this figure appeared, all the power of faith attacks suddenly changed as if they were pulled by some special force and gradually calmed down. This calmness was only on the surface. Chenrue could clearly feel that a more terrifying power was constantly accumulating, compressing, and brewing. Once it erupted, it would be a terrifying power that was several times more powerful. The moonlight suddenly became a lot brighter, but it was not as dazzling as the sun. It just looked more crystal clear and gentle. The entire moonlight seemed to be attracted by this figure. This was an almost perfect man. He was dressed in a white robe without any unnecessary accessories. His long golden hair was scattered on his shoulders. Although his face was faintly discernible, one could feel from his heart that his incomparably handsome facial features were simply flawless. Chenrue thought that Arthur's appearance was already a handsome guy, but compared to this man it was obviously dull. What left the deepest impression was the holy aura that his entire body exuded. It was as gentle as the rising sun, high and mighty, making one involuntarily feel ashamed of their inferiority and have the urge to kneel and worship him. This feeling of worship was not even something that Chenrue had felt when facing Satan or Charlie. Only when he faced those huge corpses in the Chaos Realm did he have a similar feeling. However, compared to the corpses that were as vast as galaxies, this man's aura was far inferior. It was more holy on the surface. With Chenrue's current understanding of the power of faith, holy, high and mighty, and worship were more due to the outer layer constructed by the power of faith and not the true intrinsic characteristics of the corpses. Even so, this man's aura and power were not something that Chenrue could match at the moment. If not for the support of Ben Hong's power, he was afraid that he would have been defeated by the aura that this man released. This strength, this power, the three supreme angels. It wasn't Raphael that he had seen before, so it should be Gabriel or Michael. Ben Hong's voice already sounded in Chenrue's mind. As expected, it was the head of the three supreme angels, Archangel Michael, Ben Hong. As if he had heard Ben Hong's voice in Chenrue's soul, Michael spoke. His voice was deep and gentle, but it contained a dignified dignity. Michael, it's been many years. It seemed that the two were old acquaintances. Facing Michael, Ben Hong knew that he could not hide, but he still did not leave Chenrue's body. You actually abandoned your body? Or rather, lost it in battle. Michael's tone was a little surprised. Then, you broke into this place of faith of the highest God to steal the book of creation? The place of faith of the highest God? Ben Hong's voice was filled with undisguised contempt. A servant who fooled the gods. Have you been deceiving yourself for too long? Michael appeared very calm. I did not deceive myself. I am not a god yet, but I have faintly touched the threshold of that path. A threshold? You actually touched it? Ben Hong did not sneer this time. After a moment of silence, he sighed. It seems that you have been scheming and running the Church of Light for so many years, and you have really achieved something. However, touching the threshold does not mean that you have taken that step. You and I are very clear on this point. That's right. But no matter what, I have already walked ahead of you, including Satan. Mi Jia, Lai nodded slightly. All right, that's enough reminiscing. Now, are you going to surrender without a fight? Or are you annihilated in battle? Don't rush, Lord Archangel. Let me explain the purpose of my visit first. Ben Hong smiled coquettishly and appeared to be in no hurry. I have no intention of being enemies with you. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to break in directly like this. I did come for the Book of Creation this time, but not to take it away. I want to comprehend the complete power of creation and see if there is a way to rebuild my body. If you help me this time, I will remember your favor. In the future, if there are any changes, I can stand on your side. Help? Michael revealed a smile, but there was not the slightest hint of a smile. Fellow who has fallen into darkness, do you think this term will appear between us? There are no eternal enemies or friends. Light and darkness will always coexist. If there is no darkness in darkness, how can light be so bright? Michael sneered. Unfortunately, even from the perspective of interests, you do not have the bargaining chip I need. And I do not believe you at all, unless you are willing to surrender to me. Haha. Ben Hong seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world. Surrender to you? Michael, do you really think you are a god just because you stole some faith? As I said, I am not a god yet, but there is no doubt that I have become the person closest to a god. The aura on Michael's body gradually changed. His blonde hair moved without wind. The power of faith that had been suppressed began to show signs of eruption. Qinrui could no longer describe the power of this power. Even Satan or Charlie, who may not have unleashed their true strength, did not give him such a terrifying sense of oppression. I will also give you a choice. Get out of the way. Ben Hong's voice was cold. Otherwise die. What a strange confidence. Michael glanced at Qinrui and shook his head. I can't imagine what confidence you have to compete with me on the holy mountain. Not to mention that you are only left with your soul. Even if you are in your peak state, you are still not my opponent. Do you think this national-level ant can be the key to your escape? Ben Hong laughed. Qinrui's body was attracted by the laughter, and he could not help but emit a trace of the aura of the origin of destruction. What I want is not to escape, and he is not an ant, but a weapon that can make you, me, and even everything turn into ashes. This sentence fell into Qinrui's ears, and he was immediately shocked. He has a very special body of destruction, and he has condensed the complete origin of destruction power from the Book of Destruction. This position is already quite close to the Book of Creation. As long as I use a secret technique to ignite the power of destruction in this person's body, there will be an explosion that is several times more powerful than his own origin. You should know the result of a complete origin of destruction and a complete origin of creation, right? Ben Hong's bell-like laughter rang out. It was very pleasant, but in Qinrui's ears it was extremely eerie. Qinrui finally understood why Ben Hong had chosen him to come to the surface world, to the holy mountain of light. Michael's eyes immediately darkened. Although the aura of power of this ant was weak, it contained an incomparably pure law of destruction. It was indeed the power of the origin of destruction, a complete one. Ben Hong's laughter became even more charming, and the aura of the origin of destruction on Qinrui's body suddenly increased by dozens of times. Even Michael could not help but be moved. Destruction and creation were the two most primitive origins, and they were also two completely opposite forces. Unless there was another force acting as a medium, if the explosive power of the complete origins directly collided with each other, It would produce a kind of mutation, and it would display a destructive power that was several times greater than itself. At that time, everything would be destroyed and then created anew. This would repeat over and over again, but the original things would be erased. That kind of medium power was something that Michael could not possibly possess. Therefore, if the true power of the Book of Destruction exploded, even if Michael was lucky enough to escape with his life, the Holy Mountain, and even the entire White Cliff would be destroyed. Countless years of hard work would be destroyed in a single day. If the true Book of Creation and Book of Destruction directly intersected, then the entire world, the entire plane would Chunrui wanted to break free from Ben Hong's soul power or suppress the origin of destruction. But he felt that his body was completely out of his control. It was as if he was a puppet that had its strings pulled. He was shocked and furious. Lord Ben Hongyu, are you very surprised? Did you think that I would completely trust you after signing a master-servant contract with you? Unfortunately, I am not Charlie. Ben Hong's voice was so gentle that it sent chills down Chinrui's spine. Even though you are weak, I have never underestimated you. How can someone who can escape from Charlie's control be simple? Do you still remember what happened to Kamal? That wonderful and enchanting soul fusion. At that time, I could be considered to have truly controlled you. Realization dawned on Chinrui. The reason why Ben Hong fused with his soul and controlled his body was not to deal with Kamal, but to use Kamal, a demigod that Chinrui could not resist, to achieve true control over him. No wonder Kamal still managed to escape after so much trouble. Even without Kamal facing a strong enemy like Michael, Ben Hong would still find an excuse to fuse. On the surface, the signing of the master-servant contract looked like Chunrui's plan to paralyze him, but in reality he was deceived and let his guard down. Now that he thought about it, Ben Hong had carefully taught Chinrui the secrets of the origin of destruction in the demon realm, just for the scene. With such intelligence and methods, this woman could only be described as terrifying. Even though Chinrui had been extra careful, he still fell for it. What exactly did you do? Chinrui said angrily, other than the soul fusion, there is another kind of poison, a poison that has fused the law of destruction and power. I named it love. For a stupid guy like you, whether it's family, friendship, or love, they're the biggest fetters and the most poisonous poison. Therefore, even if you have extraordinary abilities and intelligence, you will still be easily controlled by me. Chapter 9:28. Right at this moment, Chinrui's heart was filled with alarm. An incomparably dangerous killing intent suddenly erupted from Michael's side, and the previously suppressed power of faith surged out with unprecedented might. Following that, Chinrui's entire vision was covered by a red light. This red was not a simple flame or radiance, but a fiery red like the sun. The sun might not have such a fiery red color, but this fiery red gave Chinrui an inconceivable feeling that it was a sun. This was the sun of death. When death came, one would be powerless to resist. This was Chinrui's current feeling. He could not see Michael's attack at all, and this was the only feeling left. As long as it came into contact with the fiery red sunlight, it would completely disappear. This was undoubtedly a light-type attack, but it also gave Chinrui a feeling of despair. For example, even if the glorious physique could neutralize 90% of the damage, the remaining 10% could easily destroy his body and soul. The strength of a pseudo-god was not something that a nation-state or a demigod could covet. Even if he used ultimate Crimson Star transformation against a peak pseudo-god expert, he would definitely be killed instantly, not to mention that this was Michael, who was closest to a god. Michael's reaction was very timely. He killed directly. He did not give Ben Hong time to display the power of this human bomb. No matter how deep the memories, there will come a day when they will be forgotten. No matter how deep the possession, there will come a day when it will be lost. In this world, there will definitely be losses when you gain something. Ben Hong's clear voice sounded. The speed of sound should be slower than the speed of light, but Ben Hong's voice reached first. Under this voice, the fiery red color suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost all of its brilliance. This was not some incantation, but a kind of power similar to words of law. It was a combination of various powers, including faith, incantations, nation-states, and so on. It could also be called power. Before Ben Hong deliberately talked to Qinrui, she had been accumulating power to guard against Michael, and Michael's reaction was already within her expectations. When Qinrui came back to her senses, she found that she was already 100 meters behind Michael. At some point, a fiery red long sword had appeared in Michael's hand. The blade was in the shape of a cross. It was this terrifying weapon that emitted the death sunlight. However, the fiery red long sword seemed a little dim. Ben Hong's deprivation was indeed powerful, actually stripping away the power of the sun. Even though the dark element in the surface world, especially in the sacred mountain, was far weaker than the light element, it was nighttime now, which was when the dark element was the most active. Even the moonlight was overshadowed by the might of the explosion, and the entire sacred mountain was plunged into an ink-like darkness. Godly might like a prison. The hand of light will tear apart all evil. Michael's voice revealed a majestic and solemn air. Golden light flashed, and the darkness was torn apart. The golden light came from Michael's back, where there were 6 pairs of golden wings. Like camel, these wings were real, and the golden feathers emitted an incomparably strong holy aura. When Michael spread his 12 golden wings, Qinrui felt dazzled. The entire space was refracted into countless golden mirrors, isolating the space he was in. Michael's 12 golden wings spread out, and Qinrui felt dazzled. Just a casual movement of spreading its wings was enough to split the space. Qinrui felt that in that instant, Ben Hong led his body to perform countless unimaginable teleportation, and jumping movements. If it was an ordinary space, it would have been penetrated. But this golden mirror space had a reflective ability. No matter how profound the movement, or even the attack, it would be reflected. This was the law of space. Qinrui was secretly surprised. At this moment, he didn't see Ben Hong do anything, but the mirrors around him began to decay and silently disintegrate. Poison! Ben Hong's love poison could even penetrate the law of space. It was like time, imperceptibly and silently decaying everything. Compared to this, Paglio's poison was child's play. In the blink of an eye, the red light appeared again, and a majestic force surged over. Qinrui felt as if he was in an oven. His flesh, blood, and flesh were being extracted and annihilated bit by bit, and even his soul was about to suffocate. It took him a long time to get rid of that terrifying feeling. He found that blood was oozing out of his 5 senses, but it quickly evaporated. At this time, the distance between Qinrui and Michael was further pulled apart. The stairs between the two had long disappeared, leaving only a bottomless hole. A few golden feathers slowly floated down from the sky. In just a few seconds, Ben Hong and Michael had already engaged in several fierce exchanges. It was clear that from the state of Ben Hong's soul, he had suffered a big loss and was at an absolute disadvantage. You actually laid down the law of poison early on, but the most terrifying thing is still your deprivation power. Michael sneered and said, "Unfortunately, you met me, and on this sacred mountain, you have no chance of winning. With your current soul body, how many times can you withstand such consumption?" Before Michael finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He saw Qinrui's body gradually swelling, and the terrifying aura of the origin of destruction rose again. Ben Hong said indifferently, "I didn't intend to fight you head-on from the beginning. I just used the power of poison to remove the barrier in this area when I was talking. Although my current position is still a certain distance from the Book of Creation, I can already feel the rich origin of creation power. In this situation where the barrier has failed, once the origin of destruction explodes, it is likely to trigger a chain of explosions. At that time, not only will the entire sacred mountain be in danger of collapsing, even you and I may be annihilated. I have lost my body. Since I dared to come from the demon realm to the nest of you 3 angels, I have long been aware of this. And you, my Lord Archangel, including Raphael and Gabriel, are you ready to die together with me, a little woman who has nothing and is willing to sacrifice everything? Michael frowned, and the red sword in his hand slowly drooped down. Ben Hong's words were not a bluff. He didn't kill the human bomb in time just now, and now he was indeed a little cautious. A large amount of mist began to emerge from Chen Rui's body. The mist condensed into the figure of a woman, floating like a fairy. Ben Hong's soul was finally separated. Well, Lord Archangel, it seems that you no longer intend to stop me. I will go to the Hall of Light now. There is a part of my spiritual consciousness in this person's body. Stay here. You know my means. The speed at which you seal the space is not as fast as my spiritual sense. The explosion will happen before you make a move. Ben Hong showed a moving smile. Don't worry, I keep my word. After an hour, I will leave, and I promise not to touch the Book of Creation. But if you dare to move again, then we will go to feel the aftertaste of the twilight of the gods together. You know, old friend, I have the courage and determination, just like back then. I did not hesitate to kill Uriel. Michael's eyes narrowed at the mention of Uriel's name. A cold light flashed across his eyes. I don't doubt your craziness at all, but I can assure you that I don't believe you at all. Since you choose to believe in my madness, then you can only choose to believe in my promise. Ben Hong seemed very relaxed. He softly hummed a little tune and turned to leave. His graceful and ethereal figure was like a cheerful elf. Michael's hand that held the sword tightened. He glanced at Chen Rui and finally did not make a move. Lord Ben Hong. Chen Rui spoke. Actually, even if Lord Michael does not make a move in an hour, you will still detonate me. Ben Hong stopped and turned back. Are you reminding Michael to make a move, or are you reminding me to completely erase your consciousness now? Not reminding, but lamenting. I have to admit, Lord Ben Hong, I have underestimated your scheming. Now, I only want to say one thing to you, perhaps the last thing. Is it repentance and cursing before leaving? Or is it your last words? Ben Hong smiled and said, Actually, it is not that serious. Maybe if I am in a good mood, I will leave with you in an hour. Chen Rui sighed. What I want to say is, although you think that you value me enough, it is a pity that you have still underestimated me. Ben Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly felt that the master-slave contract connection had been severed. Although she had expected that the contract might be ineffective, she still did not expect that this fellow who was weaker than her would be able to sever the contract on his own initiative. However, the termination of the master-slave contract did not have much binding force on her. However, the next moment, Ben Hong felt that part of the soul in Chen Rui's body was shaken, and she was already in a strange space. This was a huge galaxy, and the endless galaxy revolved around the few dazzling suns with a special rhythm, showing a vast and boundless majestic aura. Country? Ben Hong secretly sneered. Nation level was indeed a nation level. This kind of illusory realm that was barely simulated using the laws could not be considered a real country, let alone the power of faith and life. There was no need for her to make a move. As long as she willed it, she could completely destroy the illusory realm. Suddenly, the expression in Ben Hong's eyes changed because she could clearly sense the dense and vast power of faith and the aura of life emanating from the star system. Innumerable living beings. An indescribably huge power of faith. Even her country, no, all the countries of the fake gods could not have such a degree of power of faith and life. This was simply a divine country. How could he have such a country? What shocked her was yet to come. A huge black hole appeared in the space, and her soul immediately had a terrifying feeling of being torn apart. She could not help but be attracted by this black hole that contained a terrifying devouring ability. Ben Hong hurriedly used her power to resist, but the black hole contained the laws of the entire galaxy, as well as the power of life and faith. It was impossible to resist at all. Soon, Ben Hong's soul was swallowed by the black hole. At the peak of the holy mountain, sensing all of this, including the severing of the soul connection, Ben Hong's main body could not help but cry out, "No!" Chenrue glanced at the archangel who had been biding his time and shrugged. "Lord Michael, I think before the threat of the explosion is completely eliminated, I will need to seek your protection." Chapter 929. At that moment, Ben Hong almost thought that she had fallen into some illusion. This guy who was only at the state level actually devoured the soul clone she left with his own strength. It meant that she had lost the remote control of this bomb. It also meant that her meticulous plan was completely disrupted. "Unfortunately, your poison also has no effect on me." Chenrue's swollen body gradually converged to its original state. "Perhaps, as you said, for a stupid guy like me, love is the biggest restraint. However, you don't know that it is also the biggest motivation. So, your poison has become my strength. You don't have any delusions of returning to the demon realm for revenge, because I have already transferred all the related people." "Oh, right. Whether you can leave here today is still a problem." "Damn it." Ben Hong turned into a light smoke and quickly rushed toward Chenrue. Michael, who had been watching coldly, finally moved. The fiery red sun shone again, and thousands of fiery red lights swept toward Ben Hong. Although everything that happened just now was a bit unbelievable, Ben Hong had already taken the initiative just now. It shouldn't be a trick. I didn't expect that the ant actually had the ability to get rid of Ben Hong's control. I definitely can't let Ben Hong control him again. Ben Hong was about to get close to Chenrue, but she was blocked by the power of the red sun. She couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The light of the red sun quickly began to dim, but the aura of the long sword was endless like a surging river. Although Ben Hong's special power was still strong, facing Michael's majestic attack, she gradually began to feel overwhelmed. The most important thing was that her heart was in a mess. The originally perfect plan was actually ruined because of this insignificant guy. Weaken, lose, deprive. This time, although the fiery red light became extremely dim, it was not completely stripped away like before. Michael's red cross, long sword, pointed at Ben Hong. Evil people hate light. Never show mercy to evil people who are deceitful. Countless fiery red meteors whizzed over like meteors, instantly focusing on Ben Hong, causing the entire space to tremble. Amidst the fiery explosion, Ben Hong's voice rang out once more, but it was no longer charming and calm. Instead, it carried a hint of hysteria. The real cruelty, the real poison, is human nature. Michael frowned and covered his heart with his hand. A black aura appeared on his face, and the feathers on the 12 wings on his back kept falling off. The feathers that fell off turned black, and many of them turned into thick smoke before falling to the ground. Everything around him was rapidly decaying and peeling off. God's grace is as vast as the sea. When the light shines, the unbearable darkness will dissipate completely. Michael held the red cross sword horizontally between his eyebrows. As the light flickered, with him as the center, a circle of white light rippled out, and the poisonous black gas gradually dissipated. The fiery red power that engulfed Ben Hong was also eroded by the large black mist that gushed out, but Ben Hong's state was much worse than Michael's. His body had become a lot thinner, and his eyes were also dim. Although Ben Hong was also a powerful fake god, with her current soul state fighting with Michael in this home field, the odds could only be described as very small. The fierce battle between Ben Hong and Michael was short but thrilling. Neither of the two fake gods attacked Chen Rui. Instead, they tacitly avoided him. Chen Rui's clever words were the key. He explained that he was still in danger of exploding. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Michael. If it was any other time, Michael would definitely imprison and annihilate Chen Rui, and Ben Hong would not let him go. But now, both of them had to avoid this, and this was the situation. If it was any other time, Michael would definitely imprison and annihilate Chen Rui, and Ben Hong would not let him go. But now, both of them had to avoid this, and this was the situation. As if to avoid the aftermath, Chen Rui kept retreating. The direction of his retreat was not the direction of the mountain where the two fake gods were sensitive, but behind a huge broken pillar on the side. Suddenly, Michael and Ben Hong looked at the broken pillar at the same time and seemed to feel something unusual. The broken pillar suddenly turned into particles and dissipated, revealing the ant from the pinnacle kingdom behind it. There was a faint aura of destruction on his body, but there were faint cracks on his body, as if he had suffered some kind of impact. Michael frowned. He clearly felt that the ant seemed to have left, but he did not expect it to still be here. The pure aura of destruction should undoubtedly be the power of the origin of destruction. The feeling just now was probably Ben Hong's trick to divert his attention. Judging from those wounds, if this ant, with the power of the origin of destruction, kept staying close to the position of the origin of creation, as long as he was not controlled and detonated by Ben Hong's secret skill, he would be annihilated by the completely opposite power of creation. Once the origin of destruction was completely restrained by that guy, he could simply destroy it with a sword and get rid of any future trouble. Thinking of this, Michael felt relieved. The golden wings on his back emitted a strong light, and he attacked Ben Hong with all his strength. Ben Hong also felt that something was wrong. Although the aura of destruction on Chen Rui was indeed the origin of destruction, she always felt that something was wrong. However, facing a powerful enemy like Michael, she had no time to think carefully and could only focus on dealing with it. The battle between the two became more and more intense. After a long time, Ben Hong, who was at a disadvantage, seemed to be in danger. The top of the holy mountain was the biggest forbidden area of the church. Even the Pope and the bishops of the two big sects were not allowed to enter under normal circumstances. Now that a strong enemy was invading, the three leaders, Pope Fendis, Patriarch Pusmer, and Saintess Eudora, all rushed over. However, they received some kind of message from Michael, so they did not enter the forbidden area. They quickly calmed the chaos in the Holy Light City and led the army to wait outside the forbidden area. As the red light flashed, Ben Hong could not dodge in time. His right arm was cut into two by Michael's long sword. Although a new arm was quickly regenerated, the power of his soul was greatly weakened. Michael was about to go all out and completely kill this old opponent, when his mind suddenly felt something. He was suddenly shocked, and his face showed a look of disbelief. The enchantment of the Light Palace was touched. Someone was invading. Who was it? Michael suddenly reacted. He looked at the ant hiding on the side, and the shock in his eyes was replaced by anger and murderous intent. Lord Michael, have you finally found out? Chen Rui knew that he had been exposed. His eyes flashed red, and he revealed a strange smile. His body began to expand rapidly, and the aura of the origin of destruction instantly rose to the peak. Although it was not as powerful as Ben Hong's previous secret technique, it was still quite amazing. Michael and Ben Hong were both shocked, especially Ben Hong. It turned out that the feeling just now was real. That Chen Rui turned out to be she was right. In fact, not just her, even Michael had underestimated him. Even though his strength was only at the pinnacle of the kingdom, be it in terms of wisdom or means, he wasn't inferior to those who stood at the pinnacle. If this person could become even more powerful in the future, it was very likely that she, Michael, and all the other powerhouses would have to look up to him. How could such a person be willing to be controlled? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ben Hong's figure flashed and instantly appeared at the bottom of the mountain, which was also behind Michael. Michael did not bother with Ben Hong, because the ant was the disaster that had to be taken care of immediately. He waved his sword, and a streak of red light had already pierced through the middle of Chen Rui's eyebrows. Before the Chen Rui exploded, his entire body was torn apart into particles and disappeared. However, at the same time, two identical Chen Rui appeared on the mountain path. Before Michael attacked again, the expanded body suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! Outside the forbidden area, everyone felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. It was as if a terrible explosion had occurred at the summit of the sacred mountain. The nearby mountains and stone steps that were protected by the barrier collapsed one after another. Terrifying cracks began to appear and expand. The three giants were all shocked. The core of the entire Church of Light, where the holiest temple of the Holy Mountain of Light was located, had such a terrible earthquake. This was the first time in the history of the church. At this moment, a red sun rose from the peak of the mountain, completely covering the moonlight in the sky. It was a spectacular sight for a moment. Under the light of the red sun, the trembling and collapse gradually stopped. Wherever the red sun's light passed, the cracks gradually healed. It's the Holy Cross sword of the Supreme Angel, Lord Michael. With Lord Michael around, there's nothing to worry about. The Knights of Light cheered thunderously, their morale greatly boosted. However, the face of the person involved, Michael, did not look relaxed at all. There was only coldness and eerie, and his seemingly calm eyes contained boundless anger and murderous intent. The power of the explosion just now was very shocking, especially the origin of destruction that was intertwined with the power of creation. Although he was prepared in time, he was still slightly injured. The most abominable thing was that a mere national-level ant had fooled him. He had fooled the most powerful person in the world, the person closest to God. Unforgivable. This ant must die. Michael did not turn around to chase after Ben Hong. Instead, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed toward the Brilliance Shrine. Although he could not use teleportation, Michael's speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already approached the Brilliance Shrine that was surrounded by white light, just in time to see the hateful figure that staggered backward from the Brilliance Shrine. It seemed to have been seriously injured. It was expected that this ant would be repelled by the power of the Brilliance Shrine. The Book of Creation itself was extremely powerful. Even a fake god could not approach this shrine unscathed. If an ordinary expert wanted to enter first, it would be tantamount to courting death. Not only that, on the periphery of the shrine, there was also a powerful enchantment that Michael himself had personally set up. Apart from the incomparably profound ancient rune formation, it also contained the power of light and fire, which Michael was most proficient in. Anyone who trespassed would inevitably suffer a powerful attack, and even ordinary demigod experts would not be able to take a single step in, let alone this nation-level ant. It was already a stroke of luck that it had not been reduced to ashes. What was a little different from before was that this ant had an additional magnificent crimson armor on its body. It had 4 wings on its back, exuding a dazzling star-like brilliance. Although there were many cracks, it could not cover the indescribable magnificence and brilliance. Even a fake god like Michael could not help but feel amazed. Armor of faith. The strength and aura of this ant was actually a demigod. What a cunning guy. He had deceived his senses once again. However, even a demigod was still just an ant in front of a fake god. Die. No, capture him alive. Then extract his soul and let this damned demon suffer the torture and torment of the holy light for eternity. Michael clenched the Holy Cross sword. Suddenly, the archangel's pupils shrank because he had seen clearly that there was an additional item in the armored man's hand. A pair of boots. The Seal of Wind from the Brilliance Shrine. Chapter 930. The Seal of Wind. Michael was shocked. Although the Seal of Wind was only embedded in the altar on the periphery of the Brilliance Shrine, and there was still a considerable distance from the core of the shrine where the Book of Creation was placed. It was still inside the Brilliance Shrine, after all. Even without the power of the law of the origin of creation, it was impossible for any fake god to completely ignore the power of the protective enchantment and directly pass through or teleport into the Brilliance Shrine. They could only choose to break in by force. Now that the Seal of Wind was in the hands of the other party, there was only one answer, and that was this demigod demons broke through the light and fire power enchantment that Michael personally set up, broke into the shrine, and took away the Seal of Wind. Similarly, Benghun, who was following behind, was also moved. During the explosion just now, she was extremely quick to react and hid behind Michael so she was not injured. When she saw the pair of boots in Chen Rui's hands, Benhong only had one word in her mind: unbelievable. Michael yelled angrily, and the fiery red light on the Holy Cross sword shone. The death sun rose again, and the light shot in all directions. The moment Chen Rui rushed out of the Brilliance Shrine, although he did not sense the arrival of Michael, he had already noticed it from the analytical eyes. In the next second, he was already shrouded by the sunlight of death. Before this attack even reached his body, the terrifying pressure caused the star armor of Crimson Polar Star transformation to crack. Even the Kai of Wrath that was integrated into the star armor appeared to be in an extremely tense state. Once it was hit, even with the protection of the Kai of Wrath, it would not be able to withstand it. At that time, his body and soul would be shattered. This was the first time Chen Rui really faced the powerful attack of a peak fake god head-on. Under this kind of pressure, he could not perform any dodging movement at all. He could only take it head-on. He immediately channeled the power of faith of the kingdom to quickly resolve the pressure. At the same time, faint starlight appeared in his hand, and he drew a mysterious trajectory. Star diversion. The fiery red light of death seemed to have encountered something slippery, and it was distorted. Many of the light actually reflected back at Michael. Michael was careless and caught off guard. His killer move brushed past him, and a few golden feathers fell down. If this attack had been launched by an expert of the same level as Benhong, it would have been one thing. However, it just had to be a demigod. For a pinnacle false god who thought highly of himself as the closest to a god, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. The killing intent in Michael's eyes intensified. With a shake of the Holy Cross sword, its power suddenly multiplied. However, it still couldn't hit the hateful demons. Ben Hong was secretly surprised. Ben Hong's Yuan Qi had been greatly damaged in the battle with Michael, so he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he hid far away, seizing the time to quickly recover and wait for an opportunity to strike. In fact, Qinrui knew that although star diversion was very powerful and could even deflect and reflect the attack of a demigod, this skill only had an effective time of 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, he would immediately turn from a dragon into a worm. Even if he was only swept by the residual force of the sword, he would completely collapse. The most important thing now was to escape immediately. Qinrui's mind moved slightly, and a star gate appeared in front of him. When Michael saw the space gate, he was even more shocked. The Brilliance Shrine was the place where the source of creation was located. Unless it was a powerful demigod talent or a special artifact, it would reject all spatial forces. However, this demons actually opened a space gate while resisting the power of the Holy Cross sword. There must be a big secret on this person. No matter what, he must stay here today. Michael glanced at the golden feathers that had fallen to the ground. The feathers suddenly turned into countless golden light spots and disappeared into the air. At this time, the effective time of Chen Rui's star diversion had just ended, and he could no longer divert Michael's attack. Countless rays of death instantly penetrated his body. Chen Rui's body immediately shattered, but the fragments turned into strange flies and flew toward the blue star gate. The fiery red rays of death shone on the flies, but it had no effect at all. Seal of Earth. God-eating mask. Michael and Ben Hong yelled almost at the same time. The two names were actually the same thing. One of the 7 artifacts, or 1/7 of the supreme artifact. Ben Hong finally understood how much she had underestimated this human. It was ridiculous that she had always thought that she had taken him seriously enough. The Seal of Earth, which was also the god-eating mask of the Beelzebub family, was said to be immune to all soul control. Previously, this guy did not even use the god-eating mask at all, and he had isolated her soul control. At the same time, he ignored the poison that even Michael was not immune to. What was even more amazing was that this guy actually used a strange substitute under the noses of her and Michael, the 2 fake gods. He sneaked into the light shrine, broke through the powerful barrier that even fake gods could not enter, and obtained the Breeze Shadow Boots, Seal of Wind. No, since he is a human, how can he exert the power of the god-eating mask? Could it be that this guy is really from the Beelzebub family of the demon realm? The name Chin Rue is also a pseudonym. For a moment, Ben Hong, who had always been confident, could not help but doubt her own judgment a little. Just as the demonic flies flew toward the Stargate, Michael, who had quickly recovered from the surprise, sneered, "Want to escape?" With his space law, coupled with the power of creation near the light shrine, even Ben Hong would not be able to escape. The speed of the demonic flies was very fast. However, even though they had been flying for a long time, they still could not close the distance between the space gate that was close at hand. The space around Chinrue was dotted with golden light spots, like fireflies surrounding him. He had entered an infinite loop channel. No matter how he moved forward, he would be offset by the space law attached to the strange fireflies. Chinrue knew that it was caused by the power of Michael, and the effect of demonic fly's transformation was about to end. At this moment, it was the most critical moment of life and death. He immediately displayed his last trump card without hesitation. Michael suddenly felt that the power of space flowed uncontrollably to the demons. Then there was a transparent wall around the golden fireflies, faintly glowing like white jade. The connection between Michael and the fireflies was cut off. The golden light spots gradually disappeared and recondensed into feathers that fell to the ground. Michael clearly felt that he could no longer fully control the space law here, because part of the space law had been controlled by the other party. That translucent wall. No, the whole thing should be a very tall building tower? Tower of Glory. Michael suddenly thought of a high-level space artifact that had been lost by the Church of Light for many years. He was moved again. These demons are actually related to the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, who betrayed the Church. The Archangel felt that in the tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, he was not as surprised as he was today. The Tower of Glory seemed to be unable to operate freely in the hands of the demons. It could only be driven by some kind of external object, and the walls were almost illusory. Even so, the power of the space blockade in front of the fly had completely collapsed. The fly successfully rushed into the space door and was about to disappear. Due to the pressure of Michael's power of law and the origin of creation, the Tower of Glory could barely be driven and could not fully exert its power. The space power of the artifact began to decline rapidly. Michael immediately gathered his strength, wanting to launch the most powerful attack and completely destroy the defense of the Tower of Glory. Although the guy had the Tower of Glory, he could not exert its full power. Did he think that he could escape from a peak pseudo-god who had mastered the space law by entering the space door? When that time came, he could drag this guy out of the space door, and not only could he get back the Chapter of Wind, but he could also get the Chapter of Earth and the Tower of Glory. The 12 wings on Michael's back flapped, and the shadow of the Tower of Glory suddenly broke into pieces. However, his next move was not to rush into the space of the Tower of Glory, but to turn around and draw his sword. The Holy Cross sword drew an arc in the air, and Ben Hong, who was planning to launch a surprise attack from behind, was almost cut in half at the waist. The space behind him had already been split into 2. Bang Hun only let out a muffled groan, but his movements didn't slow down at all. It seemed like he had already anticipated Mi Jia Lai's attack and forcefully endured it. Then he borrowed the force of the attack to drag his nearly severed body into the barrier of the Tower of Glory. Although the shadow of the Tower of Glory had been shattered by Michael, the power of space had not completely dissipated. When Ben Hong rushed in front of the Stargate, the mist on his body had dimmed by half, but he still rushed into the light blue portal without hesitation. Although his injuries and exhaustion were quite serious, as long as he entered the portal, he could escape from the Holy Mountain and capture the mysterious Chen Rui. Not to mention the many secrets on this person, he could at least get 2 parts of the supreme divine weapon and the space artifact, the Tower of Glory. At this time, the demonic flies flew into the blue door that was faintly shining with starlight, and Ben Hong's figure followed closely behind. However, something unbelievable happened. Ben Hong's body could not enter, but went straight through, as if the door that was still shining was just an illusion. However, the guy just now still entered this door. Ben Hong was distracted for a moment, and the terrible red light behind him had already approached him. He had no time to dodge at all. Originally, Ben Hong's plan was to escape into the space door to capture Chen Rui, and then destroy the entrance to get rid of Michael's pursuit. However, contrary to her expectations, she was unable to enter the door of light. Ben Hong's state and strength were originally inferior to Michael. Moreover, in a battle of this level, a small mistake could affect the entire outcome. This miscalculation almost cost him everything. In the midst of a shrill scream, his body was cut into 2 by the red light, and the cut began to burn rapidly. Although it was not a physical body, this blow still caused Ben Hong to be seriously injured. It was just a few moments ago, but there were several twists and turns. Ben Hong was also a ruthless person, and his reaction was extremely fast. He made a prompt decision, and while the Tower of Glory was still resisting the restriction of Michael's space law and the Book of Creation, the half-broken, ethereal body suddenly exploded. Under the power of this soul self-destruction, cracks suddenly appeared in the sealed space. The remaining body of Ben Hong turned into a cloud of green smoke and entered the cracks. Soon, it disappeared along with the cracks. Mi Jia Lai did not chase after Ben Hong. Instead, he immediately appeared in front of the Starry Sky Gate, which had already dimmed and charged in. However, the result was the same as Ben Hong. He also passed through it, unable to enter. Michael's golden eyes flashed coldly, and he waved the Holy Cross sword. Countless red lights engulfed the light door. However, the light door seemed to be transparent, and the red light that contained the powerful space law passed through it without any hindrance. The gradually dimming starlight seemed to be laughing at the person closest to God. Could not enter, could not attack. What kind of space law was this? In the next second, a roar pierced through the sky. An entire white cliff trembled. Chapter 931. Yangshao Kingdom, Barren Mountain, outside Garten City. Under the moonlight, a light door opened, and a human figure rushed out. This human figure seemed to be composed of countless tiny flies. In the blink of an eye, it had gathered into a real human body and fell to the ground. The star-like armor on the human body began to fade quickly. There was a black armor inside. The surface of the armor was covered with tiny cracks and dents, and it was gradually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the black armor also disappeared, revealing the scarred body inside. Many wounds burst from the inside due to excessive pressure. Obviously, the internal injuries that were invisible to the naked eye were more serious. However, Chen Rui was smiling on his face, and he even laughed out loud. This trip to the Holy Mountain could be described as thrilling and dangerous. In the face of the powerful pseudo-god, he actually became the final winner and the only winner. Ben Hong's plan was indeed beyond his expectations. Even without the strength of pseudo-god, this woman's scheming was terrifying. Although he had taken precautions early on and deliberately showed weakness to sign the master-slave contract, he still fell into her trap and almost became a human bomb. However, he also schemed against Ben Hong. Whether it was Ben Hong's love poison or soul control, they couldn't surpass the super system. After Ben Hong left a part of her soul consciousness to control him, Qin Rui immediately activated the super system to devour that part of the soul, cutting off the biggest threat of becoming a human bomb. Then he successfully transferred Michael's firepower to Ben Hong, and he stayed out of it and became a bystander in the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Michael, Archangel. In another world, in Qin Rui's memory, this name had a special meaning in religion. It was also accompanied by countless legends and legends. In this plane, the person closest to God was not an exaggeration. Except for the corpses that had exceeded a certain category in the Chaos realm, Michael was the most powerful superpower he had ever seen. Even the demon realm's strongest pseudo-god, Satan, was somewhat inferior. At Michael's level, Qin Rui's strength was indeed not worth mentioning. He was just an ant that could be easily killed. It was this kind of contempt that gave Qin Rui the opportunity to make a bold move at the last minute while he watched the tigers fight. After he hid in the broken pillar, he immediately released Shura, the doppelganger, and at the same time he used the stealth technique and quietly moved toward the Light Palace. At that time, although Ben Hong and Michael had noticed something, Shura, who possessed the origin of destruction, was still present at the scene, so the two of them did not suspect anything. Most importantly, the two false gods were engaged in a fierce battle at that time, so they did not have the time to be distracted. Qin Rui smoothly sneaked all the way to the Brilliance Temple. He had to thank Ben Hong for using the law of poison to remove the barrier along the way. Ben Hong had originally made preparations for himself to go to the Brilliance Temple, but who would have thought that he had made the wedding dress for someone else? The closer he got to the Light Palace, the stronger the pure and powerful aura became. The aura of the origin of creation, a power that was diametrically opposed to the origin of destruction. From the previous conversation between Ben Hong and Michael, Qin Rui had already learned the terrible consequences of the intersection between the origin of creation and the origin of destruction. So he did not dare to reveal the slightest aura of the origin of destruction. The only thing that the origin of creation and the origin of destruction had in common was that they were dangerous. Here, Qin Rui did not have the feeling of everything being destroyed, but he felt a special distortion. Under this origin power, his body, soul, memory, and everything else were about to be erased from the original imprint and regenerated. This was tantamount to another form of death. The horror of this creation was not the slightest bit inferior to destruction. The power at the peak of the kingdom only resisted for a moment before it collapsed. The first thing that changed was his hair, which began to grow wildly, and then his muscles began to twist, and his blood flowed in the opposite direction, almost boiling. In this critical situation, Qin Rui cast the Crimson Polar Transformation without hesitation. The power of the law of the polar transformation far exceeded the level of the kingdom, but Qin Rui did not dare to use the law of the origin of destruction. He only responded with the law of time formed by the fusion of the Four Seasons kingdom. However, the law of the demigod level also could not resist the erosion of the power of the origin of creation. The star armor began to show signs of cracking and disintegration. Perhaps only by reaching the power of the pseudo-god can this origin be effectively protected. No wonder the Light Elemental King once said that without reaching the pseudo-god level, one was not qualified to covet the things in the Light Palace. Fortunately, in the state of Crimson Polar Transformation, he could freely use the powerful faith power and life force of the super system to support him. Coupled with the protection of the God-eating mask and the Angry King armor, Qin Rui could support it for a while, but a special sense of familiarity in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Qin Rui finally remembered that when he was in the Starlight Academy's Star Tower that day, He absorbed the power of starlight and completely integrated the true flame shackles. He once felt a special power. The entire space of the star tower seemed to be a projection of some kind of existence, and what really dominated the projection was the law that was suspected to be the truth of the universe. It seemed shallow, but was actually extremely mysterious. At that time, he tried to use his soul power to touch and understand this truth. As a result, he almost exploded. Finally, he used the super system to swallow that trace of power and slowly understood it in the star conversion. It was precisely because he touched this power that the four-winged angel God's exploration, Zehanjen of the Church of Light, appeared, intending to recruit him to become a direct disciple of Raphael. In the end, he became the second super powerhouse who fell in the hands of Qin Rui. After the Star Tower incident, with the passage of time, that trace of power was gradually decomposed and absorbed by the star conversion, but Qin was still unable to understand the truth contained in it. There was only a vague feeling left in the spiritual imprint. Now, Qin finally understood what the nature of that trace of power was. Creation. It turned out that the Star Tower was actually a projection of the origin of creation. I don't know if this projection was naturally generated or deliberately done by the three supreme angels. If it was the latter, I'm afraid it was still a huge conspiracy for Starlight Academy. Genius students who could understand or touch the law of creation would be recruited into the church, or the comprehension of these people would be absorbed by the supreme three heavens using some devouring method to become nutrients. It turned out that the power of the origin of creation had always been in his body. After understanding this, Qin compared the residual vague feeling with the aura of the origin of creation around him. Combined with his epiphany of creation when he subdued Shura, he felt that the understanding in the spiritual imprint gradually became clear, and the erosion speed and power of the origin of creation had weakened a lot. If he was given ample time to comprehend here, he might be able to truly master a part of the origin of creation. Unfortunately, in the current situation, it was impossible to stay for a long time. In the light temple in front of him, there was the biggest knot in Isabella's heart. One of the 7 artifacts of the demon realm, the highest artifact of the Belphegor royal family, Bree's shadow boots. Since he was already here, he naturally couldn't just leave empty-handed. At least he had to give it a try. The following direct entry into the Light Temple experienced a lot of thrills. But what surprised Qin was that the protective barrier of the Light Temple was actually the power of Light attribute and Fire attribute. Although the power of the barrier was extremely powerful for Qin who had the Fire Phoenix divine mark and the body of glorious light, it was tantamount to opening a back door. In the end, he successfully passed through the barrier and entered the Light Temple. The Temple of Light was a special space, just like the Palace of Destruction in the Chaos Realm. The entire temple was constructed by the most powerful and original creation laws. Moreover, it was a complete creation laws, which was much stronger than the power of the Palace of Destruction. Although Qin faintly comprehended a trace of the power of creation, he was not the body of creation. Even the faith and life force of the Supersystem Kingdom could not resist the strong power of the origin of creation. His life force began to decline suddenly, and the star armor began to change involuntarily. This process caused a lot of damage. At the critical moment, Qin vigilantly took out the demon shield. While he could barely defend, he cast Light Explosion to search for the Breeze shadow boots as quickly as possible. Just as the defensive power was about to be exhausted, he found a round, table-shaped platform in a facility that looked like an altar. The platform showed a faint golden color, and the texture was very special. Even Qin couldn't tell what material it was. It was engraved with strange symbols of unknown meaning. There were 7 depressions, and a light cyan badge was inlaid in one of the depressions. Qin thought of the word Seal of Wind, and his heart moved. He took off the badge. After the badge left the platform, it immediately shone brightly, and its shape changed into a pair of boots. Bree's shadow boots. Chinrue was overjoyed. At this time, the platform emitted a strong golden light. He felt dazzled, and he was expelled from the light temple. He just happened to meet Michael, who was rushing over. In the face of what should be the most powerful false god, Chinrue survived in danger and finally escaped death. The spatial artifact Tower of Glory must be mentioned here. The Tower of Glory was obtained from the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, and had long been cracked by deep analysis. However, because Chinrue did not have the strength of a false god, he had been unable to use it. During the negotiation in Black Cloud Town of Warlock Fortress, facing Midnight Knight, Chinrue used the method of burning his life to drive a trace of the Tower of Glory's power and temporarily resisted Midnight Knight's Pearl of Blood Drop. In terms of the grade of the artifact, the Tower of Glory was far better than the Pearl of Blood Drop, but in the end it was still suppressed by the Pearl of Blood Drop. It could only be said that Chinrue was too weak. If he faced a false god like Michael, who was the strongest false god who had mastered the power of the law of space, he would definitely not be able to use the same trick. However, the power that Chinrue used to drive the Tower of Glory this time was really the power of a false god. To be precise, it was the soul imprint of a false god, which was the reward from Ben Hong previously. When he got the soul imprint just now, Chinrue had a flash of inspiration. At that time, he only vaguely thought of using the soul imprint to drive the Tower of Glory, but he didn't expect that it would become the key to his escape. Ben Hong also didn't expect this. She had planned carefully for a long time and came to the human world from the demon realm, but in the end, she was empty-handed. She almost lost her life in the Holy Mountain, and it finally benefited Chinrue, who was the fisherman. In the current artifact, the Tower of Glory, there were still a few feathers of Michael, the angel's feathers, and they were from a top false god. In the eyes of any mechanic grandmaster, they were quite rare manufacturing materials. Just in case, Chinrue did not stay in the barren mountain area. He set off from the port of Thor in the Garten City overnight and took the Devil's Snare ship to the Island of Storms, where there was a teleportation circle directly to Ryuzuku.